Hey guys, welcome to the final day of Gang Wars. We're going to be playing all the matches today, and we're going to find out who's going to emerge as the champion of this 16-man skirmish format, which is a new format, and this is the last turn of the year, so it's going to be very exciting to see how we round up 2016. But before we dive into that, Firebat is sick today, unfortunately, so we'll be rotating casters throughout the day. And Eloise was nice enough to offer her casting services. How are you doing, Eloise?
Yeah, I just woke up actually.
I think everybody just kind of woke up as well. Me too.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I was so dead tired yesterday because I was doing all the back end stuff. But yeah, I'm so happy that you can help us out.
Yes, you still look very hard to scam us. Don't worry.
All right, thank you very much. So as you can see here, we have our bracket. We're going to update it as we go along. As we can see, Purple already beat Pavel, so Pavel is actually out of the tournament. We actually have a lot of off-stream matches, because if we play everything on-stream, then it's just going to take forever. There are 16 matches to be played today, but we're only going to stream about 8 of them. We're going to start with Ostkaka versus SuperJJ on the top left. And then the next stream match will be Zalae versus Forsen, so you guys have something to look forward to. So let's go ahead and look at the classes of SuperJJ and Forsen. Eloise, who do you like better in this matchup? Who do you think is more skilled, or who brought a better lineup? Because it seems like the Druid and the Priest are the only difference.
Yeah. When I decide my classes in this tournament, I was struggling with Priest or Druid a lot. But
Okay.
after that, I found out that Priest doesn't really beat anything.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like, Reno Lock, it doesn't beat, the aggro decks, it doesn't really beat, so it's really awkward. So, what Druid deck is good right now?
All the Reno series, like I figured out for this kind of format, what is important is your first 3 classes.
Okay.
So if you can win your like first 3 games or 4 games, you don't need to play the last class. So
Right.
your last class is mainly for countering, not for like you actually playing it.
Okay,
So,
that's an interesting
yeah.
strategy. Yeah.
So for that kind of option, Druid might be better because it's like super good against some maybe tier 2 class like Reno series.
Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Makes sense. Druid does have the OTK combo offered by, the Aviana Kun stuff. But we are going to jump right into the game here. SuperJJ going to be playing Warrior at the top, and Ostkaka is going to be starting with the Reno Warlock at the bottom. How does this matchup usually go?
I think Reno Lock is like super favored.
Yeah, I mean, this is the more mid-range versions from SuperJJ, right? The super aggro version is usually too fast for the Reno Warlock, I believe. But yeah, it looks like Ostkaka has a very decent starting hand already with Kazakus already.
Yeah, he kept Kaza starting hand.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good card. I mean, dealing 4 damage across everything effectively kills off all of the warrior's minions. SuperJJ is going to start Finley, so something to do in turn 1. Do you take life tap here? Most likely, right?
Yeah, most likely. I think Ostkaka's lineup is like almost most of the people's choice. Like there is Druid and everything else with everything
So no
else.
priest, right?
Yeah, it's like pretty standard. And I stay with SuperJJ for like a week. Then when we prepare for Story Cup, so I kind of know him and life coach's idea about their lineup. They really like Priest in their lineup. I mean, it's not a bad idea, but when you have more classes like this kind of format, sometimes it's just worse than bringing Druid.
Okay, but this
Sometimes.
format is also in a skirmish format, so you only need to play each deck once. So if
Yeah.
you bring priest, you just even if you lose with it, it's just 1 game, right? So maybe they're targeting something very specific or something. We'll have to ask them later. Yeah, right. Well, SuperJJ has a good hand. He has basically a play every turn, but looking at Ostkaka's hand, he has a Demon Wrath and a Hellfire, so lots of board clears, including the Kazakus as well. So lots of options. SuperJJ needs to decide, how hard does he want to press this advantage, right?
Yeah, I think he's probably thinking about if he wants to coin out Forsen. Coin out Forsen is super strong against Reno Lock, since he wants to like maybe tab on turn 3 and develop Drake on turn 4 or something. But well, turned out to be like his curve is still very good if he doesn't coin out Forsen.
Yeah, I mean, with the Edge Drake and no other 3-drops, it doesn't seem like the coin was too good there. But here, the in-game boss is already presenting a lot of problems, right?
Yeah, in-game boss followed by Demon Rat is so strong combo, super strong.
Yeah, very hard to navigate.
He can charge it down with Kukuran, but it's awkward. Like all the plays here are all very awkward.
Yeah, exactly. Because like a lot of people usually say against Reno Lock, you just don't play around anything, right? But the problem is that they usually have something, right? If they don't have a Hellfire, they have a Demon Wrap. They always have a lot of tools. So even though they're playing a lot of singleton cards, a lot of cards are kind of like the same version of the same thing, right?
Yeah, but you just cannot play around anything because if you play around anything, it's less chance to win. Always less chance to win.
Yeah, we saw yesterday there were a lot of Reno Locks, and they just basically ran through the game when they just cleared the early board, right? And I wonder, would you think that the aggro Pirate Warrior version is better in this type of format, or is the Dragon Warrior still good?
Depend on your strategy. Aggro Pirate Warrior is pretty bad against Shaman. That's the biggest problem. But it's definitely better against Reno Lock and Reno Mage. Yeah.
Yeah, Reno Mage actually made a pretty big showing in the metagame right now, because Reno Mage was not in C-Story or even the tournaments before then, right? And now people has been starting to perfect the list. And also, they're kind of forced to bring it because there are 6 steps in this tournament. So it's interesting to see, StrifeCro yesterday putting 6 Kazakuses down. Was it against you?
Yeah, that's me. He played also.
Yeah, that was.
And he also played Reno Lock against the Dragon Warrior against me. Getting bullied so hard yesterday.
Yeah, that is that is very interesting. But for now, it looks like Ostkaka is sitting in the very good spot, right? It's funny because Zalae mentioned one thing that was like a central tip against Reno decks. If the board is kind of even, and you kind of have even number of cards, and you're not the Reno player, you're probably losing, right? Because there's so much late game and it's just so much value, and you need to do something.
Exactly. But SuperJJ still has a tap, so there's still hope. If he can draw like Curator into a lot of cycle, his version there is Blood Cell, Cultist, and Arcana Reaper in it. So there's a kind of a lot of smoke damage if he draw the correct cards.
Do you think that SuperJJ still has Malkarok in the deck after what happened?
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I'd probably remove it if that happened to me.
Wow, that's a pretty good Kazakus.
Yeah,
I think he wants to take as long as he clear everything from Dragon Warrior, he just win. There's no Grandmash in this deck.
And we got deal 4 to everything and summon a 5/5. That is a huge...
It's the best one! It's the best one!
Good combination for sure.
Maybe if he played like Doomsayer before, he probably can take like revive two minions and use Doomsayer to buy another turn maybe. But 5/5 is very, very good here already.
Oh. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think SuperJJ is looking to just stabilize the board, like you said, get the Arcana Reaper out, maybe upgrade it a couple of times, and then just go a lot of smoke damage, really. But near, I mean, the board is still pretty good. There's a 4 health minion and 3 health minion. Pretty hard for Ostkaka to deal with both of these.
Yeah, that's the problem with this deck. When you play Cultist and Arcana Reaper in this deck, you always like just play Cultist with without buffing your weapon. So awkward.
Yeah, I really want to just hold. I guess it's a 3-mana 3/4 at the end of the day. Also, the Kazakus potion. I was just saying how hard it is to deal with a 4 health minion and a 3 health minion, but not if you have Kazakus.
Yeah. And he can still hold on to his ooze.
Yeah.
If he wants to hold on to his to the ooze.
I mean, if he knows SuperJJ's deck, then the ooze is going to be better as the game progresses, because there is once again the Arcanite Reaper and the upgrades. Here it's a pretty nice trade for SuperJJ. They're using the patches, the extra damage.
This is a little bit awkward. He cannot tap his Sylvanas. He controls Sylvanas Soulfire, which is not that great. But he can always twist Nether on next turn, so he probably just thinking about how to stay alive before he draw his Reno Jackson.
Yeah.
Take less damage.
It's a little scary. There is a Sun Fury for a little bit of protection, but there is a lot of damage on the board. I mean, SuperJJ is doing a very good job in putting just the right amount of pressure so that Scout doesn't really want to fully commit to just killing everything right away.
Yeah. He can choose to play Sylvanas Soulfire here. It doesn't look very great, but whatever card he discards, he still have Shadow Flame, Taunt, or Twilight, or Twist Nether to follow up. I think it's just.
Deciding to tap here. There is Reno now. I guess you can hold on to the Soulfire now. You really don't want to discard the Reno.
Yeah. Now he drew Reno, so there's a lot of option now. Otherwise, he might be forced to use the Soulfire maybe if he doesn't draw the Reno.
Yeah, but like once you have Reno in your hand, you can play so much more safe or even more greedy. Like so many options are open to you, right?
Don't know how to lose.
Don't know how to lose. You just need to be not too greedy with it and just die before you heal, because when you're 0 health, you cannot heal back up to 30. SuperJJ once again, just a handful of minions. It's really hard to come back on the board right now with no weapons.
Do you think he wants to tap here? He has Drake to draw a card.
I mean, Drake into the second War Axe is probably the best bet right now. But is that too optimistic? I think you have to do it, right? The other play is just to drop the 4 and 3, and
that's playing into my control tag. Doesn't sound very good.
Well, Corruptor is not bad.
Yeah. I think at this point you probably want to Corruptor and go full Smork.
Yeah.
And don't play around like PO shuffling.
Yeah, I don't think you have time as well. And you also have to play such as your opponent doesn't have any of the answers. Right? Reno Lock just wins the game, so you have to win the mid game, and that's what SuperJJ is doing.
So we already seen one Alex champion, one Kukran, right? So he still have one Alex champion. Oh, okay, he just chose Reno.
Yeah. It's a very good time to play 23 health, and you also get to cast the Soulfire out of your hand. And speaking of which, SuperJJ is only at 13 health, so he's actually kind of dying too.
That's pretty tough. How can he win? How can he win now? Arcanite Reaper doesn't save him.
Yeah, this doesn't really do that. And once again,
Curator doesn't really do much.
Maybe find Ragnaros super fast. But man, going against a Reno Lock when you're behind is just feels bad.
Yeah.
Like, any minion you put down is just gonna get wiped. But then at the same time, if you don't put something, they don't have to cast their AoE, they can just play their minions, right? So both situations are just very awkward.
Yeah, I guess he has to play everything and get the best board and try to draw like Dragonkind Crusher 699.
Pretty much hope that Ostkaka has no answers, right? I mean, that's the best right now. But we know that's not the case, but sometimes you gotta hope. Sometimes you gotta hope. Ostkaka
Do you
is very
think you
close
want to Shadow Flame here?
I think this is a good enough Shadow Flame, honestly. And you also get to push 4 damage. I mean, the damage is pretty relevant.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if SuperJJ is slow, he can't life tap, he has to play more defensively, he has to trade minions now, and as a Dragon Warrior, you don't really want to trade. So, yeah, this is looking super grim for JJ.
He cannot even clear this. Reno Jackson feels bad, man.
Yeah, Dragon Warrior is not a deck that can fight from behind a lot. They develop an early lead, and then they want to snowball with things like War Axe and Frolic Berserker, but then if they have no board, yeah, things start to get really messy.
Ooh, interesting. This is not really lethal, unfortunately.
Exactly.
Wow. But on this point, he can just do whatever he wants now.
Well, yeah, as long as you play your minions out, right? Yeah, Ragnar is completely fine. That seems great. Any target is a good target right now.
That's not bad.
Yeah, when all your targets are good, it's definitely not a bad situation.
I don't think there is execute in like any of the versions right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you run it because it's a dead card, right? If you're putting on early pressure, you don't want to execute stuck in your hand. So it doesn't make sense that execute's not on the list.
Yeah.
But things like this can happen.
So he probably just play as many minions as possible.
Yeah, that's usually how you deal with a Ragnaros. If you can't kill it, just put as much stuff on the board as possible.
Yeah,
yeah, this game is pretty over for sure. I mean, this is like a very nice last ditch effort by JJ to put at least something. But yeah, we know it's just gonna get wiped. So we play Abyssal Enforcer here, right? And then we Peddler for like a coil or even any damage is fine.
Yeah.
Even Elven Archer or Patches would be good.
So many possibilities.
Yeah, like I would personally go for. Does buff the frothing by quite a bit, but you already saw a lot of burst cards such as like War Axe and Corcoran. Like there's only one of each of them left. So
it's awkward to Dark Peddler first.
Oh, do you want to Dark Peddler first? Oh, you can also Dark Peddler first just to kill it off.
Yeah, it's really pretty awkward.
Yeah. If you don't get the 1 damage, and on the off chance Rag does hit the 5-1 instead, not the frothing, it might be a bit weird, but the chance of this happening is pretty low. Oh wow, okay, that's a miss.
But it's still no way to lose, right?
I mean, is there a way to lose? There might be. Oh no. Hey, that's the way to deliver. JJ needs 11 damage.
Grommash?
Grommash should be Grommash should be enough, right?
I mean, there cannot be Grommash in this list.
Yeah, there's no Grommash.
Yeah.
So even in the worst outcome, Ostkaka is gonna take away
What
game.
now?
Yeah, he still don't die if he play the taunt.
Oh, if you place a taunt, this is not on board. Yeah, actually that's true. Okay, so Frothing goes face, right? Because you have to. And then you just play the Guardian and the Draconoid.
Yeah.
So
now?
okay, I mean
That's
a way to win.
just do the Draconoid thing.
Okay. Not totally lights out yet.
Is there other play here?
I don't think so. You have to kill your opponents to win. You can't just like survive. This is not Control Warrior. I don't see how SuperJJ wins if he trades with Frothing.
Okay, finally.
Thought about it. So we're not dead on board here, right? As SuperJJ. Oh,
that's lethal, I think.
Yeah, Arcus is lethal for the 2 extra damage, and yeah, Scott's gonna take the first one.
So Dragon Warrior and Renalock is out. I think SuperJJ probably feel better about his priest now.
Alright. Yeah, Priest one of the harder matches is the Renalock. So like you said, you can bring the 6 deck as a counter deck to perhaps snipe matchup in the end. But in this format, since you played a couple of matches already, Eloise, what is the strategy queuing the first few games? You said that maybe you just need to win 3 games and that's it. So are you queuing the strongest 3 decks that you have?
I think I like for example, I think I like Xixo's strategy the best. Okay. We just play the best class. And whatever counters the best class for the first 3 classes. Like for example, Shaman. Like most of the people will kill Shaman as their first classes. So that makes sense if SuperJJ play Dragon Warrior first. To like just snipe some Shaman. And yeah, but he got outplayed by Ostkaka. Ostkaka played Renalock just for like Dragon Warrior and Priest. Those kind of anti-shaman deck. Yeah.
Okay, so there is a little bit of mind games in the early starts, right? Because I mean, it's like a normal spectator. You're looking at 6 decks. It's like, well, you just randomly pick one and go along with it, right? But I mean, Xixo is in the winners brackets right now. He's gonna play against StrifeCro later to see who actually gets seeded directly to the grand finals. But I mean, you follow the winner's strategy. They're probably right. They're not there for luck or anything. But it's gonna be a Shaman mirror match, and looks like both players are kind of like the Jade variant with the burst and stuff like that.
Yeah, so it's pretty obvious. Because Dragon Warrior is out, it's not there anymore. So mid Shaman is very good. SuperJJ killing to like mid Shaman because Renalock is out.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, that's why both of them play Shaman in this time.
Okay, interesting matches. And for this specific mirror. People say that Shaman mirrors are very hard to play and very rewarding for the better player. Do you agree with that?
You mean the skill of rolling spell power total?
No. People say that Shaman mirrors are actually very skilled. It's like the old priest matchup, right? You know, the old priest, the basic set with the blade masters and everything. Yeah. They said that you have to think when to play your Maelstrom portals and your lightning storms, and outvalue the opponent that way.
Oh yeah, when to roll your spell power totem or your weapon.
I guess you don't agree with most people here, but yeah, we'll see if CJ decides to put a little pressure here. Does that follow up the golem? Because if you start with the Spirit Claws, you can actually follow that with Thalnos, right? Which is very good in clearing your opponent's small time Buccaneer. But Ostkaka doesn't have.
Ostkaka's hand is pretty awkward. He probably wants to weapon and hit the Buccaneer. Next turn he can choose Portal, or he can just hit again. He can do a lot of choices next turn.
Yeah, I like that too. Just set up for the kill.
I don't know which version SuperJJ is playing, but I think he and the life coach they really like mid Shaman a lot.
I mean, there are some aggro Shaman lists that are playing aggro right now. We saw a lot of them yesterday. Instead of the Flame Reface list or something like that, so they get more steam at the end. Oh.
So he chose to Totem Golem or Hero Power. If he Totem Golem, he is going to be punished by Portal Coin, Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, that is a pretty punish.
Is he going to play around that? I don't really think so.
Well, here's the thing. On the off chance Ostkaka does not have a Lightning Bolt, the Totem Golem is really good, right? It pushes 3 damage every turn.
Yeah, Totem Golem is the best card at early game.
So I think it's worth the risk as SuperJJ to play Totem. Like I personally in that situation would just play it down.
You can also just play Flame Tongue here if he's aggro Shaman, but I don't really like that.
Yeah. I mean, the attack of the weapon basically said, I'm gonna Maelstrom Portal you next to SuperJJ. So,
well, he can also like hit for 2 turns. And
that's
not
true,
use the
but
portal.
yeah, that doesn't usually happen too much, right? Oh, Spell Partum, there you go, Eloise. That's a sign of a good Shaman player, right?
He gets rewarded by healing totem or taunt. Maybe taunt doesn't really reward him.
No, taunt doesn't really do it because the weapon
Yeah.
just cleared it, right? But here, Ostkaka is a very clean Maelstrom Portal. There's no minions, so I mean, you have to put something on the board.
Yeah. And he's not overloaded. He can choose to play Jade Lightning next turn or whatever SuperJJ plays. Ooh, that's a good one.
That is a good one. You get a card back from your Maelstrom Portal, and it also Flamesong Totem is a very easy activation.
So there's the Drake. SuperJJ's hand is actually pretty good.
Oh, apparently,
wow.
there's like a low humming noise over at your mic.
What
Maybe
is
it's
that?
maybe it's like a fan or something that people are.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You can fix that. Anyways, while Eloise is fixing that, that is a good cover with Ostkaka. 4 mana 7/7 is really difficult to deal with in these matchups because you know the lack of hexes and you know that sort of thing makes it very, very difficult to deal with. The other option is to coin Jade Lightning to kill this Tome Golem immediately. Like, which one do you prefer right now? Because if you Jade Lightning now, you can also play 4 mana 7/7 next turn.
Which one do you prefer? I prefer
Jade Lightning.
7/7.
Really?
Oh, really?
I think the Jade Lightning curving into the 4 mana 7/7 is pretty good.
It depends on how Ostkaka reads this one. Oh, okay.
I think this is slightly better.
Yeah. If he played 4 mana 7/7, he can also lightning bolt and hero power. Lightning bolt and use his face to kill any 4 health minions.
Okay.
But he's probably playing around maybe Hex or something. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I don't really think any version runs Hex. I mean,
Yeah.
SuperJJ's version might run Hex, because there is Azdrake. It might be a bit slower. But yeah, I think Jade Lightning curving into the 4 mana 7 is the biggest chance for Ostkaka to take control of the board. Patches is unfortunate draw. It's pretty bad.
With the spell power on board, now it's very awkward to play 4 mana 7/7 now.
It just gets killed by, you know, any spell plus the weapon attack, right?
Yeah. And he can like Jade Lightning, Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, you can basically kill it very easily with the 3 damage. Oh, there is a Hex on this in SuperJJ's deck.
Huh.
Well, seems like a
Awkward.
pretty good choice to use it now, I think, because you can't really play around your opponent having 2, right?
Yeah. And he can also hero power. Oh, that's the best draw. 4 mana 7/7 is very strong in Shaman Mirror. I mean, Smork Shaman Mirror. Because you won't be punished by Hex.
Right. And in these mirrors, the deck that has a little bit more value usually comes out ahead, right? Because it's more of a tempo game rather than just like a I kill you kind of game.
Yeah.
There's little time.
So I guess he's thinking about if he want to hit or not. Hit
Yeah.
the Hex.
Oh, hit the Hex. Okay, makes sense.
Because he has no portal in hand. Oh, he used Flame Tongue.
Okay. And just clears off everything. Plays around any Flame Tongue Totem activators and, you know, makes this board a little bit more, you know, sturdy, I guess.
Yeah.
Triple Pirates for Ostkaka here. I mean, they're okay, right? You get to clear off the Flame Tongue at least.
Yeah. Awkward.
No, I mean it's okay. I mean the spell power tone actually doesn't do too much right now, right? You already saw Maelstrom, and the 3 attack weapon is pretty much similar to the 1 attack weapon right now. If you just play off all your pirates, it does kill a small time, but you still left with a 2/1 add.
Is there any other choice? He don't want to use his weapon here, and he doesn't really want to lightning bolt the flame town, so I guess that's the only choice. He's going to get punished by portal.
Yeah, but I mean you already saw portal, so okay. Well, we're gonna just clear off the whole board here. Yeah, establishing both minions is pretty good. Just once like these weapon classes, right? Always, even with against warriors, 2 minions is kind of like the sweet spot. But SuperJJ's Adric is gonna bring him up super ahead. It's a minion and it draws a card. So it seems like that JJ's actually just trading value for value, and Ostkaka's kind of like lagging a little bit behind with these burn spells in the hand with no targets. Just going through some options here. I think when you're at 29 health, you're not really that afraid to use your weapon against like minions, so you can just remove them. And second Maelstrom portal being picked up is huge. With the Thalnos, you can just wipe out your opponent's board. But like you said, lots of health, just use it as a resource. How does Ostkaka win in this situation?
I don't know if he has Doomhammer in his deck. Doomhammer is actually pretty good in Shaman Mirror, I think. Some people don't think Doomhammer is very good in Shaman Mirror because it's not a minion, like it's not a tempo. But Doomhammer can actually kill totem, and it's a burst. So,
yeah, I mean I agree with you. I mean Doomhammer is effectively kill 8 minions, right? You could also use it to trade. You don't need to always go face of it. And in this matchups, you know, the more value you can get with your cards, the better. So I can see a thinking there. But here, Maelstrom portal with spell power to wipe out Ostkaka's board.
Normally, mid shaman is just favored against the smart shaman.
Yeah, they are pretty favored for sure.
There's AoE, there's Hex for 4-mana 7/7, and there's also Pharaoh Spirit. Yeah. So it's very awkward if you want to. Oh, okay.
All right. Yeah, just make it quick. Ostkaka knows he can't win this game anymore. And,
Ostkaka is the smart guy.
Okay.
Smart choice.
Sometimes conceding is the smart choice, according to Eloise. Yeah. All right. Well, we are 1-1, and now we have another set of classes locked. Both shamans are gone. And,
both shamans are gone. So it seems like rogue can be very good now since all the shaman is gone.
So if you're SuperJJ, you wouldn't kill priest until the rogue is kind of done with, right? You just need to wait for that to get away.
Yep. There is some mind game here because both shaman are gone, so it's pretty obvious that rogue is very good here. So the problem is that do you want to kill into rogue or do you want to kill into whatever that counters rogue?
Okay. So for example, like Reno Mage, right? Reno Mage is pretty good against rogue.
That's not. I don't really agree with that. I used to think Reno Mage is good against rogue, but most of the people runs questing right now, and even if it's not questing, it's still, I think it's like 45%. It's not really favored actually.
But what if they don't have questing?
If they don't have questing, you have better chance, but it's still not that favored. Mage is very, very good against shaman, so you always sometimes you have the strategy to play mage first, so that you can snipe some shaman. That's how you play mage in this format. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, we still have. So there. Okay, there you go. So Ostkaka. Oh, both players are gonna go.
Ostkaka is freeze mage, yeah.
Oh, Ostkaka is freeze mage. Okay. So what is the matchup here? Reno Mage against freeze mage. I think it changed quite a bit, right?
I think Reno Mage is slightly favored. Depend on how he draw.
Right. Because, like, okay, so back then, in the very early beginnings of the Reno Mage, people have been putting Ice Block and, you know, like, by default, right? And they just like, oh, if you know, one of the rogues bursts me down or a Reno Lock uses the Leroy combo, I can just heal to full for with Reno, right? But then there are some lists which have started to cut it now and running different things. Like SuperJJ is sort of a Thief the Guardian.
Oh, you mean cut Ice Block?
Yeah. Some people are kind of Ice Block now.
Okay.
And that is like interesting. But if there is Ice Block, I think that Reno Mage is definitely a favorite, right?
Yeah, definitely. And there is also Kazaku's into armor, and there is also Reno Jackson into the shuffle. What is that?
Manic Soulcaster. Yeah. Okay. So lots of ways to serve it. But that is a pretty cool motif, and it might do some random work. But for now, SuperJJ's hand is, you know, not too exciting. It's quite not the Acolyte most likely.
Medivh is pretty slow in this matchup, I have to say. It's like turn 8.
So you would think Ragnaros is more preferable as an 8-drop, right?
Yeah, of course. That's some real damage.
Okay.
Board doesn't matter much against Freeze Mage. Yeah, but I don't know if SuperJJ runs Twilight Drake. I think some of the Reno Mage version runs Twilight Drake. That might be better against compared to other Reno Mage against Freeze Mage. It's an early game threat.
But we don't see it just yet. I mean, Twilight Drake does make sense in these sort of decks. It's interesting to see that Ostkaka didn't play the Acolyte last turn too. So it doesn't play into, you know, Torch or Frostbolt or something like that. And if you can guarantee the Acolyte draw on turn 5, perhaps, with the ping, then it's like much better, right?
Yeah.
Here,
I think for this matchup, Freeze Mage just do the freeze Mage thing. Like, yeah, we draw the card ourselves. I don't care about your board. I just want to draw into my burn and kill you as soon as possible.
Exactly.
Yeah, so card draw is really important for Ostkaka. So he wants to save the Acolyte on turn 5.
Right. And also denying card draw for your opponent establishes something that's very important. So Ostkaka pings off his own guy, and it's a clean board. So once again, Acolyte into ping. So that was a pretty good setup by him. And
followed by
if his hand is good enough, he can also Emperor into it, right?
Yeah. And this time, SuperJJ might need to use his mana to clear this Acolyte, so he cannot really develop anything. And next turn, this is what we see from the board, not judging from the hand. So if Ostkaka play Emperor on turn 6, it's still very annoying for SuperJJ since he cannot develop anything this turn.
Alright.
But he can still play Torch and Doomsayer here, judging from his hand.
Yeah, just a stop from that turn.
So depending on how he read Ostkaka's hand.
Well, I think I guess he saved the push. But this is gonna give Ostkaka one more draw here from the Acolyte.
Yeah, if you want to do that.
I think you do, right? There's nothing really much else to do.
Yeah.
Oh wow! All right.
Whoa, he has everything.
He does. Ostkaka does have everything. He has Emperor into turn 8 Alexstrasza into possibly kill SuperJJ before he has a chance to respond, right? Is that a good way to dealing with Reno Mage? Just to kill them as soon as possible?
Yeah, definitely. You definitely don't want to play late game against them since there's Bran, Kazakus into a lot of outs.
Right.
And now, if he Emperor here, he can play Kobold.
Kobold. Evolve Kobold.
Oh, Evolve Kobold. Yeah, that's how you pronounce that card. Thank you, Amaz.
No problem.
So that's like 15 damage in his hand, right?
With
spell power.
Well, yeah, the torches and the frostbolt do 9 together, and with spell power that's another 6, so that's 15. So Emperor here into Alexstrasza into 15 damage is a kill. And JJ needs to. He might need some answers here. There's no healing right now. There's no ice block right now if he runs one. The Acolyte actually forced SuperJJ to use the coin as a discard, because otherwise Ostkaka could have just pinged the Acolyte and he would have burned the card. And burning cards in this matchup is really good, right? If they suddenly lose the Reno or something, you're like super happy.
Yeah. So SuperJJ has 9 cards here.
Yeah, and an Acolyte on board. So
yeah.
Very weird situation.
So he cannot really develop Drake because he's going to overdraw. So he probably won't. I'm not sure if he wants to play Fireball here.
Time runs out on me.
Because Fireball is like one of the few direct damage in this deck.
Right.
Direct damage is still relevant in this matchup.
That's not that's not too exciting a turn, but that's the problem with JJ's hand is that there's not really anything, and the Acolytes are actually from the Faceless Summon is making it very awkward for him to deal with things. But now here, Ostkaka can actually pull the trigger, right? Alexstrasza, and then if your opponent doesn't have anything, you kill him next turn.
If Ostkaka has card draw in his hand, I think he can hold on to his Alex, but
What to do?
he still can hold on to his Alex, which I think, yeah, he should just do it.
We don't need to overanalyze this. This is like one way to win this, right? And you already said that the Reno Mage is a favorite. So what's the best way against a favorite deck? Well, just to cheese them, right?
Yeah, just to Gamba.
Ooh, there is a heal with Mistress of Mixtures.
Yeah, he can play Mistress of Mixtures. What is the name?
Yeah. A mom. It's abbreviated mom. Mistress of Mixtures. MOM.
Okay. Play that and play the volcanic potion.
Right. I mean, you have to have like warning signs all over the face if your opponent Alexstrasza you in the face right now, right?
Yeah. The thing is that SuperJJ really wants to draw into his key card, his Reno, his Kazakus.
So is it better to sacrifice the Acolyte first? Oh, we can't actually, right? You have full hand, so you have to play Mistress first, and then hit with the Acolyte. Hopefully, find Reno or something.
Yeah, but if he ping his Acolyte, he cannot Acolyte trading and ping and play Fireball and kill the 8/8.
Yeah.
He can volcanic potion and Fireball. That's an option.
Yeah, so definitely trade off the Acolyte first, see what you draw. That's not it. So a little bit of healing, gonna keep SuperJJ in the game. Not quite enough damage just yet. Ostkaka needs an Ice Lance or something. No, not quite. I mean, the Arcane Intellect is a very good pickup. You can actually do something this turn.
This is the best draw here, I think. Oh, maybe it's not as good as some damage, but it's still very good.
Yeah, of course. Still good.
Yeah. Oh, he wants to torch first, so that there is a chance he draw the big torch.
Interesting. Alright, good ordering, I guess.
But he won't have enough mana to do that, I guess.
Not quite. Another Arcane Intellect, and there, can't really cast that one because you are going to overdraw. So instead, do Hoarder plus Ice Bearer. That sounds great. And it's kind of like a race right now, right? Can SuperJJ find the Reno quick enough?
Well, if he draw with Azure Drake, he still cannot play Reno if he draw it. But I think he still wants to draw here, just to get his Reno as soon as possible. And if he gets like Kazakus from Azure Drake, he can still like Kazakus into like draw 2 cards or something just to draw.
Sure. So it's either Kazakus or Reno here. Those are the key cards, but not quite as well. So Yeah, this is a very weird situation. Who can actually outrace the other person first?
I'm not sure if SuperJJ is running a refreshment vendor in this deck, which a lot of anti-aggro Reno version is playing refreshment vendor.
Sun runs out on me.
Okay.
You just have to just play it. I don't think there's a lot of choice.
Yeah, he wants to dump his hand so that if he draw card draw, he can still draw next turn.
Wow, no damage just yet for Ostkaka as well. I mean, he's sitting at what is this? 10 damage with the evolved Kobold. So anything, any card will win the game. Like Ice
Ice Lance. That's not enough mana, right?
That is not enough mana. I don't think so. Wait, you can Thalnos, Torch, and double Frostbolt. Oh, but that's only 15. Oh no.
Awkward moment.
So we're 1 damage off and 1 mana off. Right?
Yeah.
Oh no. So JJ has 1 more turn to find answers. So here I think we just Ice Block and Pink Face, right? That's some lethal.
I don't see. He can also.
Lizard Pink? I think you have to ping the face, right? So you do
but depending on if you want to
no,
Blizzard here.
Matter. Yeah, I guess
Blizzard reduce some damage too. And Blizzard is kind of useless in this matchup actually.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. But this is really unfortunate for Ostkaka. Alright, so SuperJJ has a few more draws. That's not
Whoa,
fun.
that's not it.
Okay, is there a Medivh something? Yeah. Vitality Totem is no longer in the game.
Yeah,
So-
I was thinking about what is the name of the totem.
Yeah, the totem that heals. Yeah, it's not in
Yeah.
standard anymore, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
I think that's it. Like, there's no way for SuperJJ to come back from this spot.
So kind of you to join me.
What? The first tournament showing of Medivh is not going to work out for JJ here.
Oh.
Yeah, and Ostkaka takes the unfavorable matchup. It turns out going really fast against Reno decks is just really good.
Ostkaka has drawn the best hand ever for
That is true.
first mage. Yeah.
Yeah, Emperor into Alex 2008 is a lot of pressure really, really fast. He's gonna run away this game. And Ostkaka is on match point. And if SuperJJ loses to either one of the next 2 ones, then he's out of the tournament.
Now, since both mage are gone, rogue is still a problem. Like, you can play around what counters rogue. That's maybe kind of strategy.
So basically, you're saying that SuperJJ's priest is pretty in a bad position right now, right? You can't really kill the priest. So it gives more power to Ostkaka, right? You're only playing against rogue and warlock. So you can choose a deck that's good against both. And I guess in that case, you just pick rogue, right? Because worst case situation, you just go to the mirror match.
Priest isn't really good against any deck Ostkaka play. I'm not sure about the Ostkaka's warrior. Is that pirate warrior? Well, either way, rogue still seems on very good position right now.
Always
Yeah,
do.
I mean, okay, there you go. So Ostkaka is going to bring the rogue. So it's just
Yeah.
really good against the whole lineup of SuperJJ's remaining classes, right?
Yeah.
That's-
So, and SuperJJ haven't really got very good counter rogue deck now since he cannot use mage anymore. Some people think that mage is good against rogue, but well, I don't think so myself. But probably SuperJJ thinks so. So he played mage last game. Maybe one of the reason. But
Yeah,
now
well-
he has no good class to counter rogue now.
Yeah, and this hand from Ostkaka is looking really decent. Both players having a pretty good start, honestly. Not bad. SuperJJ is like, a spell away from doing pretty interesting stuff, but Tomb Pillager is just so good in this matchup, right? 5-4.
Yeah.
Like the perfect body. Alright.
Buccaneer and Tomb Pillager are all very good, so both player has very good opening. I think he might want to play this Thanos just for cycle because his hand is bad.
Yeah, I think so. In this mirror, I think games are pretty fastly decided on the early turns, right? I mean, Auctioneer coming down is the way to come back. But the early chip damage is so relevant.
So Hero Power followed by Coin Pillager next turn seems pretty good here.
Yeah, seems like a very good curve to me. And Rogue is actually one of the only hero powers that can deal 2 damage to 2 different creatures, right? I don't think there's anyone that does that. So...
Well, he doesn't want to give SuperJJ the card. Yeah, this is very smart. Because Thanos is not that strong when you have no minion on board. Thanos is very good in dealing with minions.
This guy's toast.
Alright. And JJ forced to play the SI7 just for some semblance of board. Not. We still a Coin Pillager? Cause like what if... Oh wait, if we do a Pirate Coin SI, it's a board clear, right? Because Patches is still in the deck. We can actually pull that out.
Yeah.
So, which one would you prefer? The Tomb Pillager or like, you know, playing the 1 and the 3?
If he played Tomb Pillager, he haven't really got anything to follow up.
Okay, goes with the Tomb Pillager.
Okay. He still do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really bad, right? In this matchup, pointing a Tomb Pillager is really, really good.
Yeah, like for Rogue, most of the time when you deal with this board, it's not like you hero power down the Tomb Pillager because it's so awkward. You leave like 2 mana doing nothing. So most of the time you will get like Tomb Pillager, prep, sap, or prep eviscerate. Either way, playing Tomb Pillager here is very good for Ostkaka.
Okay. SuperJJ Burgos a 3 mana 5/4. That's pretty good value.
That's very good.
I mean, it's good, right? In this situation, you have to just really get the early chip damage, like we said. And here, Ostkaka is facing down, you know, quite a bit of pressure here. So, once again, a lot of different answers you can pull out.
He can play double pirate, eviscerate, or he can coin, eviscerate, Zalae, and
yeah, lots of options. Let's see what we get first. That's some base damage. Well, the problem with playing double pirates is that the small time is actually a 1/2, right? There is no weapon equipped.
Yeah, that's awkward moment.
Not enough mana to do everything.
Yeah,
But you do need to clear the board.
If you get preparation from this swashburglar, it will be huge, maybe.
This guy's toast.
Let's go with the SI, just clear that one instead. And save the Eviscerate to kill the 5/4 next turn, perhaps. Wow! Beautiful.
Wow, huge draw.
Oh, that backstab's gonna kill the SI as well. That's perfect.
Does he want to trade?
What does trading play around? Cold Blood. There you go. It plays around Cold Blood.
Okay.
we
Makes
can see
sense now.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. Good job, JJ.
Yeah.
That's why you're a pro.
Well, he also played around the Azo Drake backstab.
That's true. That's plays around a lot of things, like exactly what he did in that turn. The trading was correct. Oh man, looking bad for Ostkaka. The early chip damage is starting to ramp up a lot. We're at 17, and when Rose don't have enough health, they can't actually trade minions with their dagger anymore, which is more of a bad time.
Ostkaka has all the Gadgetzan spare parts in his hand. It works all good with Gadgetzan, but not this turn. Awkward.
Well, that nice is fine. Cycle a card. And SI has a very clean clear. And once again, Ostkaka is facing 2 minions.
Yeah.
JJ's gonna game. You have to just gas in here, right? Hope for a miracle. Hey, win playing Team Pillager.
We haven't seen prep from Ostkaka stack yet, right?
Exactly. I mean, this is the the thing is like if you play Auctioneer, SuperJJ might not even kill it, right? He might just go face. So this is just definitely the play. There's
yeah. If he played Team Pillager here, he might just die, right?
yeah, that's the point.
He has to.
So a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
But the Super was coming to against.
He has Steel Fan. Okay. Oh, he has.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
It's a pretty good one.
And there you go, board player. Sometimes you gotta have some balls. Just play the Auctioneer. 9 health, and SuperJJ has nothing. He's out of gas.
Auctioneer. Oh. See, if Ostkaka didn't play Auctioneer last turn, he's dead.
Yeah, he would have died.
He just died.
Even if didn't draw the eviscerate, it would still be like, you know, SuperJJ just go all face, right? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, he has to go all face now.
So you have to save this eviscerate for face. Do you have any form of 4 damage left in the gift?
I think he already used one eviscerate on the Team Pillager, right?
Yes. Is there anything else?
Leroy, maybe, yeah.
That's it.
Or Swashbuckler into something. He already used one Swashbuckler.
Right, so 1 Swashbuckler and 1 Leroy is looking like the outs right now.
But it seems like he cannot win with minion because where is his minion? Oh, really?
Going with the clear.
I feel sad here.
Well, okay, the good part of this is that if SuperJJ does draw Leroy, it's still a win for 2 turns, right?
Yeah.
Oh, but this is now flipped around. Ostkaka is now the one of the minions.
This guy's
Ostkaka feels good now.
Yeah, and Cold Blood is gonna make the clock really, really fast. SuperJJ only has 2 turns left. This turn and the next one. Oh no! Oh,
that's
no.
a pretty good card, Kappa.
Indeed. So Leroy's the only out for JJ next turn, or barring aside the crazy Swashbuckler thing.
Yeah, Swashbuckler. Whew.
Feels like.
So there's no way to lethal?
There's no way to lethal for Oscar this turn. I don't.
No way.
No Fury or something weird. No. That's not. Oh wait. You can preparation facility into triple cold blood, right?
Whoa!
Right? You can do that, right?
That sounds like a must play.
Oh. That's not that good. But I think you do cold blood this turn for sure. So you actually make a clock really fast.
So he has to play around. I think he wants to fan here just to draw a card in case he accept or his cold blood target accept.
It was gonna juke. Oh, it was just this card. That would have been so good. 4 cold bloods would have been lethal. Oh, that was so good. That was so good. And now is SuperJJ gonna join Leroy? That would be so gross if SuperJJ's top is Leroy. Oh! Okay. Is it gonna happen?
Even so.
No. Alright, well, I don't think it's for JJ to live here, and Ostkaka is gonna move on to the losers brackets. Unfortunately, JJ is gonna exit this tournament without a win. Yeah, it's still a very good breakout year for JJ. 2016 was really nice to him, and he won a lot of tournaments. Good on him. And good luck for him in the next year, which happens in like, what, 3 days or something, right? It is. But Ostkaka is going to win the game here. If we go back to the brackets, we can see, you know, the whole losers bracket. This is actually the final bracket, right? You see the 2 boxes that we didn't fill yet. Those are either going to be StrifeCro or xixo. The winner's game hasn't been played yet. We're going to be playing that later today. And over the right side, we actually see Hafu coming ahead against Life Coach in the off-stream match. So it's going to be Hafu versus Eloise on the stream match. That's going to be match 3. That's going to be exciting. Eloise, are you prepared to face against Hafu?
My waifu is going to bully me.
Oh, okay. Do you think you have good chances?
My waifu is so strong. I'm so scared.
Okay. There you go. Okay, we're gonna have to wait to see about that, but we're gonna go to a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be actually Forsen versus Zalae on the lower side, and then we'll move on with the rest of the matches today. Eloise, you can take a break, prepare for your match to come. We probably have another caster rotating in, but we'll let you guys know when it is when we come back. Shout out to Amazon for sponsoring the tournament. Go ahead and go down below the stream and click that 25% off for packs. Amazon's doing a little deal for Unstoppable. So thanks a lot. Yeah, sell out. And thanks Amazon for making this tournament happen. And thanks Eloise for casting. It was pretty last second. We'll be right back with Forsen versus Zalae. Hello guys, and we have to change StrifeCro.
I'm not Eloise.
I don't think so, but yeah, we're back, guys, to Gang Wars. We just saw Ostkaka take the game or the series versus SuperJJ 3-1, and over the right side, we're gonna have Toke and Purple's match is gonna be off stream, and after Forsen and Zalae that we're looking at right now, we're gonna jump right into Eloise and Hafu, and that's gonna be awesome. But before that, we have StrifeCro, one of the finalists in the winner bracket. How's it going?
Good. I'm excited to play in my finals match today. Just chilling, about to cast some Hearthstone, enjoying my Reno Mage glory days right now.
Oh yeah, it suddenly is a good deck. What made it a good deck? Was it because of like people perfecting the list, or is it the right meta for it, or what do you think?
So, I mean, I think it's like a combination of everything, right? Like the lists of Reno Mage, like eventually, like everyone started like trying it more, and people started optimizing the list more because everyone used to play Warlock, and it like took a while for the list to become better. Like I have a really optimized list right now that helped a lot. You know, before when I was playing Reno Mage, it wasn't nearly as good. Then it's like if you just practice the deck a lot, there's like good matchups that most people think are bad, and if that's true, like people are like severely like underrating the deck. You know, like I see a lot of like comments of people saying where it's like, you know, not good against Reno Warlock, for example, and I think Reno Mage is pretty favored against Warlock, and it's like better against like the board control decks, like the aggro decks as well. So it's like it almost just seems like way better than Reno Warlock is. So downside's like worse against Priest, which is not a good class anyways.
All right. Well, the game actually has started, but we just have to update some overlays so that we are ready to go. But it is going to be Forsen and Zalae. We can go ahead and look at their classes really quickly, or not. We can just jump right into the game because they have started. That's okay, because we pretty much know what they're running. But it's going to be a looks like it's a rogue for Zalae versus the very aggressive version of Shaman from Forsen.
Yeah, definitely Forsen got the good end of the picks here because Shaman's a great counter to Rogue right now. Any face deck is what the counter to Rogue is, right? But unfortunately for Forsen, he has 2 Maelstrom Pearls in his opening hand, so not a really good proactive opening. We know he's definitely a face Shaman, though, if he's running Lava Burst. And also Zalae has a good hand. Like, a lot of people say that, like, the only way you beat an aggro deck, like Pirate Warrior and, like, face Shaman as a Rogue is, like, this, like, very big early Van Cleef, which Zalae has the coin and Van Cleef, so he has like everything set up for it already.
Okay, yeah, that's one way to win. And of course, Swashbuckler could do some crazy stuff. Stormforge Axe is it's not irrelevant. It does, you know, clean up totems, but I'm assuming you still want to play as many minions as you can to contest the board.
Yeah, it's a really good one, actually. It kills the Buccaneer next turn, which is really important in the totems. You might want to just save everything for like a turn 3 8/8 Van Cleef, for example, instead of like just coining out SI or coining out Van Cleef. Maybe you can just have like, say, coin Buccaneer Van Cleef, something like that. I guess it'd be 6/6. Picks up one more low mana card. It could be an 8/8. He decides to play the Swash here over the Buccaneer, and the reasoning is he expects Forsen to have a weapon, so he can, you know, take the free kill on the 1/2. So that's the difference between going first in this match and going second, right? When you're going first, you have the initiative on the Buccaneer, so
right.
It's like playing the Buccaneer against the other Buccaneer is generally a bad play. Oh, that's a prep pickup. So this is Van Cleef.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have anything to go with the prep, so yeah. I'm assuming coin SI might be better here to, you know, fight the board with. Oh, before we go on,
your coin?
Apparently,
like, what if you just like Stormforge Axe or just Hero Power here?
Oh no, sorry. But apparently there's like a plane in your side or something. We might need to.
Oh, that's true. But that'll go away. I mean, I can't make the plane go away. So.
Oh, okay. I thought it was something maybe like
it's actually a plane flying.
Oh, it's actually a plane.
right now.
All right, that's
Yeah. I could go out there and yell at it, but.
Okay. But so let's go with the Stormforge Axe and there's not the Buccaneer before it gets big. And,
yeah, I think he just wants to save the coin for the Van Cleef, right? It's just so important to activate the Van Cleef with the coin as well.
Sure. And also, if Zalae picks up another spell next turn, he can actually coin prep the spell and Van Cleef as well.
Yeah, this is crazy. If he gets a spell here, oh, that might be the best spell too. Van Eye's perfect here.
That is the perfect spell, right?
Yeah, that's the perfect spell. Clears the 4/1 and activates his axe to just go and kill probably the Flame Tongue. I don't know if he attacks the Flame Tongue or the Trog, but if you kill the Flame Tongue, the Trog shrinks back down to one attack, right? So you might want to consider killing the Flame Tongue here instead of the Trog. Take less base damage.
Exactly. That's a pretty good series of turns for draws. I mean, for Zalae.
It's an 8/8 Van Cleef.
Forsen to kill this off.
This is it could die, but once you dump 8 damage into this Van Cleef, you don't have much fuel to kill the rogue anymore. And you can't race the 8/8 Van Cleef, I feel. You're not in a great position to race here, since 8/8 Van Cleef's killing you in 3 turns if they have a little bit more damage, and I don't feel like Forsen can get a 3-turn clock rolling right now.
Not that Forsen has a lot of fuel to begin with, right? I mean, he has a freaking two-card hand. Zalae does decide to go with the Trog kill just to prevent, the lava burst from actually killing the Van Cleef. That's actually a pretty heads up, right?
Really good. Yeah. I didn't think of that.
That's really smart. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Lava burst would actually do 8 damage with the Trog. So
yeah.
This
Very
is weak
good
to
turn.
Chargers, but I feel like the lava burst is way more common, right? It's just 1 card.
Yeah. No, that was really good. That was really heads up for Zalae. Very nice. Well, that's a lot of options you can.
Yeah, I mean
choose.
Van Cleef's hitting face for sure, and he's just trying to think, how to develop his board the best and how to clear out some of the stuff. I can see something like what I don't know, small time SI backstab stuff down. You pretty much can kill everything. I mean, you can put Blood Mage backstabs. You get small use out of the first backstab. Yeah, I kind of like the other play better.
And I do like just dropping down as many minions as possible now, right? And just leave out the healing totem.
Okay, yeah, that one should probably not be backstabbed.
There's more valuable targets anyways. With the Thalnos as well, it can even kill Spirit Wolves, but man, this is just that's a good draw for Forsen.
Well, that is a good draw. It might scare Zalae into trading. I don't know, because 7/7 races at 8/7, it's pretty close to damage. Right,
well, not if we get a hex. Yeah, we might get a hex or something, right?
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Otherwise, how do you do this? Oh, that clears the board.
That is really.
Wait, no, you can't.
No, you can. Thalnos backstab and force the 6 damage total, and then the pirate clears off the. Okay, that is a really sick swashbuckle.
I was thinking you wanted to activate the swashbuckler with the weapon, right? So you can't play the Fork Lightning, but you could just do not activate the swashbuckler.
Right.
Let those spells. It's still good enough.
Oh, Fork Lightning coming back into constructed play, albeit being random effect. Oh my god, Forsen looks a little traumatized there. Yeah, I think this is lights out. It seems like the rogue has been faster than the shaman.
Yeah, that is lights out. It's just a bad matchup to lose, right? Oh man, he draws Leroy too. So if he just got 1 hit in with the 7/7, I think it was lethal. He would have been at 12, and Leroy Law versus 11 more. It's actually still not.
It would have been really close.
Yeah.
But that Fork Lightning did kind of seal the deal here.
I didn't even have enough time to play everything either. So.
Exactly. Well. Unlucky for Forsen here. He's gonna drop the first game to Zalae with a very fast opening. Just that's how you win. Edwin just randomly wins games sometimes, and that's why Rogue is very strong.
Yeah. It's a cool game. It's one of those rare wins, right? But it's you do win when you get that Van Cleef off. It's one of the only outs.
All right. Well, Zalae is up 1-0, and judging by the classes, it's still very early, right? So I asked Eloise the same question. Do you usually go with just an all-around strong deck right now, or do you go with one of the more techy choices to throw off your opponent? Can you actually predict what your opponent's gonna play?
You can definitely predict. Like some of my matchups, like I don't want to call names, so I literally predicted every single class from the first to last game. Like
Okay.
But like the way I think about it is that you want to like ideally if you're like really good at this format or any format and these kind of things, you want to like roll dice on some of these, but it doesn't have to be. It can be weighted dice, right? So on your good decks, it can have like an 80-20 split, so you can like do like random number generators like that. Because you don't want to always be predictable, but then you do want to play dominant strategies as well. So I think that's like the best way. You want to take what your best decks are against their lineup is and weigh them more, but still have like some randomization going on.
Okay, that's all very technical. I usually just pick. My strategy for at least when I made the skirmish format, it was like, oh, it's 6 decks. People just probably gonna pick the best deck going forward, right? But you guys can do a little bit more of those mind games and like analysis and whatnot. But we are going to see Forsen's Rogue, which contains Zero and Yoxaron. That's a very spicy deck against the more generic deck that works from Zalae, right? It's just the dragon pirate, warrior thing.
Okay, that's a really good hand from Zalae, I guess. Then that looks. I mean, it's a pirate deck. I don't know about this dragon thing you were talking about because I saw Bloodsail Raider before the mulligan, and I saw Bloodsail. I think it's pirate.
Okay.
Dragon.
Yeah, there are a lot of players bringing the pirate list with the South Sea captains in it.
And that again is the hard counter Rogue, but Rogue has again the coin Van Cleef prep, so we
god,
repeat of the first game because this is like one of the only ways that Rogue wins, but he has it all.
Yeah, I mean against such a fast and also a deck with so much board development. It's really one of the only ways you can win. You can't really fight the early aggressiveness. Rogues usually are a counter to the control decks because they don't do anything in the first early turns, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, this is the new Naga Corsair deck list. I think I saw some people play this list against me. I think Ostkaka played this in round 1 against me. I don't really know what the difference are. If I had to guess, it was like you probably cut some amount of like Mortal Strike / Heroic Strike in favor of more minions like Naga Corsair. But
yeah, or board centric and play to win the board instead of play to give up the board and go face in the late game. It has its advantages and disadvantages. I think it's more of a meta call, right?
Yeah, it's like definitely worse than a top deck scenario, but it's like it's more explosive in the damage you can do, like based on board. Like it's more of a board control. You're probably trading more with this deck than the pure face pirate. But the upside of pirates is once you do get board control, pirates push damage insanely fast. I used to play a pirate rogue with the same concept. Even if you don't have a lot of burn, once you do get that board control, you can kill someone in 1 or 2 turns just because the pirates are generally like very high attack, low health minions, 5/4s, 6/3s, so they can push damage extremely quickly once you have board control. Okay, good pickup. Wow, backstab.
But I mean, Forsen is still lacking 1 spell to make the preparation like really good. I think Coin Pillager here is perfectly fine. Just once again, save up for that one more turn so that maybe the Van Cleef can come down.
Yeah, I mean, there's no prep target for this turn, and there's no mana to spend your coin on, right? So you can blow everything, get an 8/8 here. I guess you'd use your backstab as well, or you could just save your Van Cleef probably for as soon as possible, maybe one more spell.
Well, Grammy Gadgeteer is going to be effectively a 6/5 the first time you play it, and that is the best buff, right? You put it on the board.
Definitely the best. Wow. Getting that charge value, extra charge value. How much damage is Zalae off now? He has Heroic Strike for 4 and Corcoran for 6. That's 10 damage from hand. That's like pretty much undefendable, right? So he needs to do like 13 more board damage somehow.
Oh, it's actually defendable because Forsen has the sparring partner. So there are randomly a taunt there.
Yeah, the Van Cleef, like big Van Cleef, and taunting that up actually is really cool. You can cash in the coin here and use the sap. This is the Van Cleef turn. I'm pretty sure this is the Van Cleef turn, right? You get the coin here, you double coin, or you use 1 coin, backstab, prep sap, Van Cleef, Hero Power at the end or something.
You make it 8/8. Yeah, I mean...
Is that even an 8? That's more 1...
8.
That's 10/10.
No, you don't... Oh, you want to prep the sap as well?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to not kill the pillager.
No, you still have the pillager, right? And then you can go coin, backstab, prep stab, Van Cleef, and that's 10-10.
Okay.
And you can even spend your last 2 mana on the sparring partner, or you can play sparring partner before. I guess you would play.
Yeah, you can play sparring partner. Yeah, you should play sparring partner before.
Oh, he needs to play quickly. He's gonna rope out his Van Cleef.
Oh god, is Forsen gonna
no.
rope? That's a very that rope is not burning out.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
I think he got it in time.
Okay.
Alright, so instead he doesn't sacrifice the Tomb Pillager, right? And makes it 8-8 instead. This is better. This is better.
Okay, this is better. It's a little
Yeah.
bit. Yeah, it's probably more reasonable. He gets a 5-3 up and an 8-8. So
Yeah, a 5-3 is better than +2/+2. That's for sure.
yeah. Well, you could play your sparring partner first, and you could get a 12 Van Cleef.
Yeah, and
that
yeah,
taunt.
you don't need to do that much. But what comes around goes around, really. The Zalae is
Mhm.
now the one down the big place, and it just seems like it's also kind of lights out.
Yeah, his hands. It's not slow, but it's not fast enough to rush down this kind of this kind of board, right? Forsen has 13 power on board, so you're dying in 3 turns, probably even 2 turns if they play another minion. And Zalae doesn't even have enough like damage to kill Forsen really right now. You know, he's just playing minions by himself some time.
And there's also no weapons as well to contest the board, so you're basically giving up the board, and you're also not winning the race.
Yeah, Forsen could have maybe even just double face, because Zalae's never threatened lethal, and with the Azure Drake play there, I feel like Zalae has to trade in his Grimy anyways, because Forsen's threatening lethal with the... I think he has... So he would have 17 damage if he didn't trade. Oh, if you would... No, yeah. So if you hit face,
5 damage.
Zalae would have been at 15, and Forsen
Yeah.
had 17 damage on board, which would have forced Zalae to make the trade himself anyways, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's a little bit of misdamage, but
Mhm.
you know, maybe it plays around, double heroic strike into charge minions or something like that. I mean, if you're so far ahead, you could.
Okay, yeah.
But setting up lethal is also pretty good. I guess the wolf lines do make sense in this.
Yeah. If they had somehow like Alex draws a champion that was buffed twice, even though they're a pirate deck, that would be 7 damage and then 2 heroic strikes,
yeah.
8, 15. Would that be enough? I don't know. I don't think so. I still don't think it was enough, but...
Okay. Well, Zalae does. I like this choice by Zalae. You have to go face. You're not winning on board anymore.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, is that it? Well, the taunt is definitely a little insane.
Mhm. It's not it, but it's GG with the taunt giver.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah.
Both rogues taking this series is actually pretty crazy. Not really what I expected at all. It's usually like the hard counter.
Yeah. Edwin just makes some matchups really, really good.
Yeah.
Oh, no emote from Forsen. That's a pretty very uncharacteristic, but it's gonna be 1 apiece. Both rogues are gone, so we're not gonna see any more Edwin shenanigans. We're gonna be left with some mages, which is pretty cool, and some Reno locks as well.
Yeah, just looking at these guys' deck lists, or not deck lists, but lineups. They both brought Mage. That's cool. I saw Zalae's game with Mage against Eloise. He's running an Ink Master Pyroblast list. It's something I try out for a bit. I don't think I like it more than the pure grindy lists. With like Max Soulcaster and just like not so burst heavy with the Pyroblast. But yeah, at least they both brought Mage. I think it's a big mistake not to bring Mage right now. It's one of the best decks. Before something about Priest, I think I like Zalae's lineup more just because he has, I think, Druid instead of Priest, and Kun Druid's one of the best decks I think right now as well.
Sure. I mean, Eloise was just saying in the last series that Priest is not really good against that lineup right now, right? Like, it's not really good against Rogue. It's not good against the Reno decks. Sometimes face aggro decks just beat them as well. It's just not fast enough. But Zalae is going to choose the Druid, while Forsen is going to try his luck with the Reno lock. And yeah, Zalae's version is the Kun Druid.
Yeah, we're not playing we're not seeing a lot of mirrors. Sometimes that's where we see like a lot of mirrors because people are kind of on the same track, like always picking the best decks and against like the remaining. And a lot of times, like because people are bringing the exact same classes, it just works out where everyone puts like the same first deck, the same second deck, it's just like all mirrors. But these people are definitely mixing it up. Maybe they have different lineups as well, so it doesn't really line up like that. But yeah, it's like it's another. I mean, both times so far, the rogue has beat the aggro deck, so the underdog has won so far every game. But this is again pretty druid favored this time.
Yeah, sure. I don't think rogue is ever not a favorite, but you always just cheat something out. But like you said, yeah, sometimes rogue just draws itself out too, so that kind of cancels the Edwin out, if you may. Zalae has a very good start. We're looking at what coin Azure into more card draw, and then Auctioneer can even draw more cards. Forsen, on the other hand, does not have a threat yet. You really want Twilight Drake or Mountain Giant to basically put a clock on this druid, so they can't just do whatever they want.
Yeah, exactly. Zalae has like one of the best hands, right? It's like, okay, so it does go for the coin Drake here. He probably is going to save the Nurse for card draw at this point. Something that you can think about if you have like such a good hand for card draw is maybe using the Nurse for mana, because you have Azure Drake and the Gadgetzan for more mana stuff, but does decide to go for the more standard line of using the Nurse for cards here.
Right.
In this matchup, the Warlock is the person that's playing the aggressor, right? And so the way that Warlock wins is snowballing one of their 4-drops or Kazakus. Like some of those potions can snowball the board pretty hard as well. So even though Forsen doesn't have Mountain Giant or Twilight Drake, he does have this Kazakus, which could allow him to pressure. But yeah, other than that, it's like seems like he's not on the right pace to pressure Zalae enough. Just because Zalae had the wall growth, he had he had Nourish and Azure Drake on turn 5 both, with the coin. So Zalae's just in excellent shape this game to be able to draw his whole deck and combo Forsen out before Forsen can kill him.
Forsen kind of realizes that and chooses a 10 mana potion. He feels like he needs like the value more than the mid game. It's just that, like you said, there's these minions do not pressure Druid that fast, right? They're a 3/1 and a 3/3. So Forsen got the Mass Polymorph and also the Mass Resurrect. So
this is really weird because as Reno Mage, you can take this kind of potion like AoE Polymorph and maybe get 10 armor, and then after they Kun combo you can play the potion, and then you have your Ice Block, and maybe if you get the 10 armor, you can go to like 11 life or something. I hope you don't die, but I don't see why you would ever take a 10-man potion here, because you're gonna get OTK'd, right? Maybe you know something about Zalae's list that Zalae's is not so OTK heavy. But even then, I think this is really iffy to take a 10-mana potion here, because it's not like it basically offers 0 pressure. In fact, if you look at the potion Forsen took, he got AoE Sheep, right? So he's not using the potion as a polymorph. He's using it as like a post combo card to stop the board, which you already have Twisting Nether in this matchup, so they're very hesitant to combo you out without OTK already.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe not the best choices for Forsen there. Just not a lot of good potions to choose from. This also looks pretty bad. I mean, I guess you take Stone Touch Board for the burst damage, right? Burst damage. Okay, maybe not.
That would be an okay PO target too, but the Imp offers more board control. I guess you just play it here and hopefully it starts buffing your Giant or whatever other minion. Maybe he does get the Giant, but there's a Mulch. Yeah, I wonder if Zalae runs Alex. That's a big key point, because if you run Alex, which I don't think he has because I see the Moonfires and the Druid Claws, but if you do run Alex, you can go Alex draws a Malygos and 2 spells after Aviana Kun, like a Swipe and Wrath is...
Sure.
Or not
That's
Swipe,
like a true OTK, right? But I think
like
with
Wrath
Aviana and Kun, and if you get like a Garrison Auctioneer or something, that's also an OTK. I don't think you need to push that 15 damage necessarily. I think it's just that when you play Kun and Aviana Kun, and then anything to back it up that has card draw, like even a Nourish behind it or something, you just basically win.
And that's another reason why people do run Druid of the Claw on this list, because you can charge Druid of the Claw for 4 damage for 1 mana after the Kun combo as well. So it does offer some burst there. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure Zalae can figure out a way to OTK Forsen, because Warlock is life tapping throughout the game and you get chip damage in, so it's like you don't really even need to Alex him. As you see right now, Forsen's already at 21, so the Alex wouldn't even be that good. Yeah.
Man, if Forsen picked the 5 mana potion and did like polymorph a random minion, right? Because it would be the same. Polymorph a random minion and resummon 2 creatures that died, like a mountain giant. That would have been so much better, but a little punished here for picking 10.
Yeah, somehow he got an Ultimate. That's a pretty good card, I think. Got from the mulch, right?
Yeah, but is it really that good?
I don't know. I guess it's not that good right now, but I certainly see it being pretty good in this matchup, like against the Ancient Wars that try to buy. You know, a lot of times Drew plays Ancient Wars, try to buy time to combo off, right? That's like
yeah, sure, but I think it's just too slow. Forsen has no pressure. He's just bleeding out too fast.
Forsen's problem is he just doesn't have any like proactive cards right now. His whole hand is situational spells, and his proactive minions like. You know, what is it, like Reno, Brand, Sun Fury? I mean, most of the deck is like that, but he would like to see actually like just stronger stuff like Emperor and Sylvanas or something. Maybe the Twilight Drake.
Well, that's also
is this
a
an
lot
auctioneer
of.
turn?
Is it an auctioneer turn? Auctioneer and then innovate a swipe, and then. No, I mean auctioneer and
you would innervate the slide. I think you'd go Gadgetzan, innervate, and you'd try to at least maybe Feral Rage and save the swipe.
Feral Rage is pretty good, yeah. Swipe is more damage with the Malagos, that's for sure.
But I mean, ultimately you don't need like every spell, right? It's more important for it to cycle into the combo than to save a bunch of swipes and Moonfires and Living Roots right now. You know, significantly, because you don't need that much to kill someone with Malagos.
I mean, 3 spells with Malagos is effectively plus 15 damage, right? That's pretty much enough.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's kind of late for him to start now. With the
I mean, yeah. You can also do the Drew of the Claw and Feral Rage. I mean, that's a perfectly fine turn, honestly.
He's gonna wait one more turn.
Yeah, I think
or maybe a couple more turns. If you pick up like something like an Ancient War here, and you can just like stall out another turn, what you can do is hopefully get like a wall growth with the Gadgetzan on 10. That'd be a crazy line.
Okay. Well, Forsen does have Reno available because wow, this early pressure from Zalae, which is very uncommon for this matchup, right? Usually it's the Warlock putting in minions, like Twilight Drake trading off your stuff, and Druids, you know, trying to climb back with the combo.
Yeah, actually we didn't even pick up on this, but I think Zalae was very close to late the last turn, because he ended up trading for Brand and getting Forsen to 11, right? So he could have went base, got Forsen to 7, and he had like Innervate, Swipe, Living Roots, Moonfire. I mean, I guess he did have mana to play all of that with Drew the Claw, but I think Zalae might have been like one off lethal last turn, like very, very close.
Okay. And this turn is not looking exactly spectacular. I mean, you really want to save the Wild Growth.
Oh, this is awkward, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
You pick up Ancient War, you could play it and then play Gadgetzan Wild Growth next turn. Right now, the problem is you have no plays, but you really want to save the Wild Growth Gadgetzan for next turn. In my opinion, you just go for it. I just think you just go Gadgetzan.
You just go for Gadgetzan now? Oh.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, because
really? I think you.
This is the quickest way to lose is doing nothing here. I guess another thing you can do is swipe here and then hero power and save like something like that maybe.
Yeah, I mean, do you also use the Living Roots to kill the Reno after you swipe? Because you're swiping the Reno, and then if you don't use Living Roots, you have to bump the Drew of the Claw, and that does not seem good. I like this.
That makes sense. So you're using some spells, but you're going to save the Wall Growth for turn 10 for Gadgetzan. Yeah, I actually like this. I was just
turn into a near right? With the triple card draw.
Yeah.
Kind of have to do that.
And
you also push
go face. Yeah, I like that a lot because after Reno, every damage matters significantly even more, especially since he's not running Alexstrasza, so he needs to chip Forsen down as much as possible.
Forsen finally took control of the board, and it's also
the control is a Doomsayer.
Yeah, I mean it's good.
Still go for it.
There is a good one. Yeah, you have to go for it. You have to.
I mean the Gadgetzan, right? You don't care about the Gadgetzan.
Yeah, of course, Gadgetzan, of course.
You just want to draw cards.
Yeah.
Okay, I like just going for it here. That's a good draw because you can just cycle the Wrath on the Doomsayer too.
Whoa, really? Okay.
Definitely
really
don't need the Innervate for the combo.
Right.
I expect a full cycle here, double cycle Wrath, and let your Gadgetzan die.
Okay. I mean, that will make it such that Zalae will end up with what, 9 cards?
I don't know. Very close to 10.
Yeah. Well,
So he has 9 right now.
and
so
then he
has
draws
9
his
lanes
cards.
to 10. So that's perfect, right? If you just
Yeah,
stop
that's
there.
perfect.
So he has it all. He has Aviana, Kun, Mali right now.
Yeah.
He's thinking if he wants to cycle this around. I think I would. You still want more damage, right? So you're still looking for your Raven Idols, Living Roots, Moonfires, and Swipes for the damage. Raven Idol I'm counting as damage too, just because you can discover a spell.
Well, actually, Raven Idol might not even be in the deck.
Oh.
Because you're running Mulch instead now. Like, yeah, it's different. Because this deck also runs Doomsayer. You have to, something has to give.
Okay. Yeah. Anyways,
well,
how much damage does he have? He only has 1 Moonfire right now.
2
Zalae?
Moonfires.
Two
There's one
Moonfires?
that's kind of like hidden in
Oh,
the white
okay.
thing, you know. When you draw with Wild Growth, sometimes you know that happens.
This is why you need Alexstrasza, I think, instead of Moonfires. It just does more damage. But
Okay.
if you had Alexstrasza, I think he would be threatening lethal because Alexstrasza 15, 6 spell damage to the Blood Mage, so you have 14 with the double Moonfire and then
With
Hero.
other hero power, yeah.
Yeah.
But Forsen here, on the other hand, could actually use the 10 mana potion just get back 3 minions, right? I mean,
What
wow.
is it? Polymorph and AoE 3 minions?
Yeah, polymorph in 3 minutes, but like, yeah, Forsen's game plan is to, like you said, polymorph after the combo comes down. But the
It's
problem
weird.
is that, yeah,
Already.
when the combo is down, you're dead. You don't have time to polymorph.
Yeah, so like let's just assume they combo you down to 3 and they don't finish you off somehow. Then you AoE sheep. Then they still have like 5 sheeps.
That threaten lethal. So, oh wow, that's a good turn. That's a good turn, Forsen.
Oh man.
Tap
Oh
to
man.
nothing.
He didn't play Old Man. I think Forsen
Yeah.
has some conceptual problems in this matchup right now. You know, like
Yeah.
especially with the Twisted Nether in his hand, which is a better board clear against the Kun combo.
Right.
Right, because they don't have the sheep left over. I definitely think you should have played the 10 mana, because if that potion is what you said it is, where it polymorphs everything and gives 3 minions back, he should. I mean, sometimes he gets Doomsayer back, but that's a risk you have to take, I think.
Yeah, you can get a giant back too, right? Yeah. This is just so passive.
And I think even going for this line, you still have to play your Old Man, I think, and just.
Yeah. I would agree with that. You just have to develop something. But now Zalae does not quite have lethal yet.
No.
So I guess this is a turn to just establish your minions. I would go Ancient of War and Thanos, for example.
Yeah. If he has more damage, he should be cycling more. Thanos is offering some damage from the combo, but not that much. I think it's more important to get your last swipe and your last Living Roots. As long as Zalae does have enough damage, this line from Forsen is not going to work. It only works if Zalae somehow burned all his spells like before this.
Well, at least Forsen gets value from the well, that's not really what you want to see. But okay, so over in Zalae's side, he can actually pull the trigger now, right? He can actually do the full Aviana Kun into Fandro into draw 3, and then he would literally need any spell, right? You can go for
That
it.
seems iffy to me. From my experience playing this list, that's because Nourish actually still costs 5 mana. Okay, I guess
but
it
it gives
costs a little bit less with the Fandral, but then you have to play Fandral too. You're actually a low chance though TK like that, I think, because you have to get the exact cards from Nourish, and you have to count if you even have enough mana to do that, which is actually maybe kind of iffy.
Alright, so we can play safe. We're gonna do it next turn. There's only 3 cards left in Zalae's deck, honestly, actually.
Yeah. Okay, so if there's only 3, he could have gotten his last swipe and roots and stuff.
Huh.
But okay, so let's cut the mana. Oh
What's
wow!
happening? Oh no, Forsen!
What do you burn?
That is. Oh no, Forsen, come on. Yeah.
What did he burn? I didn't see it.
He burned an in-game boss. Doesn't really matter,
Okay,
but
it's definitely demoralized.
he's still
You would have liked to have that in-game boss right now to play.
I mean, if you're gonna be consistent with your line, then you do not play that Udawon, right? You just don't play it. Alright, so this is lethal, right?
My winged children fill the sky.
With the Azure Drake,
With the wait, actually, is one.
let's see, you gotta go for it now. He doesn't have lethal right now, but I'm assuming he's gonna either nourish or Drake and try to draw the remaining of his deck. And with the Innervate, I think he would have enough mana anyways. So I think he would go Fandral, nourish here, and go try to draw that last card. I hope.
Oh, yeah,
it's just a swipe, right?
This is not
lethal yet.
This is not enough damage.
No, it's not. Is he holding back? Is he trying to? Is Zalae's last card not damage?
Like, what is it? No, so Raven Idol's Ore Cut, right? Like I said, something has to give for the Molches.
I think it's swipe. Or
It's not.
Ritz.
Swipe was both used.
Oh, Feral.
Okay, Feral Race. Counted it perfectly.
Yeah. He could have saved 1 mana by playing Fandral first. Because you get 2 back.
Yeah, exactly.
But it doesn't matter.
That's an unfortunate game for Forsen. he actually got value out of the 10 mana potion, right? Usually that doesn't happen in this matchup. But
Yeah.
got to.
Oh well, it's a bad matchup, but it certainly was navigated kind of weird.
Hey, Forsen's still not out yet, so for the Forsen fans out there, he just needs to win 2 in a row. He needs to just, reinforce his good playing skills and just forget about that last game and just focus on these 2. Meanwhile, Zalae is looking to just do 1 more win, and they both have the Reno Mage up, or I think that's a Reno Mage. I'm not really sure if Forsen is playing Freeze Mage or not. He does like his Freeze Mage quite a bit. It's a very technical deck. He does technical decks like Miracle Rogue and Freeze Mage and stuff like that.
Forsen's last top tier deck is Warrior.
Okay.
Maybe. He might want to play that one before he gets eliminated, or you could go Mage. I think those are better than is better than Priest. But if it's like if you're just queue up Warrior, you could get Mind Games. Like it's kind of like more like likely, I guess, you pick Warrior, so it's easy to get countered by a Reno Lock here or Reno Mage. So there's 2 Reno decks. Those are both good against Warriors, actually.
I think
and
Zalae
Shaman actually 3 decks good against Warriors.
Yeah, I think Zalae will kill the Reno Lock.
Oh wow, he did play Warrior.
I think Zalae will kill the Reno Lock for sure because it's just so good against all of Forsen's lineup, and this is gonna be a tough one for Forsen because we know that as soon as like an AOE comes down from Kazaka's potion or anything, the Warrior is just done, right?
Yeah, Zalae's a really good hand. Those are 2 of the cards you mulligan for out of maybe 7 or 8 in this matchup. It's like Reno, Kazakis, Ooze, Demon Wrath, Doomsayer, some of the top keeps in your opening hand. So he has 2 of the top keeps. Actually, I was just about to talk about this. I was about to say I actually don't like playing Mistress and Mixtures in turn 1. That's why I don't even like the card anymore. But Mistress and Mixtures I think is better as a heal for 4 than as turn 1 board control play because it just doesn't offer any board control against pirates because they're really good at like when Azaz first hand patches kills and it hardly slows them down. It just takes that damage from the Azaz, the weapon. So.
Yeah, I mean, if you use it as a late game card, you can also do something like Mistress, Power Overwhelming, and Shadow Flame for a 6 mana combo, right? It's pretty relevant in these mid-range matchups.
Yeah. Doomsayer does go off. If that was a Buccaneer, maybe it would not be going off.
Yeah, because of the Alpha's champion, right? So it was just a little bit off for Forsen, couldn't kill it. So now Zalae's looking like he's in a very sweet spot.
Yeah, Zalae could actually, let's see, so Zalae's going to turn 3, right? He's debating between life tapping here and playing Mistress or playing Earthen Ring, so it's basically because he doesn't have a 4-drop either, so he has a high incentive to life tap here to have 2 draws for Kazakis and Twilight Drake and, Refresh and Render and stuff. But Earthen Ring's stronger, so looking at turn 3, potentially stuff like 2 4s. Right, and
2 3 chargers. Oh, 3 chargers.
So I guess the Farseer isn't that good anyways, since it can't contest Frothing. And Forsen also has a coin, so he could go coin Drake here a lot, which Earthen Ring contributes nothing over the Mistress either. So I definitely like the tap move here with no 4-drop.
Yeah, the argument with 4/4 is pretty strong there. Well, not a lot of spells for Zalae.
Yeah. Not a lot of good plays here. I'm gonna close my door real quick here.
I think that would be a good idea, StrifeCro.
So many
Alright.
possibilities.
Oh, yeah, once again, just tapping.
Okay, I am back.
Yeah, there you go. You are back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah, good idea, good idea. But yeah, Zalae does tap into more options. Just establishes the Ooze as a 3/2. Ooze is not really that value a card against the Dragon Warrior. There's not a lot of targets for it anyways.
Had to do something there, not the best news, like you said, but Zalae is a interesting hand because on the one hand he has like a lot of good cards like Reno and the Oozes and stuff in his hand and the Doom Seraphim, but on the other hand he has no proactive plays. It's all these like weird scrappy minions. So
this turn kind of sucks too, right? I mean, you just Shadow Bolt the Frothing and that's it. I mean, you do have Reno, which is good. It kind of lets you tap here and not be too worried.
Yeah, one way you can actually beat Reno is with the Frothing that goes uncontested, right? And that's a way where you can actually beat Reno, but there is an answer for Frothing. Right now, Forsen does have quite a big tempo lead here because even if Zalae kills the Frothing, Forsen's still going to his turn with 6 damage on board, so that's still quite a bit to snowball. I kind of expect to see like a tap and Shadow Bolt here from Zalae because he's never dying through the life tap, and he's probably gonna have the Reno next turn. So that's like a play that just sets up for Reno next turn. Demon Wrath, exactly. I think it's not playable here, right? You just die to the Frothing.
Yeah. Wow, but this one Forsen's gonna be really good later too.
Yeah.
Oh. Just establish your minions as Forsen. Do you want to play a 6-man 9/9 here? I mean, if your opponent Siphon Souls it, he can't play Reno, he can't AoE your board. The 6-man 9/9 here is looking pretty good.
Yeah, if you put your opponent on playing Reno here often, you want to put the most amount of damage here so you can get that swing next turn, right? And 6-man 9/9 is the most damage. It's slightly more damage than Twilight Guardian Buccaneer. It's 3 more damage. We get to burn your coin and open yourself up more for Siphon. I think this is fine because if you get Siphon, you're still pushing in 6 damage.
Right.
So, yeah, really good play because now Zalae's still gonna have to Reno here, and now Forsen has 15 damage on board, not including the weapon because that's probably not swinging. But so after the Reno, again, you go to 15 and you have no more Reno after that. So this is looking pretty good for Forsen because Zalae also is not on a Twisting Nether here either, or not on a PO Shadow Flame. So actually, it seems really hard for Zalae to even clear out this board like ever.
Right. I mean, outside of like in Forsen's mind, he doesn't know about the AoE, right? So he's gonna actually hedge a bit, clear off this Reno, so he can play around Shadow Flame and those cards just clear it out. Yeah.
2 Buccaneers. I guess Buccaneers aren't gonna be so good here against Demon Wrath, but they still offer a lot of damage here too. And it's gonna be holding that last charge in the Zoss first to me.
I think Forsen would like to see a Demon Wrath here. It means that both the big creatures stay alive, right? So I think he doesn't mind about that. Any Shadow Flame plays from Zalae here? Not really.
On turn 9, you can Faceless Shadow Flame to clear their board. But that's still 2 turns away, and it doesn't look like it's making it to turn 9. I feel like the only way to surprise here is Demon Wrath and Earthen Ring. You can't Abyssal Enforcer because you're dead to the...
Yes, you're dead. You can't
I believe, yeah, you're dead on board. Or you can tap for something. What is there a tap for? Tap 5 mana? This doesn't seem like there's anything that could clear this for 5 mana. You could tap into Blast Crystal Potion, but is that even saving yourself more damage than the Demon Wrath?
No. It's not, because you already used Reno. You can't actually, heal past the chip damage that's coming in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Demon Wrath and Earthen Ring Farseer is the best way to contest, and hopefully draw like a Taunter next turn or something, but it's looking pretty difficult.
Brand MC Tech or something, yeah.
Oh, Brand MC Tech would be a very... Oh, you can't actually play it too.
You can't play with the left.
Oh, okay, so I guess it has to be Demon Wrath and Farseer.
Looks like it's not Demon Wrath. Oh, Shadow Flaming it, wow. What does this do over Demon Wrath?
It saves the Demon Wrath because it's cheaper, so you could actually combine it with something else later. That's really the only reason for that move.
I mean, he can actually Shadow Flame clear the board and turn 9 with Faceless, or if he gets like TO or something.
But like you said, I don't think Zalae is getting turn 9 in this board.
That's true. What if he gets a PO? Then he can PO Shadow Flame, like his Dirty Rat or some small minion. I don't know actually.
Yeah, that's true. If he gets PO with Dirty Rat, that's pretty sick. But that still wouldn't clear the Dragon.
There's also another thing that's really big difference is you lose your 3/3, whereas if you Demon Wrath, you still have the Earthen Ring on board, which contests. Like say you hit a 3/3 here. Forsen would either had a trade off for it, or he could contest like the 3/3 could have traded in for the Abyssal, the 9/6, and but it would be a 9/7, so he wouldn't be able to set up for Abyssal. But yeah, I don't know. It seems maybe it was just the mana consideration. I'm gonna need this last ditch taunt effort.
Well, it is gonna save Zalae from dying.
Yeah, it's not dead on board.
No. Forsen needs a card here, and that would do it, right? Yeah, that's a card.
That's gonna do it.
Alright, well, Forsen's still in it, see? He got it back in the groove. He's gonna win the fourth match, and we're gonna go into the final deciders.
Yeah.
It's gonna determine who actually moves on. And we have, a mage and a priest versus the mage and a shaman.
Okay, so the last two, it's kind of more easy to look at. We know Zalae's mage is Reno. Let's see. Priest is actually pretty interesting here from Forsen because if Reno mage actually has weakness, it might be priest, even though it's not a common class. That's why it's so good in the meta right now. But one of its weaknesses is priest. Compared to Reno Lock, it's much weaker against priest because mage, like priest minions, just get so much health. If you're playing Dragon Priest, you can buff them with Talon Priest and Powered Shield. Oftentimes they just get way out of Flame Strike range, whereas Twisting Nether and like stuff like Sylvanas Shadow Flame could clear any board, whereas Mage actually has a hard time ever clearing the Priest board. Priest is also pretty good in Shaman, like that's one reason why you bring Priest to beat Shaman as well.
Right.
So
okay. So we expect Forsen to be running Priest, and Zalae could run either of those classes to try and beat Forsen's Priest here. Like you said, that one way for Reno Lock to beat Reno Mage is that they discover a Kazakus potion that revives everything and gives them +6 health or something, right? And then the mage just has no way to deal with them outside of, say, Frost Nova Doomsayer or something like that. Very specific, though, right?
Yeah, exactly. Knowing Forsen, his mage might actually be a freeze mage, which would be good against the shaman, but it's generally not good against the other mage.
Oh, okay. Well, it looks like it is some sort of not freeze mage, unless your Babbling Book is a tech in the freeze mage list, which I don't think so. No. I think it's gonna be a Reno list, and over Zalae side, it's gonna be a pretty aggressive shaman list with the lava burst that we see.
I like Zalae's call not to play his mage because it wasn't good against priest that much, and then I think his mage is really weak in later. The power blast kind of Ink Master stuff is not really what you want because I feel like Reno Mage Mirror is all about value, whereas like say you're playing Reno Mage against Reno Warlock, that's a tempo matchup, more so than a value matchup. You're just less likely because Mage, like the difference between Mage and Warlock for Reno classes is that Mage has better single target removal and Warlock has much better AoE, and if you're playing a tempo matchup, like in these kind of like low threat density decks, right? Because Reno Mage is a low threat density deck, right. It's very unlikely for you to pressure another Reno Mage hard enough because you don't have enough threat density. And Reno Mage's strength is good single target removal, but you can still pressure Reno Warlock because their strength is good AoE. So you have the advantage there because you can individually remove their minions and just push like even like one Conjure I've seen win the game or just one random minion, right? Like they don't want to AoE one minion, so. Yeah, that's why I don't like Ink Master and plus Power Blast in the mirror. It's just you're never gonna win on tempo in Reno Mage Mirror.
Okay. So in this matchup instead, Zalae just needs to be the aggressor and just needs to end the game super fast, right? Before bad stuff starts happening.
Yeah, there's 2 fireballs. Oh, that's from the book. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, fireball's not good enough a card to run double of in a Reno list.
Yeah.
Well, that's a rock fighter weapon for Zalae. Super aggressive. That's a good hand, and I mean, Doomhammer does give Reno Mages a big problem, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely assuming there's Doomhammer in Zalae's list if he's running Rock Fighter.
Well, that's a pretty good volcanic potion. Some interesting choices here. I mean, I would play the Flame Caller here to kind of set up the volcanic potion.
But it doesn't set up for the volcanic potion either, because when you play Flame Caller, you're likely going to get either probably traded in from the Tunnel Frog since it's 1 health, and then your potion still can't kill it with the ping, right? Because that takes 5 mana to ping.
It's
So
like
I don't mind this. Yeah.
I would prefer the ping instead of the ice block, honestly, because the ice block effectively does nothing on the board, right? You're actually establishing some things. I would have preferred to see
you're developing like the mana of ice block here, so you don't have to play it later. And pinging here still means that you need to ping again to Volcanic Potion. I think it's just too many pings in the first turns to set up for that kind of ping play.
Alright,
Wow,
using the fireball. I like that.
I think you played the wrong fireball though.
Oh.
You should play the one that is in your deck because the book spell could be anything, so they still have to play around any spell, right? When you keep the book spell, whereas if you just play the book spell, you know.
Sure. Honestly, you don't play around the book spell though ever, right?
No, I mean, but it changed. Yeah, no, for sure you do. There are situations where you
sure,
like,
sure. Just a little bit of a min-maxing thing, but yeah. Anyways, Zalae has so much. Every card in his hand is damaged. So Forsen might not even get to his late turns. It's just like a race once again, right? Where Forsen is trying to look for the board clear into Reno or something. I like the fact that he's holding the taunt for as late as possible, and just not dropping it. But this is a lot of pressure.
Yeah, kind of a weird hand from his leg because he has no option of really playing around Volcanic Potion. I'm surprised if he doesn't Hero Power first. That implies that he's not playing Hero Power. Oh, he's gonna play J-Claw's Overload even more. He's just gonna go all in on a line where he's gonna like get wiped by a Volcanic Potion, but it's not gonna play around it at all.
I mean, this also
that
says
makes sense.
the block is popped with the Rock Riders. Yeah. So I like that. I like that.
He doesn't even lose the Volcanic Potion here, right? You need Volcanic Potion and Reno to lose.
Well, I mean, Volcanic Potion does clear the board, but
then you just kill them, and then they have to have Reno.
Yeah,
still.
exactly. But so. No. I mean, Zalae still doesn't have lethal next turn.
I lie to your
right? Even if the block is popped, it's being popped at 3.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Wait, no, you can pop it at 1 because you can rock butter your.
Oh yeah, you can rock butter. The totem. Right. Okay. That's cute. That's cute. I like that. And now with Flowers as well, Zalae doesn't really mind if the bruiser comes down. It goes through taunt. So Forsen really has to draw a heal spell of some sort next turn.
Yeah, or Reno. Mostly Reno. That's the biggest one, right? Ice Block is gone, so what heal spells does Mage have? Like Barrier doesn't save him from Lava Burst. Mistress of Mixtures is not really run, but like you have to kill your own Mistress. Like Fireball, maybe.
Yeah.
And also, Refreshment Vendor does not save you from Lava Burst.
It's only Reno now, I think.
Yeah.
Or you can Cabal Courier into something. I run Cabal Courier in all my Reno deck.
Yeah.
Such a card. But there are no more secrets, and Forsen's card is Refreshment Vendor.
Oh no.
It's not gonna work, unfortunately. And yeah. Seems like Forsen's gonna cut a little bit short here. Is there any 3-drop that saves him?
I'm trying to think. I don't think so. There's no 3-drops that would stop a Lava Burst your face or heal you for more than 6 or 7 even. Yeah. From his perspective, he has to think that Refresher Vendor is the safest line. Or is the second-rate Bruiser safer? Because of Doomhammer or something? Or I mean, there's already a weapon that does too.
No.
You die to Lightning Bolt if you play.
You play on.
You die to Lightning Bolt anyways.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Sure.
I'm not ready.
Alright. So let's get a ticket. And unfortunately, Forsen's gonna drop out of the tournament. It was really close. He tried to fight back, and it was a hard fight. But Zalae is the one moving forward.
Yeah.
Zalae said he had a very good chance to take the whole thing, by the way.
Oh, okay. The confidence, I like it. Yeah.
Has to go through a lot, though. I mean, this loser's bracket is looking super long, but hey, winning against Forsen is kind of like the first step to do it. So congratulations to him. The Luminosity player advances. Forsen, we'll see more of him in 2017 with no doubt. So we're gonna jump right into the brackets and let's see what was happening. So Purple is actually the winner from Purple vs Chalk in the off-stream match. So congratulations to him, and we're gonna see more of Torque in later as well. So looking at the lineups, we have Zalae going against Sjow later in the off-stream match. Amnesiac and Ostkaka is also playing right now in the off-stream match, and the next stream match we have is going to be Eloise versus Hafu. So that's what we're gonna see later, and then after that, we're gonna jump right back on the left side and see. Well, basically, it's the match between Amnesiac, Ostkaka, Sjow, and Zalae. We're gonna see the deciders for that, and of course, StrifeCro is gonna be playing later today for the winners deciders, and then we're also gonna round the whole series. Just so you guys know, this is the final bracket. So the whole lineup is here, and whoever comes from the winners bracket actually gets a full series advantage, which means the losers facing against the winner has to win 2 whole series. And
I like that.
That's gonna be pretty. It's like the fighting game series, right? Like
Yeah. I was pretty
Fighters.
tilted last ATLC because of that. Like the
yeah, because of
winner
like
bracket
time
match.
constraints.
Mhm.
Yeah, you guys only lost 1 series and then you got 2nd place, which is
Yeah.
unfortunate. Anyways, thank you guys for watching Game Wars on my channel, and we're gonna be back. I think Admirable is going to be casting with me in the next match. Give Strife a little break and prepare for his next match. When we come back, it's going to be Eloise and Hafu, our 2 female players, are gonna battle it off. Stay tuned. Hey guys, welcome back to the final day of Game Wars, the tournament where we're using the skirmish format, 16 of the best Hearthstone players, and we have eliminated a couple of people, including Forsen. Unfortunately, he drops out, but we're going to be moving on to the second match of the losers bracket, Eloise versus Hafu. But before that, we have to welcome Admirable to the casting desk. How's it going?
Oh, it's going good, man. It's about just past noon here in California with a nice cool breeze and the sun is shining. It's a wonderful day outside, but that's not about to stop me from coming inside and talking about digital card games because I'm an adult.
Inside is always better for us, right? The outside is weird with sun and snow.
Yeah, it's really outside.
Yeah, it's not really applicable to us. But if you haven't caught some of the matches, for the viewers, we have some exciting skirmish format, and it's basically each player brings 6 decks, and they can only use one. You can only use each deck exactly once, win or lose. So it's a little bit different from Conquest and your last hero standing that we're used to be seeing. And if we can switch the graphic here, we can see Eloise and Hafu's lineup. They pretty much brought the same thing because they are practice partners. They actually, share deck lists, they share strategies, they skirmish against each other a lot. So, Admirable, what would be the mentality going against one of your practice partners?
Well, that's definitely something I feel like that makes it super interesting is when you have pretty much identical deck lists on both sides. You both have talked about different ways you're going to approach matchups, like what should I be queuing first, what should I be queuing second? And with that information, are we going to see them kind of stick to their guns on that, or are we going to see them try to go to the next level and trick the other one and get better matchups? That's one of the most interesting things to watch because there's not really a way to analyze it until you start to see it unfold. A lot of times, very high-level thought takes place in those circumstances.
Okay, it's like you're playing poker with your best buddy, right?
Yeah, it's exactly like that. Like when I'm playing against you and I see you do crazy things, and then against me you do very straightforward things and crush me.
It's like when you're playing against your friend or something like that. When you're like metagaming in the 5th level or something, there is no bad play because you can always say, "Oh, I was just metagaming" or something like that, right?
Yeah, well, there's always like a way to cover yourself from a public standpoint. There's definitely a lot of bad plays that go on, but sometimes those bad plays are literally so that you can make better plays down the road. I mean, that happens. And in poker, that's more relevant because you're seeing hands, turn after turn. In Hearthstone, you're seeing a few games in a row. So that mind game needs to be really planned when you're heading into it, because once you start down a road, you've got to continue. I just caught the match between Zalae and Forsen, where Forsen, clearly frustrated, life taps 10 cards in hand. And he's like, yeah, I'll go ahead and do nothing here. And I'm like, it's probably the right play once you go ahead and life tap with the old 10 in hand. But that's the kind of stuff that happens is when you're outside of your comfort zone and you're not playing a standard game, you have to deviate. And when you're deviating, that's when you start to enter unfamiliar territory. You can have those little slip ups and those brain farts where you just burn cards for no reason.
Okay. Speaking of which, how would you personally adapt to like the skirmish format and also the meta right now? I think one of the new decks right now would be the Reno Mage. People have been starting to make the right deck list for it. It took a while, actually. It took a whole month before they actually make a working list. And StrifeCro named it one of the top decks. Do you agree with that?
Right now, it looks like it's performing as such. Honestly, the Ronald Mage, as I've been seeing some players call it, it's kind of wacky. And honestly, that's the way that control decks have to operate. Is you're going to have to take some time to know what tools you need to bring to fight against what your opponents are doing. That's the nature of a control deck. If you bring the wrong tools, you're going to be doing the wrong job. And so since that deck has had time to develop and the metagame's a little bit more settled, I feel like it's got the tools to absolutely dismantle some of the builds that are out there. So I'm liking it right now, and I'm curious to see how much more adaptation comes in.
Okay, that's a good way to put it. We're going to jump into the game here. Eloise is going to be facing down the, one of the best turn 1 starts from Hafu ever is the Small Time Buccaneer. And Hafu's hand is looking pretty sick as well.
Yeah, both the opening hands are fairly strong. Eloise, it looked like she kept Spirit Claws in the opening hand, which is something I find a little bit interesting. I don't think it's necessarily too strong versus Pirates, but you definitely just want things to do. If you don't have anything to do, that's the easiest way to lose the game. And so the Totem here definitely going to try to play an armor-up style of effect for Eloise until she can get Thing from Below online. So it looks like her main goal is just simply control the board as long as possible. But with Hafu's hand, it's going to get out of hand, and it's going to get out of hand quick.
Yeah, exactly. You just have to keep up with the Dragon Warrior as much as possible. They just have, if they curve out, it's one of the most insane starts in all of Hearthstone, right? They just play, above the curve minions. They have Blackened Corruptor, which is like effectively a fire elemental earlier, and it's really hard to come back from that.
Ooh, this is curious.
Yeah, I mean, the Monkey here does protect the Buccaneer from dying, but it messes up your curve for next turn.
Yeah, I think what Hafu's looking at here is she's only weak to really like a couple of things in this spot, which is one of them is quite literally Blood Mage and Lightning Bolt. The other one that she's weak to is a multi-turn setup from Eloise. So if that setup requires her to play a minion and then maybe have that minion survive, that means that Fiery War Axe can come down and clean up some work here. But she ran into the nightmare situation where Hafu's got a ton of value. If she had chosen to play Fiery War Axe last turn and wipe out the Searing Totem, she would have pushed 3 damage and then had the Fierce Monkey for this turn. But this is the alternative to this. I feel like her play is a little bit stronger on board. But what did she give up by maybe having it done this way, where maybe she lost a couple points of damage?
Sure. I mean, it never feels good to use a War Axe on a 1/1 totem, right?
Right.
I feel like it's just beyond the scope of value for doing that.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what happened with that.
That's a really interesting thing to look at too, is the difference between the history of the two, where Hafu has largely been an arena player for her entire career, and Eloise has been working and constructed for the last couple of years. How much does the aspect of value affect the way that they're going to think about the game?
Yeah, because Hafu always tells me that her passion for Constructed really comes from Eloise staying over at her place quite a bit and just teaching her Constructed. So it's kind of like a student versus master right now in this series.
And none of the turns here looking very strong for Eloise. Twilight Guardian is just so strong.
Yeah.
This is like the card that this is the card that makes Dragon's deck possible. Like, if you didn't have this gigantic card on turn 4, I feel like this deck just wouldn't be a thing.
Yeah, have to agree. And Eloise can't deal with it, so she just has to pass and establish a 5/5.
Any merit to attacking here? Is there any merit?
If you feel like your spell power totem is going away, then yes. But looks like Eloise doesn't feel like that. It's going away. Whoa! Hafu can actually clear it off. There's a slam with the Alexstrasza champion.
Yeah, this is another interesting turn. I feel like the slam and the Alexstrasza champions are some of the weaker tools at this point. So getting those active, digging into your deck, and keeping the Twilight Guardian healthy so it can continue to fight as long as possible feels like a pretty good turn.
Well, your opponent can't deal with it last turn. Might as well just extend that lead with the 3/6 taunter. And Eloise is kind of stuck in the same situation again. The Thing from Below is a pretty good draw, though.
Yeah, anytime you can play a 5/5 taunt for 1 or 2 mana, it's pretty good. Hey, how about 0 mana?
And also clear off the drain because you have the weapon. That's perfect.
Not a bad turn. Well done, little Searing Totem.
And the Flame Tongue totems are actually better when you play 2 of them because they buff each other up. And this board is looking very scary.
Yeah, suddenly this is a pretty nightmare position. Hafu's trying to fight from behind at this point, and Dragon Warrior does not do a good job at fighting from behind.
Yeah. All right. I think that's a little bit of an ordering mistake there. Should have played the J clause first, so the total, so the 1/1 spawns near the flame tongue. But maybe Eloise wanted to draw a card, and maybe Lightning Bolt would have been better there, and not use the J clause.
It's also possible she's thinking about Curator being dropped on the following turn, and then having the Azure Drake to push straight over that instead of having to divide the damage.
Okay.
So I think there's some merits on both sides.
Sure.
Play.
I guess even if Curator comes down, you would want to think from below to attack there, right? Yeah, I think playing around the Lightning Bolt top deck was the reason there to Azure Drake first. But yeah, Hafu once again, Dragon Warrior decks don't really come back from behind.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's really tough. Your curve is meant to create that dominance and snowball the game really hard. And Shaman, they have strong plays every step of the way. So if you can offset it, good. But Eloise's turn 3 was really, I think, the key factor in this game, where she had the Blood Mage and Lightning Bolt, wiping out Fierce Monkey, wiping out Small Time Buccaneer. Just everything went Eloise's way right at the start.
Yep, and a handful of minions is not what you want
next
to
draw
see
better be Brawl.
here.
And that is not Brawl. Yeah, so
it's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, Bloodlust is a really interesting choice. Have you been seeing that a lot?
No, we actually haven't been seeing that a lot, and that is a very good card against a lot of Reno decks, right?
Yeah,
I think it's a good tech choice by Eloise to bring that.
Reno decks are some of the most popular decks. They're starting to take very strong form.
Yeah,
Bloodlust.
especially when people, yeah, Bloodlust is just a game over here.
Catch them off guard.
Very
Or sometimes,
nice.
just use it for 2 damage.
So, 3 damage.
Oh, 3 damage. That justifies the whole thing, yeah.
Alright, so the Master beats the student here in game 1, and Eloise's Shaman is done. Hafu cannot play her Dragon Warrior either. So we're gonna see this matchups. StrifeCro actually said that in the cast before, he predicted every single class from his opponents in the winner's bracket. Do you think he can do such a thing in the skirmish format?
It seems very tough to do. I think that in the skirmish format, it's a little bit more reasonable to predict, because there is really something to be said about queuing up Warrior, perhaps against someone where Warrior's strong, but maybe it's stronger versus one particular piece. Maybe it's weaker versus a class that happens to be strong versus the whole lineup there. I mean, the skirmish format to me is really interesting because of all the different changes that it goes from Conquest and from Last Hero Standing. With Conquest, it's about building the lineup. With Last Hero Standing, it's a lot about where you lead and where you ban. And in the skirmish format, it's about figuring out the timing of which that comes in there. Which, sure, I mean, eventually you run into someone who queues at random and there's no edge. But when both players are trying to predict, the one who's doing a better job is definitely getting an edge.
All right. Well, we're going to see a reversal of situations here. It's Eloise on the Warrior now against Hafu's Shaman. And
yeah, and something that's really interesting about last game is Eloise didn't have a strong opener, but she had a lot of strong responses. And Hafu here has a really strong opener, but not really any way to respond. And I'm curious which one of those is better. And there's a Doomhammer that's in hand, so I'm guessing there's no Bloodlust in Hafu's build.
yeah, pretty different lists from what I expected to be 2 of the same lists from these female players here, since they do collaborate together quite a bit. But here, I think it's a very easy coinfire war axe and just clear the board. If your opponent plays a Totem Golem next turn, you can just establish a Pirate, and the Pirate actually clears it off very cleanly.
Yeah, that is, of course, as long as you don't draw patches. There is that nightmare 24 to 1 draw of picking up patches.
We don't talk about that. That's a curse. We saw in C-Story how many patches does correlate with the number of losses you get.
It certainly seems that way. Yeah, pretty clean turn. God, I love patches. Everyone
Very
hates patches.
nice.
What do you think of patches?
Love patches.
He's just cool. Like, so when I did my set review, I said my favorite card was patches and my second favorite card was Small Time Buccaneer.
Oh god. So you're one of those players.
I mean, it's just cool. They're taking over.
All right. You're one of those players that maybe Blizzard likes, and you're the target audience. So.
That would make a lot of sense. I have bought a lot of gold legendaries.
All right, there you go. Hafu here is wondering what kind of trades she wants to make. Just probably kill off the small-time Buccaneer, right?
I would think so. It makes it a little bit harder to clear off Hafu's small-time Buccaneer, and I don't think she's going to have many opportunities to really use her life total as a resource. This is probably one of the better turns to do it. I think she's going over all the options, though, and seeing if Maelstrom Portal can maybe provide a small swing to the board. Like, say she initiates a race here, and Eloise accepts and doesn't clear back. She just goes face as well and develops the board. The problem is there's not really any minions in Eloise's deck that makes sense to do that with. Thinking Frothing Berserker and Fierce Monkey would both mean some sort of trade. So
And
Hafu
is also
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
And so Hafu's, I'm struggling to see a way that's really better than another way in any situation. It looks like she's going face though. This is probably the line I prefer, and hope that you can get enough damage in to have Doomhammer represent some endgame.
Okay. Frothing looks pretty good here for Eloise.
They all look good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, even like small time Buccaneer armor up looks okay. I mean, like that's like the worst of her reasonable plays, and it's not that bad.
But yeah, definitely want to develop minions in this matchup here. And Frothing, yeah, goes unchecked. It races really, really fast.
Yeah, this is a big problem. Hafu is going to need to either pick up something to kill this or roll a spell power totem.
Well, that is 100% clear.
Something, but you know, get the totem down. What's the totem worth right now? Everything's just going to go out of hand for Hafu. She drew the Doomhammer early on. Her opening was matched. Draw quality is going to have to be big, and that's also 5 damage she's taking.
Yeah. But it is 100% clear, so it's a little safer, I guess, in that regard. But now the problem is, do you just lose because you just ran out of stuff?
Well, there's not another dragon in Hafu's hand. I'm sorry, in Eloise's hand right now. So
Right.
the Twilight Guardian's not hitting, but this is more power.
This is even
More
worse.
damage, so it's pretty bad still. I don't see a route to victory. Oh.
Wow.
Ugh.
That's brutal. Does not want to see the weapon here, but what do? You can't win if you go race, so you have to trade.
You start thinking about game 3 in this spot.
Oh, that's how it works. Oh,
Excuse me.
that's
Well, where does the victory come from here? I mean, she would need to draw like ancestral knowledge into rock biters and a burn spell, and have Eloise not have a taunt, which is possible, but
that is possible. That is possible.
I wield the power.
it's got to happen now.
I like your line. I think that's a good line. Wait, no, actually, how was just dead next turn with the War Axe?
It's 11 damage with the War Axe, so she would need a way to
Taunt
stay
up.
alive and draw the damage, but that's not a way to do either of those.
Well, Maelstrom Portal might get a taunt here,
Oh, yeah, you're right. Could have gotten like Swordwalk or something.
but that's not it. And once again, a very quick match, and Eloise just gonna take game 2 just like that.
Yeah, so this was more of an example of just how strong this deck is when it doesn't go 100% matched. When it doesn't get matched and it gets on the ground running, it will end games very quickly. Hafu didn't have that situation. She got her board answered early on. Curious how much of that is who had the coin and whatnot in that matchup, because that wasn't a big factor either. Hafu had coin, and she didn't Fiery War Axe in turn 1, but she got her Tunnel Trog Fiery War Axed.
Yeah.
With Eloise, she was able to just get on board and start chipping away at stuff. Turn 1 Fiery War Axe, kill the Tunnel Trog.
Yeah,
Answer the
I mean,
Golem.
both your Trog and Totem Golem got answered, and that was the start that Eloise needed. And she also established minions behind that, right? So yeah, that was too much of a blowout for Hafu, and she's looking to hopefully get a reverse sweep. Once again, these lineups are totally the same because they basically queued reverse order. The Shaman went against the Warrior, and the Warrior against the Shaman. But it's definitely looked like Eloise is gonna take this series, or has a large percentage chance to do so.
Yeah, I mean, game 2, I don't think there's anything Hafu could have done. Game 1 is the one to look at, where was the Fiery War Axe and the Searing Totem, even though it's a tremendous overkill, would that have been better for the curve, and would that have played stronger to the board?
Right.
Is that particular spot, and that's a really interesting one to look at, because Eloise, she had very strong targets for Fiery War Axe versus the very weak targets. But is any target is that the time to play Fiery War Axe?
Mm-hmm.
That's something to think about. See, guys, it's easy. Just kill Tunnel Trog, you kill Totem Golem, and then you can beat Shaman.
Mm-hmm. Well, so Hafu is looking to do a 3-0 sweep now. Eloise is going to be playing the Reno Mage with the Cabal Courier tech. It's funny because we were in C-Story, and I was talking to Eloise a lot. And I was telling Eloise how good Cabal Courier is because you just win control matchups, right? With that one single card. You can discover the best thing. You get 3 times as likely to get a Kazakus because it's all the classes, right? So yeah, it did really good for me against my series of Reynad as well.
Yeah, Cabal Courier's it's a really interesting card. It reminds me a lot of the pre-nerfed Novice Engineer, where that card was in every single deck because it doesn't die to hero powers. It was just a 2-mana 1/2. And Cabal Courier is very much in line with that, where it does cost an extra mana, but it's also got an extra power, and it's discovering instead of drawing. So there's a lot of upside to that particular card, where I think it's one we're going to be seeing in the metagame for quite some time.
Yeah, especially when the meta is filled with control decks, right? One way to beat control decks is to have more value in your decks if you're playing control as well. So if you have that extra Ragnaros, or if you have that extra Medivh the Guardian, you're gonna win more than
or sometimes you just have an extra damage spell, and it's enough to maybe end a game before that. So Frostbolt here on the Small Time Buccaneer. Small Time Buccaneer is just so good. Like it forces removal spells in spots like this where now Hafu has the liberty to kind of decide where she wants to go with this game. And I'm looking at the SI7 agent. Playing Rogue with Amnesiac really opened my eyes to how important it is to just get damage out of your cards. Okay. And almost every single time we played, he was just like, coin SI7 agent. Like, wow, that's so weird.
Okay, in the face that is.
Yeah, he would just get it face and go, well, I have to kill it. I'm like, yeah, you're kind of right. I mean, I don't want to just tank damage versus Rogue. That's scary. They got like Cold Bloods and Conceals and all sorts of crazy stuff.
All right, that's interesting. But the SI is actually going to work well here. It does clear off the Courier instead of just going face. So it's a little bit better in this specific situation. Yeah,
this is the trade-off you get for holding it too. Is you get to buy tempo with this. So the difference in this game would have been Hafu could have had extra damage to face and had the minion developed versus being able to answer. And so to see how that pans out, I think that's really cool because those are 2 very different lines of play.
Yep, that is true. All right, Eloise just now Kazaka is looking for a 5 mana, deal 4 damage to all minions, which is the left choice.
Yep, that's
perfect.
Kazakus is so good.
That is a slam dunk, and the next one would probably be deal 5.
Yeah, not the most exciting follow-up to the 4 damage there, but having access to a turn 5 AoE is a big deal.
Yeah, you never know if rogue players are gonna do something crazy, like some Edwin stuff, right? And this potion actually clears off at 8/8 Edwin, which is relevant.
Yeah, so fairly weak turn here for Hafu, which is a Fan of Knives and stuck at the board position.
Yeah. And now, since Hafu didn't develop anything else, Eloise could actually keep the potion for a concealed Garzan Auctioneer. That is a very clean way to deal with it outside of your Flame Strike.
Yeah, this is a really interesting turn for Eloise too. The Azure Drake looks like it's pretty good on board, but if you run into like any minion plus an Eviscerate, or even a Sap in this spot, it's looking like you're taking a lot of damage.
Right.
Her alternative is Forgotten Torch and use Hero Power. And against Rogue, if you can just stabilize the board position by having them stumble in one turn, that may be a good way to win. And if Eloise is looking at this and going, Hafu doesn't have Tomb Pillager, she would have played it last turn, this is definitely the play. And this opens up the Tomb Pillager or the Azure Drake at this point.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Because the chip damage from a aggro deck, because Rogue is effectively an aggro deck, is really relevant. And you're also playing control, just like preserve your life total, just remove the minions because you have to do that anyways, regardless. And Forbidden Flame is a very good pickup.
Yeah, more interesting turns for Eloise here too, where again she's kind of in the same position with the Azure Drake versus the removal. And I'm gonna guess she's gonna keep clearing these off. I guess the question is, do you ever want to polymorph this to deny a point?
No, I think you save the polymorph for Edwin, right? Just in case that Hafu doesn't have a conceal, but it's like in a spot where you really have to put the Edwin down. It's one of the answers. Forbidden Flame is also very expensive. Yeah, so I think I like that.
Yeah, a little bit less flexible.
Oh, Firelance Photo is going to clean that off super well, super clean.
Yeah, these are some strong answers that Eloise is having to every single time Hafu poses a question. Can you answer this? Eloise has been saying yeah and getting board position at the same time, and that's that's a big deal. But that's an auctioneer, and that's 3 coins in hand.
I mean, coins are pretty good. Game 1 mana, draw a card. Pretty
That's an
sweet
okay
deal.
card. I think I'd play a couple copies of those.
All right. See how Hafu picks up anything else to back up with it, such as like a preparation or Edwin. That would be pretty sick. Doesn't seem like it's gonna be happening this turn. Oh,
There's Edwin. But if
Yeah,
Edwin's played, there's no way to answer the 4/5 on board, so there would be a sacrifice made to play this Edwin.
so
That's a
yeah.
that's a 10/10 Edwin right now. 3 coins plus auctioneer.
And another reason why I like Eloise keeping the polymorph, although the potion does deal 9 damage to a minion and 4 to everything else. So effectively, it's like a supercharged cleave.
Yeah.
So Eloise could actually trade in the 4/5 to Edwin, and then use the potion to clear everything.
Man, a flame strike drawn. I think Eloise is going to get past this. She's drawn so many answers to what Hafu's been trying to present. And the Edwin is supposed to be the big one. In this spot, normally Hafu's going, no polymorph means this Edwin's sticking around. But there's multiple ways to take care of this position.
There must be a way.
Yeah, I think I like
That'll
the
be
polymorph.
potion.
Oh, you're gonna be potion?
I think it's potion.
I think
Oh,
I like
oh.
the polymorph more. Cause like you have the only way you lose now is some concealed shenanigans, right? And
But you have flame
like,
and
that's
potion.
true.
Oh, yeah. I do like this better, actually. That's a good point you just made. I mean, there's all the AoE in hand. What are the 1/1s going to do?
Exactly, yeah. And I don't think any rogue minions are bigger than 4 health outside of the Edwin.
Yeah, we saw Sjow play Burgley Bully at Seat Story Cup, but I'm
He's
not
still
sure how
playing.
much that. He's still playing it. Oh wow. I'm curious how strong that card. Like I predicted that to be a much stronger card than it's been so far. I'm curious how good that actually is. I mean, it doesn't feel like it's really doing that much, except for in this matchup and in the Rogue matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you can also use Burgley Bully in Reno Mage too, right? You can actually power Antonitis with the coin.
Oh yeah,
That's pretty interesting.
this is a clever use of the animated armor here. Let's get something on board. Oh, she's just going right into the flame strike. And into the potion. I mean, not really any options for Hafu here, though. She's got to get something going. And her last hurrah is going to be the Azure Drake and hope to pick something up. But she's also got a lot of damage on board.
That's true. And if Hafu finds something like a Leroy, she can end the game before Eloise finds like an Ice Block or a Reno or something like that. It's one way to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's already kind of a tough matchup, I think. And when you compound the issue by having such tremendous recovery cards, with the potential on Reno and Ice Block, she's got to get something. Is that dealing 5 damage or 1 because they animated it?
1. It's like the Knife Juggler with the Imp King boss. If you kill them both at once, the Knife Juggler still kind of goes off. A little bit of a weird interaction there.
This is not a strong sap target either. And she doesn't want to eviscerate. Eviscerate's part of the closer right now, but
Right.
not sure
I think
there's
you
an
just... do you have to sap this? I think you do, right? Otherwise your Drake is down on board.
yeah, but the Drake, it's effectively doing the same job if you sap it versus
Okay.
if you don't sap it, because Eloise is just healing for 4 again, so the Azure Drake is not dealing it. You're freezing your own Azure Drake basically to take 4
Okay.
from Eloise.
So I guess you do have to kill it off. Oh, you
Well.
don't? Okay. Oh god. This is not looking too good.
This is looking like the beginning of the end.
Right. So here Hafu can decide whether she feels like, 17 is a good life total or not. I mean, Fireline's Portal seems like the best play on board
Yeah,
right now.
with what Hafu's done so far, I would venture to say Eloise is very comfortable at 17.
Yeah. 1 Cold Blood's already gone too.
Yeah,
So
so
there's
it would
not
quite
that
literally be
damage.
like Leroy eviscerate or Leroy cold blood eviscerate, and she knows that one of the cards is from Swashbuckler, so there's a chance that could be a burn spell.
Pyroblast. That would be scary. But you can also wait till Pyroblast happens and then...
Right, exactly, yeah.
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
super comfortable. Whoa!
Although, we could actually... Wait, I'm gonna ping it up.
I mean, this does eliminate the potential for Hafu to have that very obscure out with Leroy, 2/4 damage effects, and then the dagger. Can Eloise lose from this position is the next question. And if the answer is no, then this is much stronger.
Okay. Oh, there's actually one bad outcome from Firelands Portal that happens now. It's the bomb squad, right? They actually deal 5 damage to your face.
Right.
So yeah, that's actually yeah. I was thinking about why would you win a Firelands Portal there. So
yeah, that's
that might be
definitely
the
a reason too. And now here, are you drawing 2 cards with Azure Drake, or are you putting 2 more Renos in your deck?
I think 2 cards is definitely the better choice here.
2 Renos is so much cooler.
Yeah, but winning is cool too.
Yeah, winning's really cool. I'm a big fan of winning. And if I want to win, I'm definitely playing the Azure Drake. But if I want to be cool, I'm playing that Manic Soulcaster.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can draw the first Reno
Well played.
and have it be active. See, even though you're putting the 2 copies in your deck, 1 draw will be enough. But Hafu, no way to develop the board, no way to answer back. Scoop and dub.
Yep, very clean series from Eloise there. Those are some pretty near perfect games from Eloise there. So congratulations to her. She moves on into the brutal lower brackets. You actually have to win 7 games to get back into the winner's bracket. And then you still need like a bracket reset against the champion, which is either going to be StrifeCro or xixo. We're going to be seeing that match later. But we still don't have Sjow and Zalae's match ready yet. Oh, whoops, that's a mistake from the brackets. It's actually Eloise who won 3-0 against Hafu. We're going to actually switch that up. And since their match is going on, we're actually going to be streaming the Eloise versus Purple match instead of the others match, and then we'll just do the Amnesiac versus the winner of Sjow and Zalae after that. A little bit of a schedule change there. It kind of happens when you're in the lowest brackets because 2 sides are coming in together. And after that, we're gonna jump to the winners bracket and see who wins between StrifeCro and xixo before moving on to the rest of the matches. So before we head off, of course, we have to thank our sponsor, Amazon, for making this tournament happen. Thank you very much. You can check out the Coin Stoppable offer for 25% off packs, Hearthstone packs that is, below the stream. You just need to click the banner. And of course, I want to give a special shout out to all the casters today for jumping in such short notice. So that would be Admirable here, StrifeCro and Eloise. Thank you so much for helping me out. I would have casted this by myself if I didn't find anybody.
I would never let you do that. That is an experience that I don't envy, is the solo cast.
Exactly. All right, we're going to take a short break here, and when we come back, it's going to be Eloise versus Purple. Stay tuned, guys. Hey, guys. Welcome back to the Game Wars, the finals day. Like we said, we are going to actually check out Eloise and Purple's match first, because Sjow and Zalae's match is taking a little bit longer than expected. Just a new kind of thing where there was a StrifeCro series that lasted 2 hours yesterday because, both players were kind of playing Reno decks and control decks, and it's a little bit of a new flavor of the month. But joining me again, it's Admirable. How'd you like the last series?
Man, it's good. There's 2 kinds of series I like to see. Number 1 is the 5-game set. The other one is the 3-0 stomp. I don't like 3-1. 3-1 is not for me. I want to see the full Monty, or I want to see the complete blowout. And Eloise just had fantastic turns every step of the way. Builds were spot on, and she got the right spots. And when you play well and you draw well, that is the winning combination. Yeah.
It's just like poker too, right? I keep on referencing poker because that's the last activity we did together, right? Over at C-Story. Yeah. When you lose in the tournament, they have a poker table for the losers. So that's like the losers bracket. You have a second tournament you can win at, That was pretty fun, though.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can play bad and draw well and win in that one. In Hearthstone, you do kind of have to play somewhat well. I mean, yeah, you definitely you can flub some turns. Like if you've ever watched me play the game, I do some bad stuff sometimes and I get really good draws.
Yeah, that's I'd rather have bad plays and good draws though, rather than being a good player and have bad luck. So yeah, I like my luck level.
Oh, your luck level's off the charts. I mean,
okay,
like that stat's the full 20. Like you don't even like when they do the luck check, you don't even need to roll the die. They're just like, Amaz passes it. Okay,
that reminds me of Westworld, where you can move up and down the stats of like the guys. Pretty high. I'm happy about that. But yeah, we're gonna actually see Eloise again facing off against Purple this time. We see that most players are bringing the the 3 patches deck. and Reno Lock. That's usually kind of like the core. And then the last two classes is kind of like the difference. And here we're actually going to see purple on the Freeze Mage. Oh, no. I think it is a Freeze Mage, right?
Yeah, it's Novice Engineer, so I'd venture to say so. And this is also a deck that purple loves to play. Any sort of combo deck is the deck that's right up purple's alley.
But Eloise, you know, is going to be playing that Reno Mage, and as she always says, Reno Mage, in her opinion, is super favored against the Freeze Mage because you're running things like Ice Block, you're running things like Reno Jackson, and you're running Kazakis for the armor gain and also draw cards. There's lots of different options to deal with otherwise a very solitaire-like deck from the Freeze Mage player.
Yeah, now that being said, there are some key points where you do need to have pressure on the Freeze Mage, or they're going to be able to put together a ton of damage from hand. Or you need to have all the key cards, thinking Ice Block to be able to sustain through a burst, and then Reno Jackson to follow up. The big key there is if purple can follow up a Reno Jackson with an Alexstrasza, and he's not under a ton of pressure, that is definitely a winning line from him. But early on, this hand has no card draw. It's got nothing in the hand that's very key to the build. I think purple's going to be struggling in this game.
Yeah, double Frost Nova is, and also a Blizzard and a Secret, right? These are not cards you want to see that early on. At least you have the Frost Nova Doomsayer to kind of stop some early pressure. But like StrifeCro said, the Reno Mage deck list is not a high threat density deck, right? These minions are all kind of, you know, Battlecry minions instead of, you know, playing, you know, 4 mana 4/5s or, you know, Twilight Drakes or Mountain Giants. They just have effect and they just do chip damage.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the minions in the deck are meant to kind of act as spells more than they are act as minions. And so because of that, purple's hand is really shaky at the moment. I mean, Frost Nova Doomsayer, it's great when your opponent's playing 4/4s and 4/5s and stuff. It's great when your opponent's trying to get on board and pressure you out of the game. It's not very good when your opponent can expend a utility card as a 3/4 and then just start drawing cards to find the rest of the cards in the matchup that matter. But when Reno's drawing more cards than the Freeze Mage is, the Freeze Mage has a problem.
Yeah, that's definitely true. At least we have an Acolyte here for a little bit of card draw, a couple of the hero card. So that's effectively another Arcane Select in the deck. Definitely what purple needs right now.
Yeah, anytime he can draw 2 cards, he's pretty happy about it right now.
Oh, Cabal Courier again with the brand. Can do some very crazy things.
Curious if there's ever if she ever wants to save it for the Kazakus though. I mean, there's definitely some really strong cards you can get off the Courier. You know, I'm thinking Greater Healing Potion could even be a game-winning card. But the armor,
any priest spell is really good in this kind of format, right?
You know, picture like a Thought Steal or something, even. Like, there's so many good cards to
Silence
get from
effects. Yeah, so many. And I also talked with Eloise in C-Story. One of the most explosive turns you can do as a Reno anything is you can brand and use Kazakis and use Cabal Courier for a 4 card draw. It's just ultra value.
Yeah.
But here we're gonna see. Which one do you fancy here?
I don't know. I think I like the Lightwell.
That's not a phrase you hear pretty often.
It's funny how often I've taken Lightwell from Cabal Courier. Lightwell's like a really bad card, but when you get it as something extra and it's in a good situation, it's surprisingly good.
Okay. I can see it. Your opponent kind of needs to kill it too, right? If they Alexstrasza you with a Lightwell on board, they only do it to 18.
That's a big difference. A very big difference. So if Alexstrasza set you to 18, it probably wouldn't be a good card.
Alright, so now we have some Kazakis Bruce and Eloise here. First one's a 5.
No, it's going straight for the 10.
Oh, 10. Oh,
wow.
Okay. Alright. The 8/8 is most likely my choice here, and summon 3 back. That seems like a good choice. Deal 8 damage is pretty good too. Which one would you like?
Probably the 8 damage in this spot. Like, I think the ideal one she's looking for is armor to just outlast the combo damage, and that's probably why she went for the 10 first. Is if she gets the 10 armor in that one, maybe she can adjust the other potion.
Okay. And the second potion is more of a safe choice, the 5 drop here.
So she took 5 damage, it looks like.
The polymorph was also not bad to deal with a Doomsayer, perhaps.
Yeah, but the hand is, I mean, her hand does have some strong removal in it with the Forbidden Flame and the Torch and the Frostbolt. Okay, so 5 damage plus 4 health on the 5 cost potion, and then the 10 is summon an 8/8 and deal 8 damage. So those are some major effects, but not the key ones she's looking for in this matchup.
Yeah, armor would have been perfect here.
Every time I see the arrow just point at itself. Like, I don't know about that.
Alright.
And the brand here has already kind of done its job, so purple feels totally safe leaving it up this turn. Eloise is drawing to 10 cards in hand, so if there's an effect that puts more cards in hand, it's going to overdraw them.
That's true, yeah. At 7 mana, you can Forbidden Flame and kill the Doomsayer. It's one of really the only targets for Forbidden Flame anyways. If it was the Polymorph effect from the 5 mana potion, that would have been actually a bit better, because you can actually bump up the health of your creatures and deal with your opponent's board.
Yeah, I mean, the health, I think, is actually really important against Freeze Mage, because it turns these nominal threats into something that purple has to really think about. It starts putting a clock on it.
Okay. So you like the potion and the Frostbolt then to clear off the Doomsayer?
I think I do. I'm not 100% sold. I mean, when there's this many options in hand, I like just kind of watching what they're doing and seeing the mindset. And for Eloise, I think it's more about flexibility than it is about efficient answers.
Mm-hmm. Okay, fair enough. Well, purple is drawing the cards he needs right now, which is more card draw.
Yeah, and you can see the brand. He's not concerned with it, and rightfully so. I mean, he needs to just draw cards and find the keys, because he doesn't have any of the key cards in his hand right now. No Emperor, no Alexstrasza.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he could win, honestly. Like, I hate calling it that early, but the hand is just so good from Eloise.
Yeah, even though the potion's kind of missed, it's just that there's just so many things that Eloise can do. Even Alexstrasza, used as an aggressive tool against purple would be good, right? Purple can't deal with the minion and, just draw cards and deal with the board. There's just too many things for purple to deal with here. But
yeah, not having the experience in this matchup, I can't say if you need to save Alexstrasza for defensive purposes ever. But putting an 8/8 on board, that purple has to kill that at some point, which means it's just less burns going to your face. So when you get to use it offensively and it needs to be answered, it's playing both sides of the effect at once.
Yeah.
It looks like she's trying to set up to get a Kabbalist Tome turn.
Okay. Oh, interesting. I like this potion. This makes the light wall a 0/9.
Yeah, that's
which
a problem.
is pretty strong.
That is a problem for purple right now.
Yeah. And it's looking to heal out the brand next turn too. Lots of value.
Ooh.
Okay.
That means Alexstrasza.
All right. And is the light wall gonna heal Eloise here? Yes. And now with the refreshment vendor, that's actually a big heal, and she doesn't even need to use the Reno.
Yeah, you can see purple shaking his head like, "Yep, that's the one I didn't want you to get." He has 15. He has at least 15 damage from hand right now. And one of the big keys here is he had to use Alexstrasza prior to Eloise using Reno Jackson. So if he can't find a kill in the next couple of turns, he probably is not finding one.
Wow. Eloise is staying so comfortable. Like refreshment vendor here is just perfectly fine.
Looks totally good to me. It's an extra 8 points of life.
Yeah.
Hot dog.
Funnel cakes. Get your
This is
funnel
that 2-for-1
cakes
special you get at the fair.
Oh,
You buy
nice.
one funnel cake, you get a second one.
Yeah, you don't even care about giving your opponent funnel cakes because they can't even use it. They're full
Right.
already.
It's just because Brand was sticking around too. He's a celebrity.
Engaging TC-130.
Yeah, looking pretty hard, and the light wall's still alive. Just being an annoyance.
It's getting inner fire.
Yeah, that would be cool.
No more couriers though.
When Reno Mage can heal better than Priest, right? There you go. So what is purple looking for right now? I mean, there is still no ice block in Eloise's hand, so maybe something like Emperor and then just OTK them from 30.
Yeah, I think he needed card draw into Emperor into Evolved Kobold, but I'm not actually sure Evolved Kobold's in his deck. We see 2 torches, and it's the second ice barrier now. So I think there's a chance it's not there, but not knowing the build, card draw was the key this turn. He needed card draw, and he didn't find that.
It is very hard to get 30 damage without the Evolved Kobold. It has to be Thalnos with spells with the Emperor proc, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot difficult.
It's got to be the full thing too. I think you need both crossbows, both ice lances.
So here, I guess you just freeze the board. think I like the Blizzard more, since you
don't
actually
know.
put on minions.
I'm not sure he needs to freeze here.
Oh. Okay. Oh.
Whoa, that's really interesting.
Okay. Oh no.
Oh,
no,
it's a face. Okay,
Yeah, I
that
thought it
makes
was
way
the
more
light wall.
sense.
Yeah. All right, the light wall missed.
Yeah, it's smart. It's smart of Purple to divide the damage up with the hero power as well, because it decreases the chances that Eloise actually heals herself with the light well. So putting the damage on that mind control tech was simply so light well would not heal Eloise's face.
It effectively dealt 3 damage to the face there with the ping, in a sense.
Sometimes, yeah, because it can heal the brand as well, but spreading the damage definitely is important. But I just don't know if he's getting there.
Right.
It's a lot of defense.
Yeah. I mean, Eloise is just going to clear this Alexstrasza here. Summon an 8/8. Very, very hard to deal with a Mountain Giant right now.
And Purple's got a lot of time, but
Time is what he needs right now. Just needs to stall out. Hopefully get the Emperor soon. Get the combo running.
there's card draw, so that's good. But Alex is gone. Needs Emperor. He needs Evolved Kobold. And he's also racing against that time as well, because each turn Eloise gets a draw. That's a turn she can find Ice Block.
That's true. There's also Kabbalah's Tome for that other hour as well. Like, if I'm purple here, I'm just looking at the Blizzard and thinking, I really want to cast that, so the Light Will has so many targets, this is not going to go face.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Acolyte.
Acolyte and ping and you draw a card?
Yeah, I think so. So he does it 7, 8, 9, 10. There's no potential he can overdraw in that spot because he would also Frost Nova alongside of it. But I guess he's looking at, if I use the Frost Nova now, it means I can't play Emperor and Frost Nova.
Yeah, Emperor Frost Nova is a turn you're looking to set up.
Right. That's going to mean Blizzard instead. He's actually Fireball in face. And I like this Fireball to face too, because this sets up a potential for him to have enough damage to simply kill Eloise here. And when Eloise sees that, how does she want to respond? Does this ever like cause a panic moment where you look at your life total and go, maybe I do need to play Reno Jax this turn?
Okay. No, I like that actually. That makes a lot of sense. So now Eloise has to kind of figure out if there's enough damage in Purple's hand or not. It's good bluff by Purple.
Yeah, I mean, if he draws Evolved Kobold, Frostbolt, Ice Lance, that's 17 damage, if I'm right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus 6, 16 damage.
16 damage, yeah.
Oh, so he'd be 1 damage off lethal if that was the case. But Eloise may look at this and go, he hasn't cast any of those cards on the left side of the hand. They could very easily be Frostbolt, Ice Lance, Ice Lance. Yeah, that's going to be Reno Jackson.
Alright, well, that really paid off for Purple there, that Fireball.
Did she ping off her own Mind Control tech here as well? Wow, that's a really smart play as well, because she needs the board space potentially for Alexstrasza sometimes.
Very, very clever.
Let the pain speak to me.
Wow, there's
Once again.
some strong game going on right now.
Yeah, I like this match. Okay, Frost Nova comes down here to prevent the ice block being popped. There is a lot of damage on the board.
Yeah, Purple needs to find Emperor and Evolved Kobold and Burn. And he needs Eloise to not find Ice Block.
Ooh, Counterspell could be troublesome. And Potion of Polymorph could also be troublesome.
Those are very reasonable cards right now. And the thing about it is, if Purple doesn't actually get an attack in at any point, just the Ice Barrier alone could like bluff Ice Block sometimes.
That's true, because you can't actually attack with any minions to the face.
It's just, I think there's just too much for Purple to navigate to be able to cleanly find a victory here. Just, it took him too long to find key cards.
Okay, Eloise is going to deny the draw here. There's the Emperor at least. A little bit of hope. I mean, there are still torches, as in like the flaming torches. Oh, there you go. The roaring torches,
Kobold.
more like.
Wow, so how much from hand would that be? It would be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 20, 23 from hand with the Emperor tick.
Yep, 22 from hand. And if there's Evolved Kobold, there's definitely lethal now.
Yeah, and he's got Ice Block down, so Novice Engineer into... That's the second Ice Block, so I'll give him another turn. This is looking like it's reasonable for Purple to find a win here.
Wow, just suddenly from nothing, purple is looking to win this game over 2 turns. Though does have to face down against Eloise's Alexstrasza and this pesky light weld that's still alive. Oh, is the block getting popped this turn?
There's well more than enough damage for Eloise to pop it.
Okay.
But she wants to kill the Emperor.
Right.
She wants to pop the block as low as possible. She wants to have a backup plan in case things go wrong.
Such as counterspell.
Yeah, so that's a lot of stuff to do.
Although they're pretty clear cut, you do know you have to accomplish all those 3 things. Or at least 2 of the 3 things. I think popping the block is priority number 1.
Can she pop the block, kill the Emperor, and play a defensive card?
With only 10 mana. Doesn't seem like it. There's only 20 damage on the board right now, so we need to do 2 damage somehow.
That could provide a way sometimes. Curious if the ordering on that ever matters. Like, say you get the 5/5 that makes all your spells cost 5.
It would have mattered a bit there if that was.
So no defensive card, but kills the Emperor, kills the board, sets purple to 1 on the ice block pop. Blood Mage gets drawn. Is that enough damage?
Wow, that looks enough to me. Because you can actually double your whole hand.
It only cost him 8 mana. He's got 6 damage spells, so Blood Mage is representing 6 damage. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 23 plus 6. So he's got 20. I think he's got 30 damage this turn.
Oh, okay. I counted 29. That's crazy.
Because he's got the room for the hero power as well. So purple, out of nowhere, finds the Blood Mage, finds the Emperor, wins the game. Wow.
That is the full Thalnos combo. Like we said, right? That's like one of the ways for purple to win. That's 30 damage. There's a hero power. I didn't even count that. Wow. That's pretty impressive. And purple runs away with that win with pretty sweet ordering and just nice freeze mage play.
That is crazy. If Eloise played either of the secrets, the polymorph potion, or had played the counterspell, she gets out of that turn.
Yes, but then she would have cleared the Emperor, right? Like, you can't clear the Emperor, proc the block, and play a secret. I don't think so, at least.
No, I don't think there's a way to do it. I mean, you're limited to 10 mana. If let's say, I mean, does she need to pop the ice block? I think she does. I think that's #1 priority. Maybe she doesn't need to kill the Emperor.
Well, no. You need to kill the Emperor because it's 5 damage to the face as well, right?
Oh, yeah. So you don't get the taunt unless you portal.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have a taunt, so that was a hard turn. But at the end of the day, I think it's still well played by purple, playing to his outs. And actually, like, you can say it's a lucky top deck on Thalnos, but he planned for the out, and that's what you need to do against a bad matchup, really.
He's also really deep into the deck at that point too.
That's true.
It's a top deck on Thalnos, but that game lasted like 15 turns. Purple's played multiple draw 2 effects. He's played a lot of draw 1 effects. There's like maybe 4 or 5 cards left in the deck when he draws the Blood Mage.
And there's also the ice block as well. So if he didn't win that turn, maybe he would have won next turn too. But yeah, very nice ordering and positioning and just maneuvering from purple. Just goes to show why he's one of the best freeze mage players in the world.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's not much question about it as far as I'm concerned. That guy has been a leader in the combo area for a very long time. And just continues to go. I would love to see that game analyzed like in depth. That's one of the ones where you can actually sit down and go piece by piece and start to figure it out too. Like, that's a game you could have hours of discussion on.
I like that matchup. That's pretty interesting. I thought it was not that interesting because I thought the Reno Mage would always win because there's just so many options. Like we said, right? We didn't even believe that purple had a chance. Near the middle, right? There's just like double refreshment vendor procs and Renos and stuff like that. But yeah, purple ended up doing it. He's gonna move on to his other combo deck right now. It's gonna be the questing variant of the Miracle Rogue up against Eloise's mid-range Shaman with the Ragnaros and Hex.
So what do you think of the questing adventurer conundrum right now? Because it seems the players are getting really split amongst the rogue players, where some of them really like questing adventurers and the other ones are saying don't need it. It's just a bad card in the deck. your deck's built to do other things.
I think questing is actually very strong right now because if you look at all the matchups in the meta, one way for Rose to lose if they AoE your board after you conceal, right? And if you do not run the questing, all your minions have 4 health or less, except for Edwin. Sure, that's always the exception. But if you lose to AoE, you just die. And if you put down a questing really fast and conceal it that way, you can smash in for a lot of damage. And sometimes they just can't deal with like an 8-8 or 9-9. It's like playing another Edwin or playing 3 Edwins if you're playing 2 questings, right? So my view of that is that it's really good against control decks.
And so you prefer it for the strength in that matchup versus the versatility of just other cards versus the aggro decks that are out there.
Mm-hmm.
I think in a format like this, it makes a lot of sense too, because if your opponent has to bring 6 decks, by nature, they're pretty much going to have some control decks in there. Oh my gosh!
Wow. That's that's a good one drop.
Oh yeah, that's Forsen Blood Mage backstab instead of, like nothing or dagger.
Backstab and attack there.
Or backstab attack. I mean, the thing here is that it forces something. Like, that's a card you play in your deck normally, and you got it from Maelstrom.
Right, yeah. I mean, it could have always been an Angry Chicken, but it happened to be it better than Angry Chicken. 3 times as good.
Just Purple's facial expression right now is... It's like,
it's pretty awesome.
Tunnel Trog, really?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Thank you.
But SuperJJ is very good.
Problem is it's right into either Hex or into a Jade Lightning.
Yeah, Jade Lightning is played here so that curve is a little bit better. I like that. And I guess Eloise's way to win this match is to just put down her Ragnaros, right? And just win that way.
Yeah, that seems like seems like a tough way to win too. I mean, that's a lot of turns you have to get through on a fairly stable position. And then Purple's got a lot of endgame to combat things like Ragnaros, where if you simply can sap it on a turn and then play a conceal, that's a very tough board position to deal with. So Eloise is fighting against a couple different fronts here when the plan is solely to get to Ragnaros.
Yeah, but she's getting close. I mean, it's already turn 5. Just need 2 more turns of some form of development and then we'll get there. Does kill the frog, which is good. Play around some cold blood weird stuff.
Yeah, Purple gonna go ahead and cycle the Blood Mage here as well. Just find some gas for that Auctioneer. Auctioneer coin and conceal on the following turn.
That's really good.
That's the nightmare.
That is really hard to deal with, that's for sure. So Eloise here needs to decide how she wants to place her overloads, right? You do not want to overload on turn 8. That's like the main concern right now.
Yeah, overloading going into turn 8. Honestly, it may be something she's going to have to do because the hand is just so weak on the following turn if she doesn't.
Yeah. I might have liked to see her think a bit longer. Maybe play the Feral Spirits instead, so that the Azure can come down at the next turn.
This is definitely a turn to think about. If you go with the Feral Spirit, you also get the Totem up, which having the spell damage now is kind of relevant. But I think she's looking to invest in the board position here, so if Purple has like Auctioneer Coin Conceal, maybe the Lightning Storm can pick it off.
Okay, that's a fair point.
That's one of the only ways Shaman has to even handle that is with Spell Power and Lightning Storm.
So many options.
Yeah. So Purple here just figuring out what he exactly wants to do. I think you just have to Gazan instead of questing, right? Gazan just cycles through your deck much faster.
I wonder if he's figuring out if he should be trading the Blood Mage in, or if he should be picking off the Healing Totem, so that way the chance of a Spell Power Totem is less likely. Because the number one thing he's thinking about right now, I would venture to say, is Lightning Storm. And so if the Auctioneer Coins Conceals and the Lightning Storm kills all this, how does he actually win the game? And so he's finding something that says, I can't, so he's going to deviate. And this is really interesting. Wow, that is weird.
I'm not gonna argue with Purple because Purple's like a rogue god, so we just have to like figure out why he did that, and then we should go from there. I think that's Yeah, I mean, I guess purple read the lightning storm being in Eloise's hand, and the Gassen is better off just stalling for another turn and wait for that more explosive miracle turn, right?
Yeah, the overload does delay that a turn though, so suddenly he's facing 9 points of power, and he doesn't have anything on board.
Dalos does cycle a combo, so he could play whatever comes off the top here. Not that one. Maybe no. Okay, not that one either. Well.
I think this is going to end up okay with him because he's going to roll into an 8-mana turn with Auctioneer, Sap, and Conceal, and Eloise is overloaded this turn. And so he's going to use Leroy to wipe out the thing from below and try to buy himself some more time. And this is going to mean that if he draws Fan of Knives, if he draws Preparation, if Eloise just has a weak turn this turn, everything goes his way if that's the case.
Okay.
Wow, the delay was really strong.
Yep, Eloise is pushing a lot of damage here. Purple needs to have a miracle here. Just needs some preparations, needs a Fan of Knives or something like that. I think this is like the last turn you can get. There's no more turns left really. See what we get. Oh, there is a Fan. So we backstab first. Oh, okay. Interesting, he chose to backstab that one.
Yeah, I think he's probably not looking at the Fan then, trying to couple it with Azure Drake maybe on the following turn. It almost looks like Purple's trying to play it like a control deck, more than he is like the aggressor. Which I think is kind of smart, but at the same time, that is what Eloise needed to happen, so that way she had time to get to Ragnaros.
Sure, but I mean, Purple's also kind of forced into this, right?
Why?
Oh, that's pretty good. But no, Purple was forced into this because his 2 pillages got dealt with so efficiently earlier.
Yeah.
It's not like his choice. Alright, I like this. I like the Fan, and just keep the preparation for later. Yeah, I think so. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is looking like a pretty explosive turn if the Gas and Auctioneer survives, which is basically a 50-50 at the moment.
I mean, there's not really much thought for Eloise, I don't think. It's Ragnaros, attack, and go.
Yeah, and if Ragnaros goes face, that might even be game over, right? Because of Jade Lightning and Lightning Bolt, there's just so much damage.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Eloise's
yes,
hand.
Honestly, Purple might need to hit the Auctioneer here.
Yeah, he doesn't know that.
I mean, he can't deliver a kill this turn. He's not healing.
There's
I think that's
Leroy
it.
as well. Yeah. Unless there's this surprise Farseer tech.
Just has like a brand Farseer all of a sudden.
That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, so his intent here is to kill the Ragnaros, it looks like.
Really? I think you don't kill the Ragnaros. Yeah, how can you win if you kill the Ragnaros? There's no way.
Edwin?
Oh, I think you just go face. I think you drop the one drop, and Edwin, and then conceal after hitting face. Like right now, you do need a Rag to miss. I don't think you can win if you trade off the Rag. That's missing 4 damage on the Cold Blood.
Yeah, it's the damage count at that point. You just see if you can win if you play the Edwin that way. The thing to me is he sat both the Spirit, or he got rid of the Spirit Wolves, which was the big deal.
Yeah.
The Eviscerate drawn, he has enough damage to kill with the Eviscerate drawn, so it makes sense to kill the Ragnaros in that case.
Okay. But unfortunately, for Purple here, is going to go down to the double spell to the face.
Purple's facial expression. I love watching Purple play because he wears his emotions just right on his face. Like, he does not hide it. It's just right there. Like, when he won the Freeze Mage game, you saw him celebrate. Like, I can't believe I won. I was behind the entire game. And this one, it's like, he's at the mercy of the hand from Eloise, and he's just got that look on his face. Like, please don't have the burn spells. Please don't have the burn spells. And when the Ragnaros came down, it was the big reaction from him. I love watching Purple.
I see. Yeah. That was a good try from him, honestly. Man, these games have been pretty cool. Watching Purple kind of, maneuver around this puzzle on how to combo my opponent while still getting the most amount of outs. It's really cool. Likewise, Eloise is still, she's playing super solid, making all the right choices against the combo deck, which is, make their turns super awkward so that they don't know really, if they want to draw or not and stuff like that. So, yeah, both players playing really well.
Yeah, it's been tough turns, and that's something that I feel you take for granted when you're playing Hearthstone a lot. Is you see so many very strong draws where the games are won because of a player's opener. But you forget about all the games that take you a lot of time and where you have to really hedge your bets against things or take big risks at the right situation. So moments I feel are taken for granted.
Yeah. I think the best example for that point you just made is the Reno Lock Mirror, right? You can't always play around them having 20 damage all the time when they play Emperor, because if you play around it the first time, you have to play around the second time, right? It's just, otherwise you're not being consistent and you made suboptimal plays for something that you just, kind of hold back. So, yeah, sometimes you just gotta take the risk and, just go for it.
Now, this game may be one of those other sides where both players have really strong hands, and it's who comes out on top with it.
Okay. Wow.
These are some good openers.
That's what you want to see. So Coin Totem Golem does not die on the board, which is a big plus.
Does restrict your options, though.
I wonder.
So that's going to be a big one. He's going through every iteration right now. What happens if I play Small Buck, Time Buccaneer, go face? What happens if I play it and go trade? What happens if I Jade Claws and trade? What happens if I Jade Claws pass? What happens if I Totem Golem? Like, every single thing has some merit to consider right now. And since the Small Time Buccaneer is challenging the board in two different ways, this allows him to contest Fairy Dragon, but it doesn't allow him to contest Alex Strauss's champion unless Eloise uses the 1/1 and the Rusty Hook to keep the Alex Strauss champion at 3 health. In which case, Purple then has Totem Golem. So he's kind of hedged against everything with his opening hand, and that's the benefit of a very strong opening hand, is you get to hedge your bets against everything.
And man, these early, I felt the exact same situation here in C-Store, is that when you play these matchups, it's the early turns that count so much, right?
Yeah.
You just gotta figure out everything, because this is what matters.
Yeah, the games where both of you are trying to get on the board and snowball it, it turns into these little battles of sections of the game where it's like, how do you micromanage all your resources to get the most value out of not only what you have, but what your opponent potentially has. Every single one of those situations has to be taken into account, and it's much more important than what the actual role in the matchup is at that point.
All right, so we see that at the end of all that jazz for the first 3 turns is Eloise with the board control of the Frothing. There is a Lightning Bolt though, that's pretty fortunate. We can actually kill off the Frothing now with J-Claw's attack and Lightning Bolts.
Yeah, that's right into a turn 4 though.
I mean, you have to kill a Frothing, right?
I think you do. That card, that's a scary card to leave on board. Yeah,
it's a sneaky win condition that you think it's not gonna go too big, and then it starts hitting you for 11 and still alive, and then you don't know what you're doing with your life. So I think you have to kill it.
Yeah. It's take 5 damage now and expend more cards than you want to, or take way more damage later on.
Mm-hmm.
That is what I would consider a rock in a hard place.
Well, at least we got rid of it. A little bit awkward on the turns, on the next few turns for Purple. If he plays Totem Golem, he can't Azure Drake, but he has to deal with it just because of the Frothing. Eloise establishes 2 minions. Doesn't look like she has a turn 5 play either. So both players kind of want something on the top of his deck.
Yeah, and this is really smart from Eloise to actually not kill the 1/1 Jade Golem here. The Rusty Hook on board is representing 2 power on the Small Time Buccaneer. So if she's choosing to kill the 1/1, she's not only losing the Rusty Hook option, but she's also losing the 2 power on the Buccaneer. So the availability for that to trade up rather than just take the immediate value that's presented on board, I think it's really clever.
Sure, and honestly, there is not much to punish the 1/1 being left alive here, right? Flame Tongue doesn't really kill. I mean, it does, but then you still need to use the weapon. You know, Lightning Bolt is already seen, so I like that.
There's no good answer here.
Yeah, just don't want to overload this turn. You want to play Azure next turn, but you can't.
If he's not overloading, this turn is really bad.
Not the best turn you can imagine.
He would love to start swinging with the weapon here as well, but there's just... That's just too much damage to take at this point.
For the life
Alright, that's a pretty good card for Eloise. She needs to... Well, she can actually set purple down to sub 15 next turn. Play the Draconic Crusher, followed by Ragnaros. Pretty good series of turns.
Yeah, purple's going to need some major help here. And that's not major help. That's actually one of the worst draws in the deck right now.
When you're overloaded by this much, yes.
In fact, I think that's probably the worst draw in the deck.
Well, I mean, okay, if you roll a spell power to him, at least you can Spirit Claws down the monkey. No, not quite. Damn!
Yeah, that's exactly what purple's thinking.
Oh, yeah, I mean, damn. That's exactly what he's thinking, yeah.
He's donezo.
Wow.
Wow.
That's it.
Yeah.
Game over.
Some respect from purple, but honestly, that game was over. You may look at that and go, why did you concede? You're like, that's just common sense. He has no way to get back into that game.
Yeah, I mean, purple definitely has played his fair share of games to realize that there was no coming back from that situation. So, Eloise, well, once again, heading into a finals match. Pretty strong showing from the lower bracket there. And purple needs to get back with his priest lineup. So yeah, it's only the priest and the druid. I think most players in the tournament have brought Reno Mage or Freeze Mage or some kind of variant of Mage in their lineups, and is debating about the druid and the priest for the last deck. Some people might have missed out on the Reno Mage and bring both druid and priest, but that's not too many. So that's really the next best classes right now, right? Aside from the patches decks.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter and Paladin, I think, are very clearly in the 8 and 9 spot at the moment. And Druid the matchups are so feast or famine that it's kind of turning into a bad deck almost, where it's really good versus combo decks, but it's really bad versus aggro decks. And so how often do you get to bring Druid? Well, in a matchup or in a format just like this one, is a spot where you can bring those sort of off-the-wall decks that have very specific times that you use them. Versus what purple has left, Druid is looking like it's got 2 good matchups and 1 bad matchup against the Warrior. So I'm curious if she's got better matchups across the board with the rest of what she's got. I think Reno Warlock's looking great here. I think that the Rogue is looking a little bit better than the Druid, but this was a key find for purple, is having Warrior go into the Reno Warlock and hope that he can kill it before any key turns happen.
Wow, and that is a very good start from Eloise. I mean, look at that hand.
And a very not good start from purple at the same time.
Oh my god. I mean, if you had to choose cards from the Reno lock to start in the starting hand, Eloise would choose 3 out of those 4 cards, right?
Yeah, I'm choosing Reno, I'm choosing Game Boss, I'm choosing Acidic Swamp Ooze.
Yeah? And purple establishing a weapon, a 1/3 weapon in turn 2. That's not how you win with this deck. Definitely struggling a bit.
Yeah, that is some desperation. No 1-drop, no 2-drop. Hoping that Dread Corsair or Frothing Berserker is enough on the following turn.
Yeah. Do you just ooze here? I mean, why would purple play a weapon if he has a War Axe, right? Or a Nizal's First Mate?
It's on curve, I get to keep the coin, I'm getting a 3/2 down. Looks good to me. I mean, can you life tap when purple's started this slow?
Ooh. I don't think so. This ooze is it's very hard to put that ooze sometimes too, right? You feel like you can ooze like an Arcanine Reaper and get value, but if you're that late, you're probably dead anyways.
Yeah, I mean, it almost looks like it's a bait from purple, where he's like, ooze this. Like, he didn't play it turn 1, but he did play it turn 2. It's just a weird thing.
I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Use it.
Because if you draw Nizal's First Mate, you can make a 2/4 instead, right? So a little bit of a hedging there. But yeah, Eloise has the board. This is not something you see every day.
Yeah, these are the starts that purple was not wanting. And now at this point, the rest of his draws in the deck just are not very strong.
Still needs to establish minions, establish a board presence. So Hero Strike is gonna probably go to the ooze here. We're gonna establish the Blissel Raider.
Whoa.
Okay. That's really interesting because now the Frothing kind of dies on the board. Oh, it doesn't. Oh yeah, there's patches. Oh, all right.
Yeah, that's a good reason to do that.
Yeah, that is better.
He's contemplating the trade as well. Whoa.
Okay. Maybe he
That-
feels like that in his hand needs to just, you know, get the most value out of their minions, and Demon Wrath at the top is basically lights out here. Man.
Shadow Bolt, Hellfire, Demon Wrath, Mortal Coil.
Yeah, that's a lot of answers, huh?
It's 4 answers. I'm curious. I think there's another one. It's not coming to my head though. Dark Peddler provides an answer a lot. But that is Coin Sylvanas on turn
have
5,
no
and
time
Eloise
for
is at
games.
24 with Reno in hand.
Yeah. Usually, I think this matchup is a little bit Pirate Warrior favored because they usually kill their opponent before turn 6 happens. But Purple missing turn 1 and turn 2, that's a little bit too much.
Yeah, that's the big deal for that deck is if it doesn't get off on the ground running early, it's not very good. But it usually does. So Purple kind of just got the wrong end of the draw on this one.
Clark and go face, right?
Yep, that's what I'm doing. I think he's debating the upgrade.
Wow, just to squeeze that 1 damage in. I don't know about that. Maybe because like the chance of drawing a weapon is really high now. You haven't seen a single one. So if you save it for that, it represents like what, 5 extra damage from the War Axe, and 7 extra damage from the Arcanite, or even 8. Yeah, that's a 1 mana deal 8, right?
I'm guessing at this point he's conceded the ability to beat Reno Jackson very effectively.
So you just want to upgrade and deal as much damage as possible.
Well, if that's the case, it's probably just hold upgrade. Like,
okay.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, if you can beat Reno Jackson, I think there's some merit to like upgrading and maybe having that 1 extra damage to fight on the board position sometimes. But
yeah, not looking too good for Purple here. Just no weapons still. The upgrades are fake weapons. They're not real.
fake weapon. It's a counterfeit weapon you find in like one of those kiosks on the side of the road.
Yeah, like counterfeit coin. There you go. It's not
Yeah, yeah.
real. Exactly. Yeah.
Is there another place?
I mean, okay, so you trade Sylvanas, and then you just upgrade double pirate to go face, right?
He needs a lot of damage to close.
You can top deck a damage spell next turn, or a damage anything, and that will be what, 6 damage. So 6 plus the 2 right now. Yeah, you need exactly like heroic strike.
I'm curious if he's trying to like maybe hide this where he could top deck like a heroic strike or a mortal strike, and maybe Eloise feels comfortable enough to not play Reno Jackson for a turn.
Okay.
But he just doesn't have the cards to do that.
I don't know. You still need the mana, so you just have to go in.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Pretty easy Reno if I was Eloise here. Your opponent literally went, push all face in this situation.
Upgrade go face. It's a good time to Reno, I'd say.
Yeah. Perfect.
She could wait though. I mean, she doesn't have Kazakus.
No. You don't wait. Because you have Kazakus and Sunfury, you don't wait. Right? Okay, that's a glimmer of hope, maybe?
Life tap is imagine about the only thing that's going to help him get there. So he finds life tap.
Equips another 1/3 weapon. Man, Purple is equipped 3 1/3 weapons this game. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's not a good situation. That's about as bad as it gets, and it's not going to get any better.
Oh, Dirty
my.
Radis. Well, yeah. Slam jam it down. Purple would have already played the minion already.
No minion. Oh, I wonder if it's mortal strike. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's it. Yep.
Yeah.
That's the tournament. And Eloise showing once again why she deserves like a tournament spot, because she's playing super well. Just she's making all the right lineup choices, making all the right deck choices, and also getting a bit lucky in that last game. In a way, she got lucky because Purple got unlucky, right? That's kind of a form of getting lucky.
She had a pretty nuts opening hand as well, but the thing to look at is the number of debatable spots that Eloise has really had which is, I think it was the Shaman versus Rogue game. We were looking at the difference between Azure Drake and Feral Spirit on turn 6. And that's about it from that spot. Pretty much everything else looked about as good as you could make it. And that's really something to look at, is if people aren't having a lot of debatable spots when you kind of see it post-game, you're playing really well then. I mean, the only other one was the Freeze Mage turn where she popped the block at 1, killed the Emperor Thorson, didn't set a defensive card. But I don't think she had the mana to accomplish all 3 of those goals. So
yeah,
that
I
would be
don't.
the turn to really look
That
at.
was like a really difficult turn. But that was the only question mark weird thing. But yep, congratulations to Eloise. She's going to move on to face against Tice in the what looks like to be the not really the quarterfinals, but the match before the quarterfinals. So let's just say round 4. Thank you.
Losers round 4, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's a much better way to phrase it, I guess. But before we move on to that, we're going to be looking at Amnesiac versus Sjow, and then we're going to jump back to... Oh, we're actually going to have Tice and Eloise play off-stream, actually, to kind of conserve time. And after Amnesiac versus Sjow, we're going to have the winner's bracket, which is going to be StrifeCro versus xixo. See who actually is going to be seeded directly into the grand finals, because this was day 1. We see that, yeah, xixo and StrifeCro just went really good, just really, really well. Yeah, that's basically our day today. We're going to play all the games and figure out who's going to win. We're going to take a short break once again, get the player set up, and when we come back, it's going to be Amnesiac versus Sjow. See you in a second, guys. Hey guys, and welcome back to the final days of Gang Wars. We're very close to figuring out who's going to be the champion out of all of this. And now we are going to back on the left side of the bracket, which is going to be Amnesiac versus Sjow. 2 very good players. It's going to be a cool match. And Admirable is joining me once again. How's it going?
It's going good. I'm liking the matches so far. A lot of key spots for people where they have 2 very different ways to go. And with the context of the matchup, of their hands, of the cards they have left in their deck, looks like they're going with the right plays. I think Purple maybe missed a spot with the Gatzan coin conceal in the last match. But he had a very clear plan in mind, which was Eloise not having Ragnaros in hand. But Eloise had Ragnaros in hand, so it quickly went down the drain afterwards. But with Amnesiac versus Sjow, this is one I'm always looking forward to. Is kind of very different styles of players. Where Sjow, I think, very much plays off of instinct, and Amnesiac is always looking for that next little piece that fits the puzzle. And so everything he does, there's at times it looks really weird, but he's got a reasoning behind it, and it's wonderful to be able to talk with him and hear his thought process afterwards. But with Sjow, I feel like it's more feel than anything else, which is kind of impressive because he's been such a dominant player for so long.
Yeah, I think he's a player that definitely deserves to win a tournament here and there. I remember in the Seed Story finals, after the match, he was like, I was so stressed out because, Sjow being as good as a player didn't really make too many grand finals, and it was kind of his first time. And then, when you're in the grand finals, you can start to second guess yourself, and, all eyes are on you. So, man, I think Sjow is a very underrated player right now. Even as good as he is, I think he's still underrated. So hopefully he does well. But of course, Amnesiac is just the god of Hearthstone, really, right? He's just really good.
Yeah, I mean, kid's a world-class player, and it's because of his diligent approach, where he has, when he's practicing, it's 100%. Make your practice harder than your performance, and then when it's game time, perform. Like, I don't think I've ever seen him nervous in terms of the nerves really affecting him. He said he gets nervous, but that's a normal thing. And he approaches that situation right, which is take a deep breath, calm yourself down, and make sure you're thinking about it properly. When you have thousands of people watching and there's a lot of money at stake, it's pretty tough to keep your head 100% clear. Every single player I talked to at the World Championships said that they had a problem with being on stage with as much as at stake. Dr. Hippie was probably the only player, I think, that didn't have a mindset affect him at all.
I see.
But the other 15 players there, when I spoke to them, they said that the nerves were bothering them at some point.
Okay. Well, have you ever been in that spot, Admirable, where nerves just gets the better of you, and you just don't do what you're normally supposed to do?
Yeah, I actually remember it was probably my first broadcast match ever. It was at Fight Night, and for some reason I just thought I had 6 mana when I only had 5, and so I lost the game because I made a sequence of plays and I went. I was like, that just doesn't work. Oh my gosh, I just lose.
Oh man,
Yeah,
I
that's-
remember one time where I tried to BGH a Kel'Thuzad. That was the most
Oh, I
memorable
remember
one.
that.
You remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember that match happening because you did it so very confidently. And I was like,
Yeah, I thought it was like, for some reason my mind was like, okay, BGH kills big creatures. Kel'Thuzad is a big creature. It's more than 7 mana. Right? So I was just like, oh, boom! And then I was like, wait, is there lag or something?
yeah. I mean, when you're in the hot seat, it's way different.
Yeah.
Like you're
Very
thinking
different.
about so many different things that if your vision gets clouded at one single step, you make a blunder. Professional
It's
chess
easy to-
players make blunder. Kasparov has given away his queen. It's actually a very famous clip of him doing that as well. You can just YouTube it and watch how flabbergasted he is when he makes his blunder. He just gives away his queen.
I see.
It's crazy.
Okay. Yeah, even the best of us makes mistakes sometimes. Easy to be the viewer and go like, oh, this guy missed lethal. Oh, this guy did that. You know, it's hard. You guys have 10,000 other people to help you with your plays, but these guys, they're playing by themselves, and we're gonna dive right into it. And this is gonna be a good series. I'm gonna predict that.
Yeah. Sjow, is he playing the fabled Ronald Mage deck? I saw him streaming it the last couple of days, and that mistress will tell me yes, it indeed is Ronald Mage. And
All right.
Amnesiac got to keep Flame Wreath in his opening hand, so his curve is looking at turn 2 Totem Golem and then turn 4 Flame Wreath and hoping that's good enough.
Yeah, usually it is good enough because if you're playing against like a Reno Mage, they don't really have an answer to a 4 mana 7/7. The only realistic answer is Polymorph. It just happens to be in Show's hand right now, but usually that doesn't happen.
No.
Yep, Sjow gonna leave with the mistress here to try to fight against any totem shenanigans. And Amnesiac may want to go for.
Yeah, and it's very different when you're a handlock. You want to keep the mistress in your hand because the hand size actually matters. But when you're playing a mage, it doesn't actually matter. You just want to play your stuff. Doesn't really improve anything.
Sjow gonna choose to go face here over attacking the Totem Golem, and this is sort of an interesting spot early on where if Amnesiac had Jade Claws here, or if he rolls a taunt or a healing totem, this play could get a little bit weird. If he chooses to attack the Totem Golem, he will take 3 damage, but he'll be able to kill it 100% of the time. And Sjow gonna just wipe up the mistress right away.
Yeah, I mean, I think the more realistic reason for going face is that if you trade the Totem Golem there, the Totem Golem hits your face for 3 damage, I guess. If Amnesiac has a trick, he'll always have a trick. So, I think that's the main reason. Just go face.
That's an interesting spot very early.
Yeah, I mean, here you just pick pass, right? I think you can save the Doomsayer for another turn. I don't think you need to play it immediately right now.
If that polymorph is like a Frostbolt, I definitely think there's a little bit more merit to the Doomsayer. But given the position, I think that it's totally fine for him to risk a turn like this one. He just has Polymorph as a very clean answer to the Flame Wreath, and then Amnesiac is pretty far behind.
Yeah, very far behind. Your start is kind of blundered, and now Sjow is looking at Blizzard Flame Strike turns. You know, some even some crazy high curve decks, like some legendaries.
Yeah, even just like cards that get in the way, like Second Rate Bruiser or Mind Control Tech. Those are definitely things that Amnesiac has to consider. But with the board this week, I don't think he's really concerned with Mind Control Tech. And Second Rate Bruiser, he's already got a Jade Lightning ready for it. So at this point, it's just Sjow buying time until he finds the key turn.
Oh, there's the Ink Master. That is looking like to be a 0 mana 5/5, right? You couple that with a Flame Strike, completely swing the board around to your favor. Probably gonna see that happen.
Yeah, it's a card I'm surprised has crept into these builds because it feels like it's a little bit weak at times, but when it's good, it's really good.
Yep. I mean, okay, so let's think about this. A 0 mana 5/5 that you can play on turn 7 isn't really that big of a deal, if that makes sense. Because I mean, shamans have 0 mana 5/5s all the time, and you don't even need to play on turn 7, right? But it does enable some crazy stuff, right? You can Ink Master into, say, Pyroblast or something, and then do that damage with Pyroblast, Frostbolt, and Ice Lance for a surprise 17 damage. Usually, Reno Mages don't do burst damage at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors to really consider with that card, where the usefulness of it is much, because the usefulness of it is pretty low, but overall, the ability to have the effect of getting a free 5/5. That's just something that Mage doesn't do. And so having the effect, I think, is, you know, the ability to reach something like that is the most important part. Amnesiac got to clear out the Doomsayer. A lot of burn spent doing so.
Oh my god.
So he's hoping this board is enough, but this is the nail in the coffin here, I think, for Sjow. The key turn of coin into Inkmaster into Flame Strike.
Yeah.
But even options outside of that.
The other option is to create a 10 cost spell and Inkmaster the 10 cost spell instead. And if you miss, you still could backup plan with the Inkmaster and the Flame Strike. So
It's going for 5 cost.
Ooh, 5 cost. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by that because
Really?
he has the Inkmaster in hand.
Yeah. I guess you can use that regardless. That's basically a Firelance portal with a 5/5, right? Yeah. You can use that as a backup plan in case the Flame Strike doesn't clears the first wave of minions, but there's a second wave of minions. But that is interesting. Yeah, I thought it would be a 10 cost spell for sure.
Yeah, either way, he still gets some pretty significant value out of this. I mean, the fact that he got the Kazakas developed, has the information of the potion, still has a great Flame Strike turn in front of him, picks up more AoE.
Wow.
It's going to be tough for him to lose this game.
Embrace the power of the Cabal.
That would be a 0 mana 5/5 for the mage.
Yeah, that's not good for Amnesiac.
Well, can roll a spell power totem here. Conserve your attack. Alright, there you go. But you are so far behind on the board. And you're also playing 2 health minions. Sjow happens to have the best answer for multiple 2 health minions.
Yeah, Blizzard's pretty strong. This was the last hurrah from Amnesiac here, and it's getting stuffed as well. And I actually didn't catch the potion. What did he take off the potion?
It's a Firelance portal for 5/5. So
Okay.
it's a deal 5 damage to summon 5/5. Ooh, got the charger. Take that 1 extra damage.
He's always in charge, regardless of whose patches it is.
Yeah, this is pretty light stuff for Amnesiac, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, the Flame Wreath's a really good draw, too, but...
It's a way to win.
Yeah, from his perspective, that's probably the best draw in the deck at the moment. Sjow still has an answer.
Crazy.
Whew!
Wow. Alright, that would be good. Yeah, you trade in your patches, play the Volcanic Potion, ping off the Spirit Wolf, and just Frostbolt to 7/7.
Perhaps.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, and Amnesiac. Unless Amnesiac is running things like Azric, then he can come back from the board. But just like this is a spot that Reno mages are looking for, right? When your opponent's out of gas, then you can just do whatever you want. You effectively go for the fatigue plan in killing off all the threats, and they run out of cards to deal more stuff.
Yeah, if you can successfully grind your opponent out of the game, it is a very difficult strategy to beat, and that's the worst draw in Amnesiac's deck probably.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of bad draws right now in Amnesiac's deck, right? Any pirate would be bad. Any small minions would be bad.
Yeah, I mean, Shaman thrives on synergy, but the synergy doesn't require a lot of cards; it just requires a couple. But when they get down to pittance, it's lights out.
Sjow forces Amnesiac to play the Flamesun Totem anyways.
It's a good sight for him.
Oh god, Harrison Jones.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah, why not? Why not?
Alright.
Okay.
That's good.
Alright. Yeah, that's decent.
That's conceit from Amnesiac, and rightly so. And Sjow is on the board with 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the build, Sjow basically just dealt 30 damage by not doing anything. All he did was kill every single card that Amnesiac played. It's a good deck.
Much. That's actually a lot of what Mage does. I mean, Reno Mage against Reno Log, they can always go with the game plan of just kill every single threat they have. At the end of the day, Reno Log does not run that much stuff, right? There's a lot of things that are in the forms of AoE. The minions are relatively not threatening. Sun Furies and your and your brands, they're very low health and very low attack. Even if they lived, it doesn't really matter. So yeah, naturally, Reno Mage's win condition sometimes you just kill everything, and it worked out for Sjow there.
It's a beautiful win condition too. That's what people wanted, right? People wanted to stop seeing 3/2s and 2-mana 3/4s dominate, and they wanted to start seeing more endgame play. I think once Totem Golem rotates out, I think things are going to get a lot better. Because right now, that thing is driving into a weird metagame. It's like you got to be able to beat Totem Golem, and then also beat the rest of the stuff. So once there's no more Totem Golem, there's not like this super dominant 2-cost card that you have to be able to check all the time, no matter what.
Okay, it's interesting that you think that Totem Golem is the thing here, because like what's it called? The Small Time Buccaneer is arguably like stronger, right? Because it's a 1 mana with the same attack. But then Totem Golem does a 4 health, so I don't know. I guess it's kind of close.
It's a combination of both of them. Like if you get one or the other, there's some pretty reasonable answers. But when you have to, like, say like you're playing Rogue, for instance, you kill the Buccaneer with backstab, and they play Totem Golem, and you're like, oh crap, this is bad.
Yeah. All right. Well, into the warrior mirror here. Sjow is using the the more board-centric pirate list with the South Seas captains and the Naga Corsairs. Amnesiac most likely is doing the same thing, but there is the Grimy Gadgeteer. Do you run Gadgeteer and Naga Corsair in the same deck? My first impression is no, you don't.
Yeah, it seems like it'd be a little bit difficult to do. Playing both of them is like just not that reasonable, I don't think. Like you're gonna have a lot of slow starts, and you kind of need some strong starts. But the thing about it is, when you get like one step slower, that's when you start to find an edge versus a mirror match style. And in this spot, both of them are playing that. So I'm curious who really has the edge in this one. And to me, it's feeling like Grimy Gadgeteer could be a very key card to winning.
Okay. That's a pretty cute interaction though, and Amnesiac play the South Sea Captain, the Patches stays alive.
Yeah.
With the extra health. I like that.
Ooh.
Whoa.
That's a good one.
That's the play, right? You play all 3 of your pirates for sure here. You get to keep your weapon. The weapon kills something else. You can Gadgeteer into, whatever the next draw is. And if you don't, you establish Arcanite Reaper. Wow.
Well, is there merit to hanging on to the Dread Corsair because you have the Gadgeteer in hand?
No. Because you just want to establish it immediately so that you can protect your other minions and just make a bigger board, right?
Just giddy up.
You just play immediately. Yeah.
I'm totally fine with giddying up as well. I mean, if he draws a minion, Gadgeteer's still very strong. And he's got Arcanite Reaper in hand, so he probably just needs damage to close.
On the other side, Sjow does have pretty much the same combo here. Does upgrade his axe once again, but he's on the trading tactic here.
Yeah.
Because you just have to. Oh wow. Okay. It's actually not the best draw, right? The best draw would have been a minion.
I think it would have been. I don't know if it mattered when he drew this turn, honestly.
Oh, okay. So what do you like attacking the minion here and just Arcanite Reaper? Oh, playing the Gadgeteer. Anyways.
Just 4/3. I mean, he's bashing for damage. He's got the lead, and so when you have the lead, I think it's pretty easy to just trade damage and resources with your opponent.
Okay. No, that makes sense.
Sjow doesn't have like a lot of defense in the deck. This is pretty much it. So if he's able to stabilize the board position, that's another story. But Amnesiac's got Arcanite Reaper upgrade hitting the next turn, so he's got 18 represented with that alone, plus the board position.
What now?
The more I look at this Corsair, the more I feel like that it's really hard to make value out of that card.
Yeah, well, Show's hand was really clunky, and they had pretty even starts, but Amnesiac was able to snag the tempo.
Yeah.
A lot of that was Dread Corsair.
That's true. Dread Corsair is a 0 mana card. There. And Arcanite Reaper go, right?
Yep.
Oh, there's a second option there. You can establish the pirate.
Yeah, you probably get the pirate on board.
Mm-hmm.
You could just
at the
use
cost of
Different
1
next turn.
damage.
Yeah, exactly. I don't see that being too terribly relevant. And Sjow, you can see the body language. He's like, all right, well, I was hoping he didn't have that one, but that should probably do it.
Yeah. It's pretty lights up. I mean, you can still stay alive. Corcoran into the Buccaneer.
hit armor up.
You don't. Yeah, no, you can't hit armor. You have to play your minions. So, like, not losing the game is not winning the game.
This takes him to 5, goes to 7. So he still stays alive this way technically, but
7, no. I mean, on the board he stays alive.
yeah, on the board is what I mean. I mean, this.
Right.
There's only like 2 cards in Amnesiac's deck that don't kill him this turn. It's like Prodding Berserker and Bloodsail Raider are like the only cards that don't kill him this turn. So I think this is probably the winning line for him is to try to get something on board and start cracking away, but he has to fade a lot for that to happen.
Right, exactly. Alright, and we're tied up at 1 apiece. Both the warriors are gone and locked up. And yeah, this is effectively the mirror match, right? Mirror match. All the classes are the same, and they also both queued up warrior. And so what are you thinking right now in terms of like the class matchups?
So Druid and Rogue on Sjow side, I feel like are really strong choices for him at the moment. The Mage feels like the really pivotal one to play because the Druid and the Rogue on Amnesiac side, those are just 50-50s basically, unless the matchup happens to be one of the Druids versus one of the Rogues. But the Mage feels like it's playing sort of the critical spot here, where it feels like it's strong versus the rest of Sjow's decks. Yeah,
it's crazy to see how Reno Mage is just good against everything right now, right? If you look at the meta and what tournament decks are viable, just Mage is just good. People can't really play around the fatigue plan usually, because if you're a combo deck and they have Ice Block, you throw that strategy completely out the window because that's not going to work.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the Reno Mage has answers to everything. Now, granted, you have to draw them, but they're there. And I think that's a really big factor in how that deck's picking up so many games, is it's just got a small edge because of the redundancy that it has.
Yeah.
You know, I'm curious when we're going to start seeing tech choices against Reno Mage.
Tech choices against Reno Mage. I mean...
Dirty Rat feels pretty strong against it.
Eater Secrets?
Eater Secrets can give you win. That card is a lot harder to play. Dirty Rat, I think, may be kind of the key to beating that deck sometimes.
Okay. Play a format too full and literally every single other matchup sucks though, right? I mean,
yes,
there's no Paladin, Secret Paladin. There's no Hunters in the meta at all. So, I don't know. That card is a little iffy right now. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm not going the Eater Secrets route. I'd leave that up to Raven Idol.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. So now we have a Rogue Mirror. I do like Amnesiac's keep of the counterfeit coin and the Tomb Pillager. You actually just want to establish tempo as soon as possible in this matchup.
Yeah, it seems like those are like 2 of the key cards. Is counterfeit coin to get out earlier, and then Tomb Pillager to kind of keep going on that same route where you expend a card but you get a card back. He also draws Questing Adventure here. And Sjow has a really interesting card that he just picked up from Swashbuckler with Lotus Assassin. This is going to be really interesting. I mean, normally it's hard to kind of keep one minion out versus Rogue, but Lotus Assassin plays both roles very strong, which is a defensive option as well as an offensive option.
Yeah, it's a Stranglethorn Tiger with upside. Yeah, does exactly what Stranglethorn Tiger does, but better. Sjow does have a weak turn 2, but usually rogues have a weak turn 2. They just establish their dagger, wait for more, value turns and whatnot. So I think that's completely fine. So you just
going with the small time here instead. Same amount of power, picks up an extra damage.
Who goes there?
That side's a little bit clunkier, but
yeah,
damage matters this match a lot. Oh, that's a bad one.
I mean, Amnesiac was just about to cast the small time too, so right? I mean, you are gonna questing coin into a small time and backstab, right? That looks like to be a turn. But at least you can coin out the patches as well now, so you make a bigger questing. Only vulnerable to sap. I mean, if I was Amnesiac, I would do the questing like just full YOLO because I only
full questing.
I would go full questing here. Like, I wouldn't blame Amnesiac for doing this.
I mean, this is what you put it in the deck for, right?
Yeah, to have these explosive turns.
You're not putting in questing adventures that way you can pass.
No.
That's for sure. Yeah, he's going the full Monty.
I mean, it's also kind of like making a big Edwin Van Cleef in the Rogue mirror, right? If they don't have sap, they lose. If they do, then well. It kind of playing what's the best analogy for this? Like roulette, right? But it's more skewed towards you because if you have 30 cards and 2 of them are saps and you lose your bet, you would spin that wheel every time, right?
I mean, I'm spinning that wheel a lot.
There you go. But sometimes it doesn't pay off.
Now, he does have Tomb Pillager. I think the Tomb Pillager influenced a lot of his decision to go with Questing Adventure. I think if he didn't have the Tomb Pillager, he might have not gone full on the Questing Adventure. But having the backup
I don't
plan...
know. Even regardless, I think you still do it.
Yeah, I guess you would just play to draw something. Yeah, all right. Every way makes sense.
No, you just have to go full YOLO here.
And honestly, Sjow having played the Small-Time Buccaneer instead of the SI-7 agent earlier, now is mattering a lot.
Yes.
None see the
Oh boy.
You have Lotus Assassin though. Interestingly enough, Amnesiac is not done yet. Like I would imagine that if you get your questing saps, you're just finished, right? But he's still very much in the game.
Yeah, honestly, questing here just looks fine too. Like just use it as like a taunt almost. Like when is that questing gonna come down again? He has auctioneer prep fan on the following turn.
Okay.
I think you just look at push and damage.
Yeah, damage is very relevant.
Maybe the fan's better.
The fan is better. The fan, It's very difficult here, even though you have only 2 choices, right?
They just mean such different things. Like, and this is a really good spot where Amnesiac, when I was practicing Rogue with him and Chalky, he told me that Rogue is about playing with the cards that are in your deck, not just the cards that are in your hand. Because each draw is so impactful that it means a world of difference for what you're doing right now. And so that's what he's thinking about in all these spots.
Okay. Well, let's go with the play questing as kind of like a must-kill minion.
Pretty easy must-kill minion, but when is that coming down if he doesn't play it right now?
Exactly. Sjow needs a spell here. And that's a spell. That's a good one.
That
Probably
is
the
a
best
hot
one.
draw.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Clear the board. Re-stealth your Lotus Assassin.
This is everything.
This guy's toast.
Yeah.
This was as good as the turn could have gotten.
So it's the swing turn that Sjow was looking for. And yeah, Amnesiac nods his head and the only way he can win now is some ridiculous burst damage.
Conceal? You could draw Conceal.
Draw Conceal into something like Cold Bloods and Leroy's. That could be a way out. Oof.
Could have had a second questing adventure. Yeah, this is Auctioneer, Prep Fan, and hope that you draw Conceal. I guess you coin first.
Of course you coin first, yeah. Coin into Prep Fan.
Two more draws. Oh, this is it. That's not Conceal.
That's one more?
And that's not Conceal.
No, not it.
I give up.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Yeah. I don't know. I like Amnesiac's line there. Just play a big questing. If it gets dealt with, then you're probably gonna lose the game. You're still not out completely, but the chances of you winning right on the spot with the big questing it's good. Which makes me think that you never keep sap in the mirror, right? You just can't. You can't play around that one out. But now there are two questings and an Edwin. What do you think?
It feels like a bad keep simply because the rest of your cards are so strong to draw. Like Tomb Pillager's great, Backstab's great, SI7 Agent can be okay. You really want to find Small Time Buccaneer. There's too many cards that are so good to draw that I don't think you can ever justify keeping sap in that particular matchup.
That's even better than going all in. It's kind of also like playing against a priest, right? Where you don't play against a Shadow or Death. You just forget about that card existing and just go all in on a creature. So
yeah,
didn't work out for Amnesiac that time.
You'd have to have some pretty strong evidence to do the contrary, I'd say. And going all in the questing, that wasn't even what lost him the game, was the questing getting answered. It was the key turn from Sjow where he needed to draw a spell. If he drew Sap, if he drew Eviscerate, if he drew Backstab, all those three were the answer that turn. And if he didn't pick up one of those, he's not able to kill everything on board. So Amnesiac gets to keep pushing damage, and then Auctioneer just simply with the draws can maybe draw Leroy Coldblood and squeeze in the last couple points. So that draw from Sjow, I think, was really the one that changed the game the most.
Okay, so there are like a little 2 turning points there, I guess. Regardless, Sjow just needs one more game, and then he's going to advance to the next round. The brutal losers bracket is, you got to win 7 matches, where in winners, you just need to win 3, and then you can get to the grand finals. So yeah, just always win the winners bracket. That's the strategy for double elimination, right? I mean, if there's ever a strategy for that kind of thing, that's it.
Yes. Win your matches. A brilliant tournament strategy.
Thank you.
Mastermind at work. That's how you become DreamHack champion.
That's true. That's true. Words of wisdom from. I mean, I did win tournaments. I'm not talking about my ass, right?
No, man, you won a ton in 2014. You were crushing.
That was so long ago. Oh man.
That was when Amaz was like pure competitor mode. I remember that. When you would get in the zone and it was just like, it's like another level.
Those are good times. I mean, I still want top of your story, so still some part of competitiveness there. I want to say.
I want to see the full return.
Okay. I'll get on. Anyways, the Shaman versus Warlock matchup. I mean, look at Sjow's hand, man. 2 4-mana 7/7s. It's looking pretty decent, and no AOE from Amnesiac. There's only a Shadow Bolt. I imagine this Shadow Bolt has to pretty much come down here, since if you actually remove a minion, the refreshment vendor is a little bit more valuable, right?
Yeah, this is a kind of a weird spot. The problem with it is Small Time Buccaneer is representing more damage, but the Tonal Trog represents more long term. And I don't think Amnesiac actually has a way to beat a Flame Wreath here, and that might have been what inspired the life tap. Is if I see Flame Wreath faceless, I'm probably going to lose anyway. And if I don't see Flame Wreath faceless, I can draw AoE and get out of this.
Okay. No. I like your analysis there. Yeah, it makes sense. But Twilight Drake. Yeah, guess we have to, right? 4/8. I think Sjow is just gonna go full face here though, and
it'd be really tough to not go full face here.
15 damage, and once again, you want to beat them before they turn 6. And it's looking like Sjow is gonna win this game before turn 6 happens.
Yeah, so the math on this one is just the math on this one is just, is it ever worth more to play around Shadow Flame, like PO Shadow Flame here sometimes? Is there a way to play around it effectively and at the same time deliver a 2-turn lethal? And with his hand, I don't think that there was. And so even in this spot, because he drew the South Sea Deckhand, when Amnesiac has Power Overwhelming and Shadow Flame, he just kills him with Jade Claws and South Sea Deckhand. So I think the South Sea Deckhand draw made his turn incredibly easy. Well, you have 3 targets to kill: Trog, Buccaneer, and the Spell Power Totem. Just yeah, I'm not sure killing the Spell Power Totem actually plays around anything extra. Okay. Like if there's 2 burn spells, Sjow wins anyway. Oh, okay. That's the quickest way to die. All right, well, that was a very quick end to a series, and Sjow is gonna make it. He's gonna advance to the next match. Still a long ways to go for Sjow. Like 3 more matches before he actually reaches the grand finals, but this is a good start. And yeah, Amnesiac did a very good showing this tournament too. Made it pretty far. Yeah. So good luck to him. Kind of seeing the weak side of the Reno decks at times, where if you don't draw the right mix early on, you can just get steamrolled. But yeah, at the same time, the aggro decks is actually what demolishes Reno decks, right? That as well. I mean, it's a compounding issue at that point when the aggro deck draws incredibly well and you draw incredibly weak. Those are just lost games. So there you go. Show's gonna take it. We're gonna have him playing against Dog in an off-stream match. Tyson and Eloise is already playing in their off-stream match as well. And the next game we have is going to be between StrifeCro and xixo in the winner's bracket. And then every single match will be streamed from then on. So the winner of the games you see on your screen right now, Tyson and Eloise, and also Dog and Sjow from the left side, we're going to be playing that. The winner of that match is going to be playing off the losers of the winner's bracket. And then we're going to have our grand finals. And that will be Game Wars. So once again, I want to thank everybody for watching. You guys are awesome. Thanks for supporting the Hearthstone tournament scene.
Shout out to you guys. I feel like that tournaments don't usually shout out their viewers that much, but I'm gonna do that. So thanks a lot for watching, guys. We're gonna go to a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be StrifeCro and xixo in the winners bracket to determine the seeding for the semifinals and the grand finals. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Hey guys, welcome back to Gang Wars. This is the winners bracket of the double elimination match that we are playing. Once again, for the people who are just joining us, we have a new, very cool skirmish format. It is every player brings 6 classes of different classes, 6 unique deck lists, and they can only play each deck at least once. Exactly once, not just at least once, but exactly one time. There are 6 decks. So they don't need to play every single one. They can just leave one behind. So it's kind of like a self-ban. And what I've been hearing back from the players is that it's a very good format where because they have to bring the 6 deck, there's not a lot of auto picks. Right now, if you make a tournament of 4 decks, you just bring the 3 patches deck and Reno Lock, and that's your lineup, right? But here, you get a little bit more interesting choices, such as the Reno Mage surfacing through. If you're wondering why I'm the only one here, it's because we actually ran out of casters. Everybody who got eliminated didn't want to cast, which is fair. I completely understand. And other people are just enjoying their holidays. So yeah, it's just me. I got this. I just really want to see tournament work. And I want to give a big shout out to my production guy right now, Kegwin. He's actually behind the scenes, doing all the overlay stuff, doing all the check marks and X's, and keeping track of the scores. Doing my admin job actually right now too, because for the first 2 days, we had Firebat with the main caster, and then we had Zalae and Amnesiac casting with him, right? So I was actually behind the scenes doing the admin work. But now we are effectively a 2-man team, so we have to take care of everything because, well, Firebat actually called in sick. So we just gotta have to make do. People enjoy the holidays, so it's just me. Anyways, we're right off to it. This is going to be the winners bracket once again. The winner will directly seed into the grand finals with a winner's advantage. It's gonna be huge because they can lose 1 series and still win the whole tournament. They have a 1 series advantage. We're gonna see StrifeCro going with the Reno Lock against xixo's Pirate Warrior. With dragons, of course. The fairy dragon is very, indicative of that. And there is an Arcanite Reaper. Yeah, most warriors have been, electing to put the Arcanite Reaper back in for a little bit more burst damage and interaction because the old dragon warrior list just doesn't come back from behind. And Arcanite Reaper not only can provide more face damage, it can also win in circumstances where you need to clear the board. Alright, xixo's looking for a turn 3 and a turn 4, obviously. StrifeCro in this match is really sitting pretty with the Demon Draft. You can just, wipe the board clean and, just have a big breather. When you have a lot of breathing room, you can do much more as a Reno Lock. And now it just feels like that. StrifeCro knows that he's in a very good spot. I mean, there's no minions to clear. He's getting closer and closer to those turn 6+. And, my experience with Reno Lock against, the Dragon Warrior, even if it's this variant, is that if you stabilize during any time in the mid game, which is turn 3s to 5, you basically run out of the game because you're playing big creatures, you're playing relevant creatures as well. And yeah, that's just a good thing. Here we have a Dark Peddler. It's a pretty bad choices, but Blood Up is pretty good. There's not a lot of whirlwind effects in Warriors. I mean, some Warrior decks tech in Unstable Ghoul. Not the Unstable, the Ravaging Ghoul more like. The 3-mana 3 deals 1 damage, but that's not found in any of this tournament's deck list. So it's going to create a little bit more of a board presence, but chooses to go with the Corruption instead. Interesting. Does kill off the Twilight Guardian if xixo had one, which was a good answer. I don't mind him for picking that. Yeah, xixo's hand is still looking pretty bad, and Kazak is also picked up for StrifeCro here. Something to do. Something to do every turn is really important. I don't think you can get too greedy in these matchups. I think a 5-cost potion is also really good. I mean, deal 4 damage effectively clears everything except for the Draconic Crusher, right? So it's gonna go with that. Does find the Fell Bloom for 4 damage. I'm assuming that's gonna be picked. And then something to do with Temple would be good. So are we looking at, you know, Resurrect minions, summon the 5/5 Demon. Those are usually the best. Don't think the Polymorph or the Freeze is ever any good. So that's my prediction. The Temple play. Deal 4 to everything, summon 2 back.
Almost out of time.
Thinking hard. Might be doing something now. Let's pick that. Yeah, that is the best choice. Even if you summon 2 random minions, such as like a 3/3, or like even the Dark Peddler, the 2/2, I think it's still good enough. It's not like the Dragon Warrior can actually ignore that. And as you can see, 6 of those minions are all 4 health. Perfect potion, really. Wow. Okay, so now if StrifeCro is a little bit heads up, he might keep the Ooze for the Arcanite. But yeah, oh wow, it actually does decide to go with the potion right away. I like this. You actually get a tempo lead. However small it is, it's still good. Now the game plan for xixo is once again, just take back the board. Unfortunately, Falcon is not a pirate, so these 2 minions are just at their face value. StrifeCro doesn't really have a good way to deal with the board currently. Just gotta be thinking like, what can I play around and what can I not play around? The best development is definitely playing the 3 drops. But Siphon Soul, I wouldn't mind Siphon Soul either. But yeah, let's go with the double 3 drops. It's gonna bet by Arcade Reaper here. Ooh, upgrade as well. Alright, so things kind of, it seems like that things line up for StrifeCro. I mean, after all this board minion fight battle, StrifeCro is still at 28 health. Usually, that doesn't happen, right? Usually it's about the warrior killing minions and then going using minions to go face. The warlock responds by killing those minions, but then they already hit the face. So yeah, usually the warlock is as, you know, least health, like a less health than a 22. But now the Ooze is gonna get rewarded. Could do some PO plays as well. Wow, that's interesting. So here we can PO the Dark Peddler, copy the Peddler, right? Kill off the Frothing and Ooze as well. That is a big swing. Very good swing. Okay, xixo's noticeably unhappy about this outcome. Oh, Finley is a good reason to be optimistic here. Alright, so we definitely Finley here, right? I mean, a hero power, it's definitely better than armoring up. You're the aggressor in this matchup, you're not winning the late game. Steady shot, right? Steady shot is good against a lot of control decks, but against Reno it's a little bit more awkward. Still the best though. Still the hero power that deals the most damage. Oh, gonna go with some board presence here. Okay. xixo thinks that he needs to win the board to win the game. And I guess that makes sense for a Dragon Warrior deck. But here we can just see that StrifeCro has basically nailed the game. There's so many you know, answers to everything xixo has. Even the Draconic Crusher is going to be met by like Siphon Soul and Blast Crystal. I don't think if xixo picked the Steady Shot, he would have won there too, so. That's the power of Reno Lock, right? It's interesting because it's all about the Kazakas. People are saying that, you know, Reno is always a good card, you know, all these other cards are good, but no, Kazakas actually single-handedly won that game. Without Kazakas, the turn 5, xixo would still have 2 minions. And then, you know, StrifeCro still had to deal with it very awkwardly, right? There was no like shadow bolts or anything. So Kazakus wins games. It's a very big reason why you want to rent that card right now. A lot of people ask me on stream, it's like, is it worth crafting Kazakus in a Reno deck list? I mean, yes, that's really one of the main reasons you play that. I feel like you do not want to play Reno decks without Kazakus. So StrifeCro goes on the early lead here, 1-0 over xixo. If we are looking at matchups here, there is a priest once again for xixo. When you have a priest in the lineup, it's very awkward. Because when do you want to queue that? And if you ever queue that, chances are it's probably going to lose the game. If you look at StrifeCro's lineup, Priest is not good against the Druid, Mage, Rogue, right? Arguable against Warrior, I guess. It's okay against Dragon Warriors, but not good against the Face Ferret. So in this tournament specifically, I think Priest is rather a weakness. And it's going to be really hard to win a deck of it, which is fine because you don't have to play all your decks, right? But does get into an awkward situation where you can't have the flexibility for the few final picks. Yeah, I imagine just both players going with one of the best decks right now. So like Rogue and Shamans are, jumping in the front of my mind right now. Just pick up those early wins, and then the matchups become a little bit more clear. Druid on StrifeCro's lineup seems pretty decent too against most of the classes that xixo is bringing. Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends if StrifeCro thinks that Druid is good right now, or he wants to keep it for later to snipe the Priest with. If I'm xixo, I'm not even considering the Priest. I think I'm just gonna ignore it and just play my other classes. Just get a few wins with the Rogue and Shaman. Yeah. Feels like those decks are literally the strongest right now, at least against like the combo list and the Reno list that StrifeCro is running. I wonder when we're gonna see like a good Hunter and Paladin list, because I mean Garrison has been out for about what, 2 months now. There's still 2 more months of Garrison before the next expansion hit, and it might not be enough time for people to value making a new list, because these lists are all also efficient. It's not like Paladin or Hunter got like patches. I mean, they do have weapons. They could pay pirates, but their weapons are so expensive and not as efficient as Nizal's First Mate, or we have Spirit Claws and J Claws, or even from Rogue, just a dagger for hero power. So those classes seems to be the most skimped out when you're evaluating like the patches and all the pirate package. It just doesn't feel like it's happening. But yeah, seems like we have a little bit of a challenge issue here. Let me just see. All right, it seems like that StrifeCro had a computer error here. He actually had 10 FPS just now. That was his reason to restart his computer. Apparently he couldn't drag cards, so we have a little bit of a delay. But yeah. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this tournament. I wanted to make this tournament because, there was this like little blank period between Christmas and the New Year's, and been planning this event for a while. So I go like, let's just do it, Damn, Firebat, why you have to be sick, man? I have to say that Firebat is a really good caster. Been very impressed. I mean, he's not only entertaining, but also informative. I mean, it's pretty hard for like, I don't know, for a top ladder player to cast. It can never go wrong, right? Yeah. If you're not a top ladder player, then you kind of have to rely on your other skills. Like you have to be entertaining. You might have to make jokes or something, but just have to do something. Yeah, it's just Strife has to BRB right now. Just to clarify though, for people who might be a little bit confused about how the matches go, if we can change it to the losers bracket again for production, just a second, because so yeah. The Gang Wars is played over 3 days, right? The first 2 days was the upper bracket, and here is the lower bracket. So you see that names are popping up for seemingly randomly, right? For example, like Tice just randomly popped up in round 4, but it's because Tice won 2 games at the top bracket, and so that's why we see the players like so. This is the final bracket, so this is really the more important one. But you know, the winners bracket was played in the first 2 days, and if you guys want to catch these matches, you can actually head onto my YouTube or even the Twitch recordings. There were some pretty interesting games. There were some pretty interesting games today too. I think Forsen definitely played a little bit too fast. There was the missed life tap, the kind of awkward Reno lock gameplay there. We had some missed lethals in both days. So yeah, it's been interesting. I think the main takeaway from this tournament, though, in terms of Hearthstone decks, is that Reno Mage is a very strong deck, right? I mean, StrifeCro has been saying on and on that, you know, Reno Mage is such a good list, and he's in the winners bracket right now. So, you know, what he's saying is holding a little bit of weight. All right, seems like we're back in the game. We're gonna have xixo now in the Reno lock, and StrifeCro is gonna play his mid-range shaman, and mid-range shaman is a very good list to go against Reno lock, if any, right? Because, you know, if you're playing the full aggro face version, the Reno lock removes your early pressure, and then you're basically done. You're sealed. There's so many options they have. The mid-range version, however, does have a little bit more steam. Eloise was playing a Bloodlust in her deck, and I think that's a very good tech choice against all the control decks out there. Like, if your opponent knows you have Bloodlust, it doesn't even matter. I think it's actually stronger if your opponent knows you have Bloodlust, because they always have to play around it. Just 12 damage burst from nowhere for 5 mana. It's really hard for control to deal with.
What to do?
Starting hand for StrifeCro here is, you know, it's reasonable. I mean, the pirate draw, it makes this a little bit more awkward, but I feel like you just establish the pirate anyways. Doesn't curve out too well, but it's not like the J clause is curving out too well either. I guess you can also just totem here. The more minions you have on board, the better Flame Tongue Totem gets. And getting a free minion here is pretty good too. So I like that play. Yeah. xixo's hand is looking very good though, even better than StrifeCro's, I guess. We're looking at tap into coin 4-drop into 4-drop, and then you can just curve out like that. Shadow Bolt also picked up for a possible Totem Golem. It does make more sense for mid-range shaman to, you know, press the hero power as much times as possible, because each of these totems represent a threat that otherwise aggro shaman won't do. Because aggro shaman needs to go really fast, right? They don't really have a lot of value in their hand, but StrifeCro on the other hand does have a lot of value in his hand. This does apply some pressure to Flame Tongue Totem. Those are some pretty good positionings. I like that. Very clean answer from xixo here, and does preserve the coin. I think this is much stronger than a coin 4-drop, because you always want an option to coin Reno. Alright. Well, StrifeCro's list is basically the Jade Golem variant with the Aya, right? It plays a little bit more mid-rangey rather than the Lava Burst, since we have Hex. So I'm pretty sure that StrifeCro's not running the Lava Burst or like the, you know, the fast stuff, but running the Jade package with probably Asterix instead. Okay, so we have Kazakhstan potion for a 5 here. That's a 1. Interesting. xixo really likes the 1 potion. We saw xixo actually making 2 1-mana potions the last time he played Reno Mage when he had Brand Kazakus. And yeah, I think the 1 potion is definitely not something a lot of people consider, right? It could do some very crazy stuff. Dealing 3 damage and AoEing for 2 damage, those are very good options. As you can see on this board, Dealing 2 damage to everything is really good. I think xixo missed. He's pretty unhappy with the outcome here. The potion is going to be, oh wow, a 2/2 that draws a card is not really what you want to see. So I don't think xixo's happy with that outcome. If it was literally deal 2 damage to everything, he could have coined it out. So a little bit unlucky for xixo there. But then at the same time, StrifeCro still has to think about, okay, well, xixo picked the 5 mana potion because that's the first thing that pops into mind, right? So now how much does StrifeCro want to put onto the board? The answer is, well, he does not respect the potion at all. Just gonna put down the 5/5. Thinks he needs more pressure to win the game. Yeah, I mean, like these boards are very common when you play against when you play against a control warlock. When you play against Mirror Shaman, right? Mirror Shaman against control warlock, they don't really want to spend their cards to kill your non-cards because your non-cards are basically your totem hero card, right? And these patches and the Jade Golem, those are effectively free cards. So that's why, in my opinion, Bloodlust is one of the strongest cards right now. So if you're playing a ladder and you're losing to like the Reno decks a lot and you are a Shaman player, I think you should seriously consider the Bloodlust tech. It's a really good choice right now. Even against like Reno Mage, right? They don't know whether to establish minions or to put their ice block down or something like that. But xixo does need to pretty much clear the board here. Does not really have a good answer, and it's gonna have to go with Reno. And we know from our previous games that post Reno damage is really relevant. StrifeCro nods his head. He likes to see that happen. xixo is giving a lot of credit for StrifeCro's burst damage, basically. There we go. Azragic is one of the main reasons to play more of a mid-range deck, so you have more gas. And Slightly Bolt looks nice. Because you can also curve into Aya next turn. And it's not like it's getting any better. So yeah, I think using this is good. Oh, interesting. So Dirty Rat here is a 2/6 for 2. Does not get the Battle Cry proc because the board is literally full. But there is no Shadow Flame play here. There is a Shadow Flame next turn, right? So xixo needs to basically plan his next turn. Like, what do you think StrifeCro would do this turn? And what can you also do to stay alive and keep as much health as possible? It's basically questions running through xixo's head right now. Once again, the 1 mana potion is the 2/2 that draws a card. Not exactly the best value or anything like that. xixo could be really sick and do like, you know, the 1 mana 2/2 draw into power overwhelming and wipe the board. But it's gonna happen. It's gonna keep the MC tech. Sure, there's only 2 good targets for MC tech. Can save it for next board. It's interesting to note that StrifeCro will definitely roll a spell power totem if he makes space for it. So I think it's very good to just sacrifice both your 1/1s, make the totem roll for. Oh, actually no, you wanna. Okay, so I would have sacrificed the 1/1 first and then Maelstrom Portal, because what if you get like the Inspire guy? Oh, see? Yeah, exactly. So the ordering was a little bit off there. I think you always Maelstrom Portal first, so you want to sacrifice your 1/1. Actually, no, yeah, doesn't work that way. Never mind. You need the totem first to the spell power. Okay, so that was my mistake. That was the right order. But yeah, it's one of the things you think about when you Maelstrom Portal, is that there's this one out that is better if you totem afterwards. Here, of course, xixo is looking for a Shadow Flame. It's not quite it. Not quite the one that you're looking for. Shadow Flame is not as good right now, and you're now sitting at 15 health.
possibilities.
I guess you just have to go with Refreshing Vendor. Just not a lot of choices here. I mean, if you're sitting at 15, you died to a lot of things. So yeah, gotta play that and just hope for a better Shadow Flame next turn. Maelstrom Portal still sitting really, just such a powerful card now with 2 spell power on the board. Yeah. I mean, StrifeCro right now is thinking, okay, turn 8, it's very easy to clear the board with Twisting Nether and stuff like that. One of the things that, you know, you go through your mind is that you might want to drop the Aya so that you get a more, you know, persistent board after a board clear. But the Aya really is just a, what is it? It's a 4/4, right? I think the J Golem counts at 2/2. Not really sure, but can't really see it from this angle. But yeah, it's a matter of how much do you play around board clear. Okay, wow, that's highly aggressive. And yeah, once again, this is post Reno, right? So xixo doesn't really have much healing other than the Kazakus potion did not get healed. Well, StrifeCro doesn't know that, but yeah, Farseer was used, Refreshment Vendor was used, and the Reno was used. So yeah, StrifeCro showing us the power of mid-range Shaman against Reno Lock. And xixo did get pretty unlucky, I guess, with the 1 mana potion. He didn't get the board clear, or they didn't even get damage, right? So it's quite unfortunate.
So many possibilities.
Is there any way out of this situation?
Almost out of time.
I mean, has to involve some sort of Shadow Flame, right?
I ain't talking.
Side effects? No.
Wow.
Trust me.
The Shadow Flame not even clearing everything. That's not a that's not a good moment. The Mistress of Mixtures is a good pickup though. The 4 extra health goes a long way against mid-range Shaman. Literally, their only burst is Lightning Bolt. There's no other burst. Alright, so J-Claws is a 2/2. So now the ISM is a 3/3, Dev Rattles into a 4/4. It's pretty powerful. And yeah, StrifeCro already saw the Shadow Flame there. So I mean, if I was StrifeCro, I would be basically going, okay, so xixo does not have Twisting Nether. Because Twisting Nether was such a cleaner answer to the board. So yeah. I mean, almost always you want to play the Twisting Nether instead. It's 8 mana, very hard to cast. And Shadow Flame, you can weave it with different stuff too. But now xixo once again is staring down another board. The reload from StrifeCro is super powerful here. We're looking at what? Twilight Drake into Senjin? And then trade off the 2/2. You die if you do that. There's a Hex on StrifeCro's head. But I mean, if you're xixo right now, you don't really care about StrifeCro's head. You just have to make the play that, you know, survives on the board. Yeah, I mean, my play would be Twilight Drake and Senjin just contest the board, and I would die. Yeah, xixo would do the same thing, but just, yeah, didn't line up. Kazakus did not produce the potion xixo wanted, and StrifeCro is gonna go away with the second game of the series. Smash is matchup is pretty interesting because, like, why you want to bring mid-range Shaman is because you want to target the more aggro variants, right? If you have a mid-range Shaman and you're against an aggro Shaman, the chances of mid-range Shaman winning the matchup is really high because the amount of deck cards you have in your hand is much lower. You do not want to draw your Lava Burst or, you know, your face damage cards. So changing the Lava Burst for Hex, changing them for Azudrix, you know, the 4-mana 7/7s, makes the deck much more consistent in that matchup. But now, you know, suddenly you can win against control too, and that's an extra plus, right? One reason to bring the all face variants is to beat these Reno locks. You know, the Lava Burst usually outraces Reno, but worked out for StrifeCro. It's really good. Gonna go into a decider's match for StrifeCro. It's match point. Xixo needs a reverse sweep, and now he is the one using the Shaman with a very, very nice hand. He's gonna go up against Reno Mage though, one of the perhaps the hardest matchup for the Shaman to go up against. And yeah, this is gonna be a big uphill battle for Xixo. All right. I have to ban the chat too. There were some spammers. You guys are gonna hear this 10 minutes later, but there are some what Zonothene accounts that I need to take care of.
The end is coming.
This 2-man group is getting there, guys. It's getting there. Alright. Doomsayer, turn 2. Very sweet from Strife. Yep. He's chilling. He's feeling good. Oh, I mean, there's not much options if you're Xixo here. I mean, you are the initiative, right? You have to put stuff on the board. You're the one that needs to kill the mage, and the mage is the one that needs to clear your minions. So you just have to play your minions. If you don't play your minions, then mages can do whatever they want. They can just Arcane Intellect, or you know, establish their card draw mechanics and whatnot. It gets even worse. So this matchup is definitely super skewed. I think from below is definitely one way to win this matchup, right? A way to cheat the curve is one way to beat these Reno decks. My best example would be Edwin Van Cleef, right? When you make a big Edwin Van Cleef, then, you know, sometimes your opponent doesn't have the polymorph and you win. And I think from below is kind of like Edwin in that sense. Yeah, I'm just deciding where to play a minion or remove the board. I do like removing the board here, and I do like using the Forbidden Flame. Forbidden Flame is one of the hardest cards to get out of your hand, simply because, you know, it actually sucks out all your mana, right? You can't actually play that along with everything unless you play that last. It's very hard to use properly, but StrifeCro does choose to establish instead. It's gonna be met with a value trade. Oh, that is a big card. Volcanic Potion is gonna wipe the board here. Wow. I guess the question is, where do you ping off the Totem Golem or the Flame Tongue? I think they're both choices were fine there. If you kill the Totem Golem, it does prevent the 3 damage from going phase. But it does mean that you have to, you know, kill off this Flame Tongue sometime. And yeah, the healing totem is a little bit of a punish, and Xixo needs to... I believe he has to go all in. Like, I just don't think you have time. You have Hex for the next minute that comes down, and then you have Ragnaros to seal the game. I think you have to play this right now. Hold it for too long and you might not have time. Good job. Good job, Xixo. That's a good play. Wow. Yeah, the thing from belows are presenting a very dangerous board for StrifeCro to do. It's just it's just hard to deal with this. I guess you know, Fireball might have to. Oh yeah, it's Forbidden Flame. There you go. Yeah, Forbidden Flame first, because Fireball is 4 for 6. Forbidden Flame is not 4 for 6. It's 4 for 4. There's Alec here as well. Wow. I did not realize that Xixo was playing Alec here as well. That is a good card in this matchup. Very nice. So we're looking for Rag next turn, and StrifeCro is most likely going to have the poly remove the Rag, which means that the Alec killer sticks on the board. If not, outright wins the game immediately. Wow. Yeah, as you can see, it's the push that thing from below gets on the board, right? No, you're not supposed to play, you know, 2-0 mana 5/5s in turn 6 in any class. But yeah, it's really hard to answer that.
Interesting.
I mean, I honestly would like the Fireball here and just establish the brand. I have a lot of choices here just to stay alive. One reason I like the brand here is because it's not really doing much in the hand, right? You don't really have any brand activators. But looks like a pretty good Rag turn. I mean, it's 8 to the face. Unless we wanna, I guess Xixo's thinking about like whether he needs the Rag to kill a minion. If Rag doesn't need to kill a minion, doing 8 to the face is a lot.
What to do?
Is there any weird way of lethal here? If you play Alec here, deal 6 to the face, hit with the 2, your StrifeCro is at 9. So that's not exactly lethal with the Rag. But if Xixo does pop like a Spirit Claws, that is lethal. So I guess that is an out. So, oh wow, okay, not attacking, so okay, interesting. Oh, I guess Spirit Claws does kill in many ways with the spell power, huh? Lots of different nuances here. Okay. If that's a ping there, we're looking at a Reno turn. And the Alec here stays alive. So some post-Reno damage. Very important. Oh, Lightning Bolt. So if StrifeCro didn't play the Reno, then he would have died. Now, how much damage is this? It's 8 on board. We have 4 with the Lightning Bolt, so that's 12. Plus the 8 with Ragnar's is 20. It's a lot of damage. Oh, you can also Lightning Bolt the Reno, kill it off, and the Rag goes face for sure. And then what? StrifeCro cannot kill both the Alec Killer and the Fire Lord. Seems like a good play.
Job done.
Yeah, StrifeCro already used a lot of the Google. Forbidden Flame, Fireball. So Alec Killer looks like it's gonna live. Looks like it's still gonna live, actually. Wow. Not a lot of shamans running Alec here right now, so good on Xixo to include this deck.
Perhaps.
Is it time for Babbling Book to show up? Are we in desperate mode right now? Are we desperate enough to do Bran and Babbling Book? I mean, one of the outs here is Ice Lance or Freezing Potion. Freezing Potion is a 0 mana Ice Lance, even better. If you just Babbling Book, what can you get? Not really get much. Might as well get the double. Yeah, I like this.
I want to cast a spell.
Does get a polymorph. So he can at least deal with the Alakir next turn. The Dragon's Breath does deal with it too, but yeah. Once again, Alakir lives. Xixo did not draw the card he wanted to see. This doesn't really do that much. But I mean, xixo should be clever enough to know that, you know, there might not be a lot of AoEs. Does go with the Hex. Very heads up. So, plays everything! No AoE! Which means I can go face. Play everything, go face. Very awkward turn for StrifeCro. He needs to find Kazakus, or he needs to find Forsen, right? I think those are the two outs. Ooh, does that actually work? I mean, that's very close to working, right? So we can Thalnos, Torch, Ping, and then use Dragon's Breath on the Alakir. It's a pretty sick turn.
Interesting.
We hunger for vengeance.
Yeah, on the Trog. You get a free Ping as well. Oh. No, ordering mistake there, StrifeCro. You could have killed the 1-1. Okay. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 damage to the face right now. That's a lot. Post Reno is a lot. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that you want to attack and then re-equip the Spirit Claws afterward. Oh, going for the lethal. Okay, never mind. It goes in there. In there too. I guess it does have 3 charges. You don't need the extra 2 there. Firelance Portal. Is there a card? There are a lot of cards that have taunt 5. StrifeCro needs to find one of those. Otherwise, I mean, okay, so here you can't even sack the Thalnos. So, what's the best play? The best play is to...
Perhaps.
The fact that you can't sack the Thalnos is really awkward right now. So maybe you do ping off the Thalnos first. But then, what are you trying to find? Refreshment Vendor doesn't work. Oh, did you already play? Maybe you played Refreshment Vendor already. I think Firelance Portal is literally the only out. You need to find a taunt minion. Very cool how xixo maneuvered this game to beat this deck. So yeah, go with the ping first. Don't know what StrifeCro can find. Oh! Never mind. That would be a card to stay alive. That's really nice. All right. Well, xixo's 2 off. That doesn't really do much, but it's a good card. And we're looking for... No, that's not it. Wow, StrifeCro actually hangs on for another turn. Okay. But now, we're also in the same situation where StrifeCro still needs some help. Still not over yet. Oh my god, okay. So, what does Kabbalah's Tome do? Kabbalah's Tome needs to find AoE. If you kill all the spell power, Spirit Claws are... There's a Frost Nova, but oh no, there's... Oh no, there's no freeze for the face. Oh no, there's also... No, there's so many spell power. Oh my god, there's so much spell powers on the board. And the Fate Price does not work on the face, obviously. So, I think that's lights out. That's literally it. If there's... Oh my god, if StrifeCro played Water Elemental last turn instead... and froze the face? Oh, that would have been so different, huh? Wow! Yeah. StrifeCro played Water Elemental last turn. He wouldn't have died. On the board, that is. I mean, there is still card draw from xixo's Thalnos, so it's still pretty hard to come back in this spot. Oh. No. Not this time, Strife. So yeah, StrifeCro falls down and xixo clutches it out with the win. It's pretty awesome. Okay, is this what? Oh, okay. Just checking. All right, cool. I guess xixo thought that just trying to be a little bit good-mannered, and because usually people don't rope out in tournaments, right? But it seems like StrifeCro is just like thinking there. But yeah, xixo gets on the board. He's still not out. Reverse sweep in maybe it's imminent. I mean, if it's one person to do it, it's definitely xixo, right? Still, looking at the matchups, Priest looks pretty unplayable with the Druid and the Rogue, both being decks that Strife plays. I mean, if xixo next levels and thinks that Strife is going to kill Warrior, then maybe the Priest can get a chance, but otherwise it's just going to be the Mage and Rogue versus the StrifeCro lineup. It's a lot like this, right? Throughout this tournament, we see that Priest just gets stranded a lot, and it's just not a good choice. Maybe Hunter would have been a better choice, because if you look at all the decks right now, what they're trying to do is either control or like mid-range, right? A lot of people are also staying away from aggro, and Hunter has the best game finishers in the entire game, right? Kill command is a 3 mana, 5 damage. We also have the actual hero power. You don't even need to run Finley. Like, imagine if you cast Finley at the start of every game and cast hero power and cast the Hunter, right? Well, you can also just play Hunter and just smart them, right? So yeah, I feel like that maybe a Hunter list could be found right now. Just need more people to experiment on it. There were a lot of experiments on Reno Mage, and that's kind of how it got here today. But now the meta has changed to a very mid-range control meta. Can't believe I'm actually saying that, because every aggro is supposed to be aggro, right? But no, Reno Mage is really good against aggro. So now we're looking for a different type of aggro to beat the Reno Mage. So maybe Hunter is the answer. But yeah, once again, yeah, exactly. So the players are just checking. StrifeCro said that he roped out thinking, and yeah, xixo was just checking if he DC'd or whatnot. So that's basically what's happening here. On the as an update, we actually have Eloise beating Tice. So Tice is unfortunately out of the tournament. Eloise winning once again. It's going to be facing against the winner of the Dog versus Sjow. And we actually have the result from that as well. It's actually going to be Dog that emerged victorious from that matchup. So Dog is going to advance to face against Eloise. So we have Dog, Eloise, StrifeCro, and xixo being the top 4 players in Gang Wars. Alright, back to this match. Alright, so what do we have here? StrifeCro is starting with patches in the hand. And it's going to Finley for a hero power. I imagine this is going to be life tap, but Steady Shot is really good against, the Reno Mage. So I think both is fine, but drawing patches, you're already down a card. So I feel like the life tap has to be a thing. Not much to do here. I mean, do you Frostbolt a 1/3? Not really. Might as well ping it. Kind of play into something like a Volcanic Potion. That would be a good top deck. Wow, more Fairy Dragons. If it's one thing that mages don't, play against, well, they're Fairy Dragons. 3/2 that refuses to get pinged off.
I'm in charge now.
Stone Touch Spore from StrifeCro side. And yeah, usually you're under more pressure than this. I'm actually wondering why StrifeCro decided to not play Fairy Dragon there. It was a lot of repetitive damage. I think it was the better choice. I don't think you like the value of tapping is to find a 4-drop like relatively soon, so they can play next turn. Something like that would have been awesome. But repetitive damage is all you really want, right? Okay. Oh man, these Fairy Dragons are frustrating. Very frustrating. So I'm guessing, wow. Okay, that's pretty interesting. So xixo really wants to coin Flame Strike. Because the other option was to coin Drake, right? And just look for an answer. But now that xixo used the ping there, it's just looking that he wants to go the line of coin Flame Strike.
Fly, Polly.
Oh, health is dwindling, that's for sure.
Chief.
Jesus, this is just so much damage. xixo might not even make it to Flame Strike. Oh, there we go. Alright, that's a lifesaver. Exactly what xixo needed right now. But the question is, you know, next turn there's gonna be a 6-mana 9/9. You gotta deal with that too. That was definitely so unfortunate. I mean, I guess xixo would have Frost Nova if he didn't find a volcanic potion. So I guess it was alright too. But now, at least he doesn't key himself into a Flame Strike. Like imagine if he didn't draw the Flame Strike, right? xixo would have Frost Nova. StrifeCro to put a 6-mana 9/9, and then if xixo plays Flame Strike, his Ice Block is getting procced. So the Volcanic Potion was miles ahead of not drawing one. Interesting. I mean, not enough to proc the block. I guess one of the regrets from StrifeCro is that he didn't hit face more with this weapon. Oh wait, actually, didn't he establish this last turn? Oh, he did. Never mind. Man, it's 1 damage off. That feels bad. He cannot block to it.
I must choose.
Oh, decided to tap. Very heads up. Oh, also a little bit off. Very unfortunate. Okay, setting our opponent to 2 here. Meanwhile, xixo is looking for some sort of answer. Ink Master, okay. It's one way. I mean, are we desperate enough to Firelance Portal for a taunt here? I think so. Alright, see what the power of the Cabal brings. It's going to be a taunt, hopefully, for xixo's sake. No, it's just a Pit Fighter. So the block is getting procced here. I do like the Axe Attack more. The Axe Attack basically basically forces xixo to freeze the face. Alright, and then you have surprise damage in the form of Alex Strauss's Champion and also Blackwing Corruptor. Wow, tapping again! Dude, StrifeCro, the more you tap, the more you actually might just randomly die. Scary.
The blade be thirsty.
For the Life Binder.
Alright, well, I mean, this makes sense too, because you have the Corruptor, right? Oh, okay, that's fine. I mean, I guess setting your opponent to 1 is not really... doesn't really make too big a difference. No, it doesn't make too big a difference. 10 for... Okay, so xixo is actually very close to lethaling the opponent. But, so even Frost Nova and Frostbolt to the face does not save xixo here. That is his line though, because I mean that is really his only line. And Blackwing Corruptor is going to end the game. So StrifeCro is going to emerge victorious from the winners brackets. And yep, little chest bump there, feeling pretty proud of himself. And yeah, xixo is going to drop to the semifinals.
Well
Where there's a
played.
chance to get back to the grand finals, of course. But congratulations to StrifeCro, played really solidly over the day. I think one of his main decks that really carried him to his current position was the Reno Mage. I think he's just, yeah, he plays his Reno Mage really well. Knows how to extract every bit of value from all the cards while still staying alive. And he's going to move forward to the grand finals. We're going to have an update of the brackets here. I think we already gave a little bit of an update just previously. But It is Dog getting a 3-0 victory over Sjow. We're going to see Dog and Eloise up next. And then Tice is going to lose to Eloise, and Eloise is going to climb all the way from the second round of losers all the way to here to the quarterfinals. So we're going to have quarterfinals for Dog versus Eloise. The loser of that's 4th place. The winner of that goes on to face against xixo, and then the winner of that goes to play against StrifeCro. That is awesome. Once again, the prize pool for this tournament is $5,000. First place gets $3K, second place $1,250, and third place is $750. So there's a big difference between second and first place. So these guys will have to play their hearts out, really. So when we come back, we're gonna look at Dog and Eloise's match. It is the quarterfinals. We're gonna set up cams, give them a little bit of time to get ready. They played an off-stream match. They're pretty much ready, but we need to basically do the production stuff. So once again, thank you so much for hanging around, guys. Hopefully you do enjoy the tournament. Once again, I am solo casting because there's literally no more casters. Everybody's on holiday, or they lost the tournament. They don't want to cast. They're going to bed. They just want to chill out. Perfectly reasonable. I don't want to force anybody into it. So hopefully you guys are still having a good time and enjoying my solo cast. Rather at least moderately, okay? But yeah, we'll be right back, guys. Stay tuned. Hey guys, and welcome back to the quarterfinals now of the Gang Wars tournament. We have Dog and Eloise making it to top 4. We also have StrifeCro and xixo making it. So xixo is top 3 at least, and StrifeCro is also top 2 at least. So yeah, 4 very good Hearthstone players. Wasn't too big of a surprise that they were making this far, but yeah, this tournament was really stacked. I mean, you've got Pavel, you've got Tice, you've got Life Coach and SuperJJ, the practice partners, just so many talented players. So I wouldn't have been surprised if any of these guys made it to the final matches here. But it's all down to the middle now. We're down to the final stretch, and we're gonna see who emerges victorious at the end. So Dog and Eloise, both of these players performed pretty well this year. I think Eloise was traveling a lot and just played in every single tournament and performed really well. There were some cases where Eloise does not pick up any wins at all, but when she wins her tournament, she does really, really well. So it's more of the, I'm going to either perform super well or I'm not going to perform super well. Kind of reminds me of Orange, where, Orange would either win a tournament or lose a tournament in the first round, right? Which is, it's actually better than the jack of all trades, the middle of the road guy. You'd rather be known to be winning tournaments than just placing consistently all right. That's not what you want to do. And of course, Dog, even though he's been streaming more and focusing more on that, still, maintaining a very good and solid play style and still on top of his meta game. And, 2 very good players is going to go at it. We see that Dog does prefer Priest in his lineup over the Mage that Eloise is running. And yeah, Eloise, we saw her cast today with me, and she was just saying that Reno Mage is one of the best decks right now. And it's really the deck to beat because there's just so many options. But once again, one of the main ways to beat these Reno decks is just to go face. And if they don't have the answers for everything, which sometimes they don't, they just die. At the end of the day, it's just a control deck with some fancy one-ups and whatnot. But it's really hard to beat them when they have like these busted cards like Kazakus and Reno and their multitude of removal spells and whatnot. Anyways, I am Amaz. Just for you guys who are just joining, we do not have a second caster because everybody is off doing their own thing. They're enjoying their holidays. Most people who got eliminated, I asked every single one of them. They haven't responded to me, so I guess they were just done for the day. No more Hearthstone. Yeah, I mean, once you lose a Hearthstone match, you feel like that. You're kind of like done for the day, kind of. So it's all right. I'm still here, and of course, Kegwin is still here in the production side. So, hey, 2-man team. We're keeping it strong here, right? It's very close to the finish, and this is the last tournament of 2016. So let's end strong, right? That's pretty much what we're doing. We also made a double elimination bracket. It was very challenging making a double elimination bracket because there's just so many matches. Usually, you don't really do 60-man double elimination matches because that's 32 matches across from 3 days. That's a lot of matches. So we had to play some of the games off stream. That's kind of how we have to do it. Otherwise, this would be in a 4-day tournament, which, to be honest, wouldn't have been that bad. But it also takes a big toll on players if they're playing in a 4-day tournament. Like, I don't know. I don't really want to play in a 4-day tournament. That's a lot to ask. But thankfully, all these players did join the tournament. So shout outs to them as well. We're going to hop right into it. It's going to be Eloise on Shaman versus Dog's Reno Lock. Once again, Eloise is running the Bloodlust tech. It's been unfortunate that she drew it that early on. But it is one of the win conditions against this deck. If Dog is a little, on top of his game, then he will know that Eloise is running Bloodlust and hopefully play around that card at least in the first few turns. Just you gotta be mindful of Bloodlust, man. You don't just want to randomly die. So yeah, we're gonna see how this pans out. This Shadow Bolt is perfect. Totem Golem has 4 health. Shadow Bolts deal 4 damage. Boom. First question answered. What Eloise wants to do is to coin Drake next turn, so doesn't really want to overload. So the J Claws is not looking too fancy right now. Thalnos could be played, but Thalnos is an on-demand spell power, so probably not. Maybe just Totem, right? Because Totems are really good when you're playing this mid-range period with the Bloodlust. Every hero power represents 3 possible damage. That's more than Steady Shot. Anyways, let us know, guys, who you want to win, Dog or Eloise. Cheer for your favorite player. And yeah, let's see where it goes. Dog very smartly plays the Doomsayer to counter any possible turn 4 plays. And yeah, Eloise looking like just a totem pass here. Don't think you really want to cycle the Thalnos. I mean, on-demand spell power is pretty relevant. If you look at all the Reno Lock minions, they're usually very small health, right? Sun Furies and Farseers and whatnot. But now Eloise decides that she needs a better hand, so go ahead and fish for more cards. Now both players have a big hand. Now if the Thalnos was in the hand, the Jade Lightning would have cleared this rather nicely, but instead, Eloise would need to go with another way to deal with this. Is there some interesting thing also with Barnes here? I mean, if he Barnes into something with spell power, does it work? No. Not really. It's always awkward when the Reno Lock actually has board control. Yeah, Jade Lightning into Spirit Claws. Deals with the threat at least. Very not efficient, but hey, what can you do? And now Sylvanas is looking really sick for Dog. Whoa, immediate coil. Didn't even think about it. Interesting. Oh, well, he drew Mountain Giant. Okay, that makes more sense now. I was like, how do you actually figure that out that fast? No, he drew Mountain Giant. That makes a lot of sense to coil. This puts a big minion on the board. And Eloise doesn't really have a good plan to kill this. Okay.
Tonight,
Barnes here.
terrible tragedy.
What is this? This is a Trog. Still not the worst. I mean, a 3/4 that makes a 1/1. It's kind of like a Razorfen Hunter at 4, right? It does get better with the Bloodlust in hand, that's for sure. It's a bit of an extra value, let's say. Voidwalker seems to be the pick here for sure. And bad news for Eloise. There's an 8/8 top minion in the way now. Looking for some overload mechanics, hopefully. Not quite. So Azric into Storm deals 2 to everything, and then you effectively take the trades, and yeah, turn is basically spelled up for you. Don't think there's any other option here. I mean, how often does Maelstrom Portal hit 3 minions against a Rado lock anyways, right? Think about Flame Tongue maybe, huh? Is Flame Tongue that good right now? Let's see. 3/3. So if you overload 1, okay, so if you hero power into spell power, the Flame Tongue becomes much better. The problem with that is that you're actually losing quite a bit of minions. Although with Azric and Maelstrom, you're also losing quite a bit of minions. This is awkward both ways. There's the Hex. It's a little bit late. It's okay. Hex is always going to be useful. Oh wow. Okay, decides to go with the Flame Tongue there instead. Probably kill off this 2/2. Okay, that's respectable. Wow, if Dog gets a taunt activator, that'll be pretty sick. On the 8/8.
So many
For now.
possibilities.
Alright, so the thing is, like, are there any better siphon targets in this deck? I guess there might be Rag since there is a Barnes. Kind of feel like that might be a thing. But nope, can't play around that. Way. Oh, 8 damage is going face. Nope, okay. I guess that was a little bit too optimistic, huh? So what are we looking at? We're looking at a Hex and J clause, right? You get to put exactly 0 damage, unfortunately. But yeah, once again, I mean, I don't think Eloise is looking for any burst damage here. I mean, not like consistent damage. She's looking for burst damage with the Bloodlust, so that's why. Okay. Another minion for Dog. How unfortunate. Dog needs to find more spells on this board. Wow.
By the power of Ragnaros,
I mean, if you have a handful of minions, you might as well play, you know, Emperor to reduce the cost of those minions. 0 mana 5/5, always a decent card. Guess you just have to... I guess, okay, so here it's like, how sneaky do you want to be? Because like, if you play the 0 mana 5/5, Dog is going to AoE the board for sure. But if you don't, you might not. How much damage is it? 7 plus 12, right? 7 plus 12 is 19, plus J Claws is 21. So if Eloise doesn't play anything here, that might help. Because, I mean, Dog doesn't think too much of it. I mean, Eloise is 1 mana, so, like, what is she going to play anyways? There's nothing else to play. So here, Dog could go a little greedy, although the Brand Refreshment Vendor is really good development. So maybe Eloise does get punished for holding back the 5/5.
Possibilities.
Oh. Well. Yeah, you know, this situation is so cool because usually in this spot, Reno Lock just wins, right? But because Eloise is running the Bloodlust,
Almost out of time.
the whole dynamic changes. Okay, so just a refresher vendor here. So we're gonna see if Eloise can pick up any damage here. Jade Lightning! Oh my god, that's so much damage. Okay, so we have what? 7 plus 12? And then Jade Lightning, that's 24. Wow! So once again, like I said, right? The previous series, I predicted that Bloodlust is gonna be really good against control decks, and that's one of the reasons. Very good, Eloise. Putting the Bloodlust in the Shaman deck. It's a very, very good tech choice right now. And she's gonna be up 1-0. See, I told you guys. I'm not talking about ass. All right. So we are going to see. So once again, it's like, man, the priest is just so bad. When you bring priest to a lineup, it's effectively saying that I don't want a 6 deck, because we haven't seen priest ever being played. It just always seemed to line up incorrectly in the decks. Yeah, now that I think about it, priest was never played. So if you bring priest, you're effectively just, you know, shooting yourself in the foot. Well, I mean, you lose out on a tech choice, right? So like, if you bring druid instead, or if you bring mage instead, you get that extra matchup against some classes that you don't normally beat. For example, Reno Mage is good against Reno Lock, and druid is good against those. Druid is actually just good. I feel like druid is like good right now, but yeah, priest seems to be the weakest link right now, in my opinion. I think a lot of different pros will have different analysis of this, but it is pretty much universally agreed that the 3 patches deck and Reno Lock is like the strongest decks right now. So if you guys can, who are watching, can help shake up the meta and make some cool brand new decks, especially with Hunter and Paladin, they're feeling a little bit neglected, then please do so, because we still have 2 months of this meta before the new set comes along. I'm pretty sure it's 4 months for every set if Blizzard is consistent in their release schedules. And of course, in our next release, we're gonna have a big standard switch. But for now, Eloise playing the Dragon Warrior versus Dogs. Jade Druid. Wow. Okay, that's a Jade Druid. This is like the only Jade Druid we've seen. Everybody has been opted to run the Malagos Kun version. But Jade Druid is good if you play against, you know, for example, Reno Lock, right? The control decks. They do not beat 8/8s, 9/9s, and 10/10s in the late game. So it's not a bad call, but against this deck from Eloise, doesn't perform too well. Well, I mean, Dog did start with the Wild Growth. It is one way to win this match. Gonna establish the Jade Idol here, of course, and oh no, that's not happy times. Drawing into patches is effectively drawing no cards.
Spectacular.
A little bit of a smile from both players. 2 different meanings though. After things come down, there is a thing that where, like, you know, Dog's kind of out of cards. But when you're playing Jade Druid, each card is effectively either a Jade Golem or a card draw. And you're not happy to see either one of them. There's some deck cards like Wild Growth and Innervate, but those always seem to be valuable in some way or not. So even though, yeah, Dog is kind of out of steam, he's actually not. Does really suck if you have to waste a Corcoran on this unit. Execute is an interesting tech. I don't think Execute is found in that many of these decks right now, but I mean, it's alright. 295 damage right now. It's not the worst. And of course, we need to Put in that damage. Fairy Dragon, go face. Eloise is 20% of the way there. Exactly. We have the card draw for dog now. Nourish stress on curve. Oh god. More steam, you say? Alright, swipe is a nice clear. And yeah, when you're in the stalemate position just now, the druid is always ahead. It's just that cards are more valuable, right? Pretty much it. That's something. Pushes face damage. It's good. Might need to move the mouse out of that raven, the jade idol there. There we go. Thank you.
What now?
Oh, okay. I see.
For the life binder.
Yeah. That's a sad dragon if it's just gonna come down to 2-6. But it's repetitive damage. That's what you need right now. And Eloise is gonna feel a little bit sad for using the execute against the Jade Behemoth. Because this Ancient of War is basically lights out. Yeah. That's a good card. Lucky's not gonna do it. And now we're basically in a situation where Eloise is just gonna be slowly grinded out by the value cards of Dog's hand. Grind into Jade Spirit, make a lot of tokens, or you can actually solve the board if you're scared of dying. I feel like that it's not really too necessary. I mean, yeah, you need minions to fight minions anyways, but dog going the safer route here appears. Yeah, just no way for Eloise to win this game. It's basically next game now. Yeah, still try and play this out. Don't blame her. Every match matters.
Who knows what
Okay, that's pretty
secrets
old.
will uncover?
Alright. 4 mana, 5, 5, 6, 6, 2, 3. Okay. That's the power of Jade. They're all shiny too. That's good. That actually came a turn late, huh? Now, if Eloise drew that a turn
The
earlier,
menagerie is for guests only.
she must still be in the game. But now there's lethal on the board. And Dog is gonna tie it up 1-1. Yeah, not much to do here. I mean, it was very fortunate for Dog to draw Wild Growth into removal, right? I mean, but that usually happens. I mean, if it's not Wild Growth that punishes you, it's Innervate that punishes you. And the problem with this Dragon Warrior list is that you do need to get an early board. And if the early board is stopped by any means, such as removal, your opponent making an even more aggressive board, it just kind of shuts down. Ice Howl? And there you go. Dog wins his first game. we're off to a tied series. Pretty close. No, the games weren't close, but the series itself should be close. And now we're looking at let's see. Dog's Rogue seems pretty good right now, but it does run into Reno Mage problems, I guess. Shaman also runs into Reno Mage. See, it's like look at this. Dog's Priest is weak against all the classes from Eloise, right? Now, Eloise's Mage is respectable against all of Dog's lineup. So you see the difference there? It's like making a big change, even though it's like just one class difference. I think it makes a big difference, like an extra edge in the deck building process. I expect Eloise to gain an edge here, just in terms of classes. But of course, they can always play the 3 patches deck pretty much, and Eloise can also play Druid. But I think the Reno Mage is going to be seeing play here for sure. Just a good deck. Okay, let's double check on this. All right. Just wondering where to start right away. Yes, the games can start right away indeed. But yeah, it just feels like that. Yeah. All the people who got eliminated are they're mostly in bed. But some people are out, as in like they're out already. But we're gonna push on. We're so close. Eloise is going to be doing the freeze mage, the Reno Mage, like we said, and Dog instead gonna go with the Rogue.
Who goes there?
And that is the classic opening. I shouldn't say classic because it's very new, but that's the opening you see a lot these days. It's very strong. It's effectively Innervate Razorfen Hunter, right? In a sense, you get you get like a 2-drop minion plus a 1/1. And Eloise feels the pressure, just needs to frostbolt that. And I do kind of agree with this play, because like the coin is not really that useful when you have Kazakis in your hand. You can't just coin Kazakis and play the 5 potion at 4, right? You need to just curve out anyways. So I do like that. Sets up for the ping as well in the patches. Alright. Not much to do there. Of course, Dog is looking to do an insane preparation turn. Eloise on the other side does have an answer to the Buccaneer in the form of Forgotten Torch. Pretty sweet card. Nothing to do again, but that's fine. You just basically store up your gas for the auctioneer. It's really the game plan right now. Wall Elemental. Interesting. So so here we can either Kazakis into a 5 mana potion, deals with the concealed gas and auctioneer quite well, or you can actually play Wall Elemental and actually freeze the face here. It's a little bit less relevant now to freeze the face because ever since Rogue got nerfed to the Blade Flurry patch, they don't usually run big weapons anyways. In GVG, Rogues were making big weapons, and then you Tinker Sharpshot Oiled and just Blade Flurrying them, so that's the thing. Well, deal 4 to all minions. That's usually the most valuable one. Hard to imagine Eloise would miss that.
Job's done.
And that's the superpower swipe. Deal 9 to one thing and deal 4 to everything else. Oh, you can deal 5 damage to face. Yeah, let's just say deal 5 damage and deal 4 to everything else, including itself. No development once again, and both players taking this really slow. And I feel like if both players are taking this slow, Reno Mage is ahead. Alright. Just Dog has... Ooh, okay. Well, that's a little bit of extra gas for whatever else he picks up. This is going to be a prep sap. I think you prep now unless you find another auctioneer. Eviscerate face. Not much to do here. Can't really clean up the Emperor. Oh, not the Emperor. Can't really clean up the gas and auctioneer nicely. The Emperor cannot be established. So it's just overall
Observe and
pretty awkward, huh?
reflect.
Yeah, just nothing to do really. It's unfortunate.
Give me a quest.
Thank you.
Okay. So now Eloise, see if she posts trigger here with the potion. It's a pretty clean kill. There is a Blizzard though. Blizzard is pretty good at dealing with the board. Oh, never mind. The questing does grow big, huh? Okay, never mind. Maybe it is potion then. If you potion, what can you do behind it? Not much. Ooh. Good enough, Eloise. Good enough. No, it's nothing too exciting. Same card, okay. Emperor here is fine, I feel. It's a good target that usually rogues don't want to sap that, so dog is probably just gonna. Oh, if he saps that, it's gonna happen again. It's gonna be even more awkward. A little bit of spectator bug here. The the endless battle. Of course. Just always gotta have to take care of it. The match is still going on, it's just that dog's perspective of DC'd. Nope, that was no Gazen. That's not a Gadget Zen. Does decide to take the 5, gonna save backstab for a little bit more of a crazy turn. Eviscerate getting launched in the face because there is spell power on the board. Ooh, Ice Block kind of stops any shenanigans from happening. And Eloise does have Abstrasa to heal back up to 15 as well. That's a pretty solid turn. Potion, Barrier, War Elemental, Brand, and also Arcane Blast. Yeah, that's a pretty good turn.
I got the best deals anyway.
Oh, top deck Garrison Auctioneer. That's the card dog wanted to see. Do we believe in miracles? The answer is not really. Oh god, the World Champion book is huge. 2 good, rather good AoE effects, I'd say. The Greater Arcane Blast, or the missiles, I guess, only needs to hit the Auctioneer once. So I would just YOLO it. I would just ping an Arcane Blast. I mean arcane missiles. Eloise's first instinct was to play the Water Elemental, but really? I mean, really? Wow, really? Okay. Let's use the Blizzard to clear then again. She believes that she can win the late game. Interesting. So Block can get popped here and also establish a Leroy. Now Eloise did play the right Blizzard. She played the first one, the one on the left side. So that basically means that, at least to Dog's perspective, there is only a Flame Strike left in terms of AoE. So if he conceals this Leroy, or even the Tomb Pillager and the Outer Drake, then there's a good chance they can go face.
Thank you.
That's a good setup as well. Unfortunately for Dog, there is a second Blizzard. Yeah, you can also establish the Ice Block, which is nice.
Observe and reflect.
Alright. Dog needs to have another conceal. Wow. So here we can man, that is Ice Barrier, huh? So, what can we do here? So if we Leroy, we ban a Knives. Go for something good.
Almost out of cards.
If not, then wow. Alright, well, Dog's actually getting out of cards. There is no Leroy opportunity here. I mean, there's no Edwin opportunity here, sorry. It's an Edwin, not a Leroy. Another Leroy! Alright, Eloise needs to... Oh! So you choose between Cabal Courier or Cabalist Tome. Goes with the Cabal Courier and gets... Flame... Giant's Breath. Whoa! Oh! Okay. That was kind of close.
Cards.
There's an Ice Block though. So I guess Dog is just dead. Dragon's Breath to the face, kill the next turn. So Eloise is gonna take it again! Wow! 2-1. Very impressive. Once again, Reno Mage is key of everybody's flying us who's bringing it. So good stuff. Gonna be looking at a match point for Eloise. Just needs to win one more, and then she is moving on to the top 3, whereas effectively in the money. Dog needs to win with 2 more, and he's only playing Shaman and Warrior, so that's gonna be pretty difficult. Eloise fought a long way to come to this. I mean, Dog did play pretty well in the early winners bracket, but yeah, has a very formidable opponent in his way right now. Eloise has been I've been talking to Eloise in the Story Cup by quite a bit, and I'm pretty happy that she decided to include the Cabal Courier in the deck. Cabal Courier just randomly wins control games, really. You can just discover something completely, something you think it's negligible and you can play it. For example, like, you know, you can discover Raza and just go off, or Mind Blast for damage.
Oh,
Might
shall
even
we
get a heal
ride?
if you need a healing. Just so versatile. We're looking at Reno Lock versus Shaman for Eloise's game point here. Reno's gonna keep. And it's looking like that's pretty much it. Alright. Yeah, Coin Totem Golem makes sense here. We're looking at Spirit Claws into Feral Spirits next turn. If there's a better turn than 4 mana 7/7 into the Feral Spirits is also very nice. Shadow Bolt next turn does solve the Totem Golem question, and yeah, it looks like Eloise is already stabilized. I don't think you actually even care about the Mountain Giant in this matchup. Just stop the bleeding immediately. Kazakus next turn is a 4-drop anyways. Kazakus is so insane against Shaman's huh? I like this from Dog too. The Dog's gut reaction is to just play this, get the patches out of his deck, and then set up with this 4 mana 7/7. Very hard for Warlocks to deal with 4 mana 7. Now that we see we see some what's it called? Blood crystal flask potion thing? Yeah, the kill something for 4, okay? We see a lot of Warlocks cutting that now. So, yeah. Anyways, we're looking at 5 mana potion. The first option here is pretty abysmal. Summon 2 is probably the best. Need some sort of, just some sort of minions. So, probably the pick there. The freeze is usually the worst. Oh, easy!
Job done.
I see Eloise smile there a little bit. Oh, took the draw. Okay, interesting. Deal 4, draw 2 cards. I don't really mind it because the thing is like, you don't really want to life tap in this matchup. You just want to play your curve out, right? Oh, what better way to contest the 7/7 than a giant of your own? And yeah, like we said, the Flame Reef Faceless into Feral Spirits is a very sick turn. This Kazakus potion is also really sick though. Wow, that's interesting. Okay. Dog expects this board is gonna be, you know, wiped, so plays around a couple more things. Mistress of Mixtures is a very good 1-drop here, and wow, okay. So Eloise stabilized the first wave of minions, right? Reno Locks used to like to get to this point. But now the second wave of minions is coming. How does Eloise deal with the second wave of minions? Well, easy Sylvanas PO,
I have
right?
no time for games.
Very easy. Yep. One Hearthstone's player's happiness is usually another's frown. Alright. Well, Dog is still hanging in there. There is still a lot of damage incoming. Can't play around Reno anymore, but there is Reno. It looks like Eloise has every answer. There is an Argus as well to back this up. Oh my goodness. I just can't imagine the Reno not coming down here. So Eloise can actually tap here. So is that a tap Reno? Or, ooh. Going with Argus.
My seal for Argus.
Alright, okay. I like that. Getting the heal back with the Mistress is actually pretty nice. Okay, you know what? I like this. Wow, that's a better turn than I had. I was just gonna cast Reno, but this not only clears the board, but puts up a big taunt. Pretty difficult for Dog to come back in this position here. Yeah, Dog does what he can. He can't actually ignore the board. He can't just go a full phase. It's not possible.
Fine, oh Zalae.
None of these are especially powerful. I guess Soulfire is still the best one. Oh, Elfin Archer. Okay. Elfin Archer does proc twice. So it's a little bit of a brand value, but Eloise shaking her head. Didn't really want to see that. But this Twilight Drake is that's a Jiraxxus. Better than Jiraxxus, really. Okay. I mean, this is just like formalities, right? It's really impossible for a dog to come back from this situation. Yeah, Horse Rider's a very good tech against the mirror match, but this is not the mirror match, and it's not gonna happen. Is there some weird stuff I'm missing?
Don't worry, love. The cavalry's here.
No? Dog is trying, alright. Dog is really trying. If Eloise did not have a Reno, this would have been really good. But can't fault Dog for trying this hard. It is the final match. It is Eloise's match point. Look at how calm Eloise is. She's just like bobbing back and forth. 413. Wow. Yeah. If Eloise did not have the Reno, then Dog would have been super close. I mean, the Flame Tongue with the propagation of the Argent Horse Rider, you can put it after you attack. So much damage. Alright. 30 is a little bit too much, and if you want to kill the Drake, that's an 11 health creature, man. Not gonna be good. Okay, that's something. Now, if Dog played Bloodlust, this would be a bit closer, but you have to get through a lot of health there, my friend.
No. The cavalry's here.
Yep, try so hard, and then Abyssal Enforcer is just gonna shut you down. Yeah, there you go. Cabal Quarry and all the arena left. That's it. Eloise is going to advance to the semifinals. Very well played by Eloise once again. She just keeps on doing it. Just keeps on winning. Shout out to Dog as well for getting this far. Yep. Pretty happy with himself, but 4th place is just it's like the bubble, right? Not close enough for the prize pool, but you know, good showing at the end of the day. So congrats to both players. We're gonna see Eloise facing against xixo in the semifinals, and we have 2 more series to go. We have the semifinals, and then we have the grand finals. The winner of that goes to play against StrifeCro here in our final tournament of 2016. Hopefully you guys are having a good time watching these guys. I actually kind of want to see Eloise take it all. She had to work so hard through the losers bracket, and yeah, just be everything. But xixo is, you know, world-class player. StrifeCro also doing really good in this tournament as well. So when we come back, we're down to the top 3. We're gonna see who makes it through to the end. A shout out to Amazon, of course. Thanks for sponsoring the tournament. Make sure you check out the Amazon deal. That's 25% off packs right now in the Coinstoppable. It's just below the stream. Click the banner. And once again, thank you so much for tuning in to Gang Wars. Take a short break, set these guys up, and we'll be right back. Hey guys, welcome back, and just a quick shout out to Hafu for offering to co-cast with me when everybody's enjoying their holidays already.
Hi.
Hi. We're both very tired.
We're very tired.
Yeah, we haven't slept for a while, but we're gonna get through the day. still very awesome that you came on. They actually just started the game, by the way, so we can actually jump right into the series. I mean, we already know the skirmish format. They have 6 decks, and we're just gonna load on the webcams as soon as we can. But Eloise is gonna be on the Reno lock, while Six is gonna start off the his own brew, the Buccaneer aggro type rogue.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen this type too much. It runs Buccaneers, but what else is different about it? Do you know?
Feed the fish.
I mean, the list is also fairly standard, but it's like very quick with the cold bloods and what.
So what is it cutting for Buccaneers?
Oof.
Okay, sorry. The rough questions.
the right questions, but the wrong person to ask.
Okay.
Oh man, I'm sure the other.
Well, we'll find out. We'll see as we see what cards don't appear. But typically, I mean, people used to think that like Warlock always beat Rogue, but Rogues just became so fast, right? Although, like, if the Warlock doesn't have the AoE, then it's not so bad. But if she just gets like Kazakus or Kazakus, whatever it's called, and gets the AoE, it's just like it feels like it's over. Because Rogue can't really recover from like getting a full board wipe with your Drake and your Pillager, your Auctioneer. It just like lines up too well.
Okay.
Oh, and there are Auctioneers as well, huh?
Yeah. Okay.
That's
So
sorry, not Auctioneers. Questing Adventures as well.
it runs a lot of pirates. It also runs the South Sea
6
Captain.
pirates?
South Sea-
8 pirates?
Yeah, 8 pirates apparently. So
Wow.
lots of buffing there, and yeah, double cold blood to finish off, and also shadow steps too.
Oh, so Leroy double shadow step or no Leroy
Yeah.
because
Leroy double shadow.
okay, so no Auctioneers,
No auctioneers.
so Drakes.
Super expensive.
Sorry, I'm asking. quick
There are 2
questions.
Drakes. There are. I know you're
Right.
interested in rogue lists, so this is
Right,
this
I
is
am.
interesting. Yeah.
Unfortunately for Eloise, she doesn't have any of the AoEs yet. It's gonna be
Yeah.
kind of rough to answer all these minions coming out, especially the like. I mean, you can make a pretty big Edwin next turn.
Yeah, and making a big win is one of the ways to win in this matchup. But Eloise does have the Blast Crystal. It's only the Blast Crystal that kills the big Edwin in turn 4s and 5.
Yeah, some Reno Locks run Silence, but I don't think she does. Right? So.
No, sounds nice.
Oh, and there's that's perfect.
That is pretty good.
I'm surprised that he just jams it out there. But I suppose
think,
like, you don't
yeah.
have super cycle to like make the biggest questing ever after the conceal. So you don't have the
Right.
auctioneer.
Yeah,
I mean, this is looking.
one of the big problems is that Six's hand is really slow right now. There's not a lot of minions. With this deck, you're looking to get more pirates out, right? But judging by the hand, Sixo just needed to, just play stuff.
Yeah, but even if you did have the stuff, I mean, we see that she has like pretty good answers. I mean, Blast Crystal for Edwin is pretty sick.
Sure, but you're not gonna win the late game, right? Against a
No, you
Reno lock?
definitely never.
You have to play your stuff. Just hope it
Right.
doesn't die. Yeah.
But that is the problem when you're not going to run Auctioneers and like less cycle and you run all these cards like Pirates and Shadow Steps, right? Like if the Shadow Steps are never cycling, then you're not going to be as consistent.
Okay. Well, I think the main game plan of this Pirate Rogue deck is just to beat them before Auctioneer, right?
Right.
If you never get to the Auctioneer turn, you don't need it.
Right,
Okay.
that's true. Yeah, here we go. Big Eddie. What is that
Big
going to
Eddie.
be? 2, 4, 6, 8,
Brotherhood shall
8, 10. Math is hard.
It's hard.
Regardless of what it is, Blast Crystal's gonna just take care of that.
Yeah.
Extraordinary.
Pretty clean answer.
Yeah, I mean, Xixo has 1 card in hand, and Eloise is at 20 life. So, I mean, this is just
over, right?
yes. I mean,
Actually,
I don't know.
Coin Siphon Soul would have done it for Eloise too, so it was not only the Blast Crystal out, there were multiple answers.
But that's 2 answers out of 30 cards, right? And you're running 1 of each list, or 1 of each card. So
Well,
it's
I mean,
kind of that.
yeah. It's kind of like 2 Shield Slams in Warrior then, right? It's 2 of the same cards. So people say that it's really you don't play around anything in Reno Warlock, but at the same time there are a lot of redundancy, right? Blast Crystal is kind of like the same as Siphon Soul. Demon Wrath is kind of like the same as Hellfire, so it's kind of like 2 copies of each. It's just that one version is like the worst version of the other one. Yeah,
Right, I remember you teaching me this.
yeah, exactly. We were co-oping with the Rainbow Lock thing. Anyways, that was a very quick game. xixo just ran out of steam. I don't think his rogue was actually. Oh, we have the classes switched around there, but we're gonna fix that. Anyways, I don't think xixo is looking to face against the Reno Lock with the rogue, so it was just a bit unfortunate in his matchups.
Yeah, once again, I'm not too familiar with the pirate version of the rogue, but it's definitely fast enough to kind of take down any control or mid-range deck, right? And she's running quite a few of those. Like even her warrior is like a hybrid, right? Like it's Dragon Pirates.
Dragon Pirates, yeah, exactly. Just catch people off guard, right? Everybody's curving high and higher, right? One of the main tech choices that people have is to put as greedy as possible. We saw Life Coach and SuperJJ both running Medivh the Guardian in their Reno Mage. And yeah, it's how you win control matchups. You either curve higher or you're like xixo, you curve way lower and just face them before they play any of their...
Yeah, you go to the 2 extremes.
It's just like the cycle of Hearthstone meta, right?
Yeah.
Usually at the
mid-range, and then control beats the aggro, and then...
Right. Exactly. All right, going to the second game here. Eloise with the Reno Mage, and xixo is going to be playing the fast version of the Shaman.
Yeah.
Man, once again, it's a good matchup for Eloise, right?
I believe so, just because if she just gets to like turn 6 or 7 and she has, 20 life or so, it's generally game. Also, patches, that's, not exactly what you want to draw.
You have a lot of experience with the patches.
Everyone gets it, right? I mean, Eloise has had it in a few games as well.
I actually haven't had patches drawn
but
once.
You're Amaz.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
I guess Oh, never mind. Yeah, xixo is actually playing the mid-range Shaman list with a little bit higher curve. The Alakir.
The Rag.
And Alakir as well. Yeah.
So, I mean, this list is gonna run Bloodlust. I hope I'm not just talking out of my ass, but I believe it runs Bloodlust, and it's a finisher to kind of kill off Reno Lock.
I have a cheat sheet here, and it does in fact not run Bloodlust.
Oh, rip me. Okay.
There's one Storm and one Lightning Bolt, so interesting tech choices. But, we saw the Alakir doing a lot of work the other game. If you were watching, it was just really powerful. Not a lot of answers to it.
Right.
Anyways.
Yeah, I mean, people don't even expect it anymore, right? Because like you're not really seeing mid-range. Most people are running aggro. Like the pirate version. So yeah.
Anyways, as a Reno Mage, you just want to remove all the minions because you can always put your own, minions back on the board when you have nothing to do. Because minions kind of act as spells, anyways.
Reno Mage is like a dirty version of Arena. Arena Mage. It's just like kind of sickening for me to watch. Like I don't mind Reno Warlock, but Reno Mage, like looking at that Firelands board on Tilted.
Okay. Just a lot of value points, right?
Yeah, it's just value, and like mage spells are just gonna ruin you. I mean, they're just so efficient.
And it's very interesting that Reno Mage, one of the win conditions is to effectively just remove all your minions, and then you're out of stuff to play. And then
they just keep making more stuff.
More stuff, Cabal's Tome, Cabal Courier, all these things.
Yep. Oh, but he came a little bit late, but he's got the claws in hand, so it's gonna hit for sure.
Over at xixo's side, just gonna keep on pressing that hero power button, right? You don't want to go that fast, otherwise you're just gonna get valued out.
But do you coin out the thing from below here? I think you do, right? Because then you have turn 6 Aya as well. There.
One of the ways xixo won this matchup earlier was to, get the big tempo swing from the thing from below, and it was really hard for the Reno decks to take care of that. It's definitely the play here.
I mean, she picks up Reno here, but she doesn't have a way to fully clear. Like you can just torch the Flame Tongue, and that alleviates a lot of pressure. And then, I mean, I think that's just fine, right? Like we can Firelands the 7/5, or sorry, it'll be 5/5 next turn. Thing from below. I should use names, huh?
Yeah. Although, yeah, the 0 mana 5/5 is thing from below. I think it's pretty analogous to the term. But yeah, Ooze here with the torch is pretty decent turn. Like it.
Yes, it is. Unfortunately for her, he's got the Aya follow-up, which is really, really powerful.
Yeah.
I don't think you can not play Aya here. I think you can't just hero power Spirit Claw's Lightning Bolt.
Oh no, Aya is the best turn right now. It just
Really?
establishes so much more.
Oh,
Alright. Trading. Interesting.
yeah, interesting trade. I wonder what he's trying to play around. Because it doesn't play around Flame Strike. I guess he's specifically playing around Portal.
And yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
It does play around Portal.
That does play around Portal, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, those are good spells.
Those are pretty decent, yes.
Yeah,
Removal,
I mean,
removal.
Iceland's just using it as like a free spare part almost is honestly worth it. You're just
Okay.
using it as a heal, right? Like
Pretty
one
much.
mana heal.
1 mana heal is good in this matchup.
Definitely. And I mean, she's got the Reno Jackson, so she has a lot of time to just keep clearing.
Yeah.
And especially if he has no Bloodlust. And I'm not sure if she knows this,
Okay.
but I feel like anytime a shaman has like 4 creatures, you're like, oh, it's Bloodlust, it's Bloodlust. Especially since he's had Rag in his hand the whole game.
Right. But at the same time, you can't play around Bloodlust sometimes, right? If it's just a one-of, sometimes you just ignore it and not play around it. Okay. Well, Eloise needs to find an answer to this Rag that's coming down, like you said. Just...
Yeah, unfortunately she doesn't have the AoE right now. But she does have Stall. And like I said, I think this Iceland might just come down to heal for 5. Use the Aya.
Xixo is, I like Xixo's attack there with the weapon too. Just
Yeah, definitely. Just put some more
Eloise as
pressure.
slow as possible. Yeah.
So what do you do here?
What do you do here?
You're the expert.
I'm the expert. I
Must be a way.
I mean, if Reno Mage is anything like Reno Log, you're just looking to clear the board all the time, right? But the problem with Reno Mage is that your AoEs are not as strong as Warlock.
Right.
You're
I mean,
using
she doesn't
fireballs.
have any AoEs right now. What do you think of like maybe getting Emperor down this turn? Going like Emperor, Ice Lance the 5/3, and maybe like Arcane Blast the 2/2.
Okay, that's a valid line.
Just
Probably
like
the
get all your cards a little bit cheaper, start clearing things next turn, take a little bit more damage before you actually Reno.
Yeah, and the 5/5 body is pretty relevant too. Like it.
There it is, heal 5. It's not bad. Flash heal, pretty much, right?
Pretty much. It's a little bit more, right? Prevents Xixo the option of trading into the Emperor.
Yeah, true. And Flame Tongue, second Flame Tongue as well.
Flame Tongue would be such a sick card from Xixo right now, but Rag is pretty good here too.
Rag is great, and I think you just jam Faiths. I mean, you don't take a 50-50 flip on your ad, right? Like, that seems so silly. Or do you not even Rag here? You just Barnes.
If you Rag and it misses,
We're
Flame
Barnes.
Strike is really bad, right?
Wonder and magic.
Yeah, but like you said, can you really play around stuff like that? Okay, well that's pretty good.
Well, that's
Got the
good.
spell power. yeah, it's not bad, not bad. And he gets guaranteed spell power, right? So this lightning bolt is 5? Oh wait, his board is 60.
So might as well just clear this off.
The spell power. She really needs to find Blizzard Flame Strike. That's not it.
Ooh, Cabal Courier, let's go.
Yeah, I think we have to start with a Courier, and then like if it misses, then we just
Yeah. You can find Flame Strike, Frost Nova.
yes.
Lots
Holy
of
Nova with Thalnos.
Excavated Evil. It would be not bad. With the Thalnos, that's a 4 damage.
Okay. Even Demon Wrath, Hellfire. Like, I mean, we're talking about the 3 like spell casters, right? They have like some of the better
Yeah,
AoEs.
the 3 spellcasters.
Even Light Bomb. Oh no, Light Bomb's not so good against totems.
No, you can't get Light Bomb. That's arena player.
What?
Light Bomb is not a standard, Hafu.
Oh!
Oh, getting another arena here is actually pretty decent too. Okay.
It only cost my soul.
Yes.
Okay.
9, 10, 11, 12, 12. So up to 20 damage? Is this everything?
Do we probably take the trade on the Manic, right? With the Azure Drake. Yeah. Alright. So xixo once again cranking up the pressure. Okay.
Now we pray. Now we
I
pray.
like how you have to state that.
I mean, I feel like you should always be rooting for the person's turn.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Oh, Thanos Fireball and King actually clears out the rag. Oh, greater healing potion.
You really play that? Oh, does Dredden for anything?
No.
Oh.
There's a healing totem.
Okay.
No, I mean, the 6-mana 5/5 is more of a better option, right? At least you have like secrets, like you can make it cheaper. But I actually do like the greater healing potion here, because post Reno, well, I mean, I guess Eloise did shuffle a Reno back into her deck, but the point is, post Reno, every point of damage kind of matters.
Okay. So if we take this, we're just.
Okay.
The rag, right?
Yeah, clear the rag. It's not gonna kill itself, so makes sense.
I think she thinks she has time, and she does. I mean, if she knows that he doesn't run Bulbous, then it's totally fine. She's got a barrier, she's got time.
Oh, Azure is big for xixo here. And oh wow, even more stuff.
It's
So,
stuff,
I mean-
but it's like so susceptible. Like the second that she draws a Blizzard, like a Kazakus, a Flame
Flame
Strike,
Strike,
it's just
yeah.
like, GG will play.
Okay, hedging a bit for xixo here then, playing Thanos instead. Just enough pressure on the board.
Oh!
It's a free 2-mana 2/6.
Yes, it is. I think we take those.
I think we do. We play Dirty Rat and our Firelands Portal.
The Drake,
Yeah, it's his Drake. Ping off the Thanos.
and just be really good and get Earth Elemental.
Really?
I mean, you can be
Oh.
really good. She doesn't
What if
want
you
to
get
do-
Legacy Witch? Okay, she didn't get it. It's okay.
Oh my!
Is that good? That's pretty. That's okay.
I mean, it's not the worst, right? It
actually
says taunt
really
and it
good.
kills every totem. So,
Yeah, it's
I
also
mean-
looking to kill off the Aya too,
Yeah, you
because
just
you
ping
can
the
ping
Aya,
off the
yeah?
Thanos. You can ping off the Thanos. No, you you can also ping the Aya too.
Why wouldn't you just ping the Aya? Why do you need
if you
to?
ping Thanos, xixo can actually clear the Abomination on the board.
I mean, he's gonna have 3 cards though. Like he has the card in hand, and then he's got 2 draws with Thanos drawing a card right in his top deck. So.
Or okay, you can also not ping.
Okay. Right, that's the last option.
Oh wow. So
Oh, and
yeah,
there's pirates in this. Okay.
xixo needs to clear this. Yeah.
That is pretty good. That was a pretty good result for Eloise. But unfortunately, I mean, the totems weren't really doing anything for xixo anyway, right? Like, they were just taking up board space, honestly.
Yeah, outside of Flame Tongue, they're not really much activators.
Yeah, and xixo had already played one, I believe. So, I mean, if there's no Blobless, I mean, he's just waiting for, what, Alakir at this point to finish?
Yeah, any big minion would be decent here, right? So, Dirty Rat, pretty nice here. We're probably gonna fireball the 5/5, play one of the 4-drops.
Probably just... honestly, I don't think it matters too much. The 3/5 lines into the 5/2. I kind of like the 5/5 now. Like, oh, sorry, the Cabal Crystal Runner
Alright.
a little bit more, just because you can trade a little bit better with like the Totem Golem or the what is Jade
The small-
Golem? Yeah. I mean, I think the oh, there's the Flame Tongue finally came out.
A pretty good draw.
Yeah, but the positioning for Flame Tongue is a little awkward, huh?
Yeah, but you can also just play it in the middle. The Totem Golem and the Pirate clears off the Dirty Rat. The Aya kills out the 5/5. Get to keep the healing totem. and you still maintain the, flame tongue in the middle kind of plan.
Right.
Pretty sick.
Yeah, it's definitely a good draw. I mean, she's out of steam, which is something that we were saying before doesn't happen. So it is kind of weird to see her. But I mean, she's got another Reno in the deck. She still has Blizzard Flame Strike, right?
Oh, but
And that's a good one. I mean, we're just gonna kill the Flame Tongue right here, and that's gonna turn off all of the totems.
Yeah. Still, there are much better draws than Eloise expecting this.
Sure, but I mean, look at this board now. It's just 6 power, and you have a 3/5 body that challenges both the Xixo
Oh, no spell power. Okay, it's kind of close. So, what do you do with J Lightning here?
I think you just chuck it face because you summon a 4/4. Would you play a 4/4 body here?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, if she draws Flame Strike or Reno or anything, it's over. So, I think you just go for it. Yep.
Okay.
Like obviously, if Xixo hit spell power, we'd clear the minion to protect our minions, but we just don't have that option. There it is.
Oh, the
Is that
boo.
good? I'm not sure.
That's
Flame Strike. Oh my, the arena in me just died a little. Top deck Flame Strike.
This is very similar to Arena, huh?
It is. Reno Mage is actually so similar to like the 6.
Oh, another one. Oh, this is not over yet.
No, I mean, but she's got Alexstrasza, she's got Reno, she's got Ice Block. She's fine. This is good.
I mean, Ice Block is just a temporary answer, right? I mean, if Xixo finds Spirit Claws here, that could be pretty sick.
Does he have any more Spirit Claws?
I feel like yes.
I know
Is one damage that hard to come by though? I don't think so, right?
Nope.
Oh!
There, it's right there. 1 damage.
There you go.
Ask for it.
Yeah.
Wow, Xixo's very good at rolling Searing Totems.
Not the best one,
Not
but
the best one.
alright, so there you go. Drop to 1. Very
So
nice
she
delivery.
has what, like 2
Reno
Alex?
and
Reno,
Alex.
Alexstrasza. But Alexstrasza's
works
not
too.
even good, right? Like
Blizzard
Alexstrasza,
works too.
you're not
Alexstrasza-
so happy because like you're not stopping the board. It's still 12 damage on the board that you take.
I mean, you can't be picky right now, honestly. There's so many more deck cards than
Sure.
life cards.
Alexstrasza probably buys you a turn.
Uh-huh.
That's not.
Oh, that's not it. Wow, Xixo manages to crush this.
Wow, that's so crazy that she just didn't hit her cycle. She just didn't hit those AoEs. I mean, mages do have less AoEs than warlocks, but still pretty unfortunate that she went through that many cards and didn't hit it.
Good deck building from Xixo, including the allocator. Just enough threats to beat the control decks while, having enough tools to win.
Wasn't it more just that Eloise kind of drew dead?
Yeah, I mean, if so we went into like a board stall, right, where both players are kind of top decking, right? So you're comparing a Shaman with no Alakir and Ragnaros to a Shaman that has Alakir and Ragnaros, right?
Right, definitely.
So
definitely.
I think the Alakir is a very smart decision in deck lists. So yeah.
Sure.
Haven't seen it in a while, but good for Xixo. The series is tied up. We're gonna be seeing 3 more games. Hopefully, wait, 2 or 3 more games. Yeah, exactly. It's the best of 5. And looking at the matchups once again, Priest is not looking like it's ever gonna be played, right? It's bad against Druid, bad against Rogue, bad against Warlock. Maybe it's okay against Warrior. It's not even like, it's still kind of iffy.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not familiar with Xixo's lists, but this matchup is pretty favored towards Xixo. Just Kunjut is a little bit too slow. She does have the Innervate though. And the Mirekeeper, so she's got the ramp.
Okay.
And Xixo's hand is honestly, well, Pizza Dragon is pretty good.
Oh, mulligan the upgrade to get an upgrade. More upgrade.
Yeah.
Oh, Finley though. That's a good choice.
He's a good
deck.
one. Not what you want to see. I think you really want life tap here with this kind of hand, but
Right.
not the worst ones you can get.
Yeah.
People generally get Fire Blast over the Druid one, just so you take a little bit less damage, and it's a little bit better for like Frothing Berserker. Lets you split up your damage.
Sure. Randomly gets past taunt as well.
Yep.
Wild Growth, turn 2.
I think
That's,
you innovate the Keeper maybe, just to have something to challenge the board, and you're on 4 mana again, and then you can coin out the Druid next turn.
Okay, but what if we Wild Growth here, and
Do you
then
wanna take that much damage though?
no, you can coin out Wild Growth. You can do Coin Druid the Claw to innervate Ancient of War. That sets up like a
Oh, okay, I see that.
just ditch the Mire Keeper completely now.
Yeah, I mean, Mire Keeper just gets blown out by War Axe, right? Then you just lose all tempo.
Ooh.
I still like this, so
Okay, all right.
I would do this.
Okay. It does contest the board a little bit earlier, which is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, 3/3s are good against 1/3s and 2/3s, you know? Like, it eats both of them. It's pretty good.
Okay.
Good value.
That's true. Can't argue.
I think
with
we're just gonna get the patches out now, yeah.
Yeah.
It always feels bad to play cultists without the weapon, but I mean, you can't slow down against a druid. That's exactly what a druid wants, right?
Hmm.
And
Swipe.
here, I mean, here you have a few options. I'm really surprised to see the swipe here.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
Because,
I mean, just because she just drew the claw into Coin War.
Yeah. And also, you just need to remove that minion, like regardless, right? And it's also a pirate, so there's an extra benefit of that.
Sure. I mean,
I like this.
okay. Yeah, I mean, this definitely works really nicely.
Upgrade's gonna come down here.
Oh,
Ooh,
that
drag
hits.
as well.
That's a really, really big hit.
I
Yeah, I was just gonna say that swipe is so valuable in this matchup that it's hard.
Really? I don't think it's valuable. I just think it's like
Really?
a shadow blade, right? Like, what are you looking to swipe? One health creep.
I don't know the name of the 5/4. That 5/4. What's the name?
Yeah,
Blackwood
yeah.
Crafter. Blackwood
Sure,
Crafter.
sure.
Oh, name.
But then the thing is, like, swiping a 3/4 and swiping a 5/4 is effectively the same thing. I don't think you can just save it. You can always not have it, right? I mean, imagine if Xixo didn't draw the
But-
dragon, right? He wouldn't have played the black.
Sure. But I guess it depends on what's challenging your taunt, right? Because your taunts need to live. You can't just play taunts to like. I mean, if your taunts are dying for free, it's yeah.
10 health, a little bit too much for Xixo to deal with here.
He can get through. He can 7, 8, 9, 10, right? Like he can upgrade and ping, but I don't think you ever.
Yeah, no, we're not.
Never.
We're just.
No, we're just. What do you think about him playing the 3/6 taunt over Draconic Crusher here?
Draconic Crusher. Well, the good thing about the Guardian is that it does protect your other minions from dying. Yeah, and Draconic Crusher also stands to, grow big. I don't know. I mean, the good thing about Draconic Crusher, I think, is because it's 6 mana, so that you don't really need to. You can play immediately and then just weave the Twilight Guardian and something else. But then, as at the same time, Twilight Guardian only gets activated if you have a dragon in the hand.
That's true. And Draconic Crusher isn't activated yet. 9/9s are really hard for Kindreds to deal with. She can only hit. Usually they run 1 mulch.
Yep, usually. It's interesting that Eloise is actually running the Emperor Thorson as well. Don't see that too often.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just a little too slow, right?
Yeah.
Like- I mean, we're either slamming Malagos or we're slamming Nourish. And praying for
Slamming
second
Valley.
swipe. I mean, if you hit second swipe, you swipe Alexstrasza's champion, and your Emperor can kill the 6/5, and you're like pretty happy, because then you can Aviana and yada yada.
Okay.
So she really just needs to hit the second swipe, and then everything's pretty good.
Hey, Moonfire is pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, so she can still clear the 3/1 taunt and the Crusher this turn.
Okay, but now you're thinking of whether to just hold your hand so that you can clear.
No, I don't think so. Like, you just don't want to take this damage now, right? Because like, what you have Feral Rages to deal with. Like,
Yeah, so that's why
keep
you
that
want
as
to.
steam.
You don't really mind taking the damage now.
No. You don't want to take any extra damage, because what if you take the damage and then a 9/9 comes, right? Or like some of them play Rag. I'm not sure which version 6 is playing.
Sure.
Wow, okay, but she agrees with you.
Blood.
She didn't kill the xixo.
Yeah, this is like, I don't know. There's just no reason to, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Nope, Malagos is gonna come down here. Gonna snipe out the 6-6. Pretty sick.
Or she just hits one of the units. I'm not sure if she's playing with the units. I would imagine she is. No lethal here, huh?
Nothing. We don't really need lethal here. Just slam down the Malagos.
Sure, but it's always nice just to win.
Oh,
you know?
actually, do you want to play Aviana into Malagos? Is that a bit greedy?
I think
It's
you
not-
do want the second body. Like, if we're already taking this line, there's no top deck that kills her, right? There's 6, 7, 8, 8, so he would need to top deck 5 damage? Is there 5
Okay.
damage that you can
Is there-
think of? I don't think
Leroy,
a rag?
maybe?
I don't think
No,
they run
Leroy's
Leroy, but
not
I think
there.
rag. They might run rag. But even so, that's like a 33%.
Skies.
And if you get through this one turn, oh yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, just play everything.
Hot? Hot, what do you see the big?
Oh,
That's
not bad.
that is not bad.
Might as well cycle the Valgrowth now too.
Yep. I mean, as long as she doesn't die to rag, that's a 20% roll, and he has to have it, and he has to top deck it. All these things have to happen. Oh no, it doesn't even work because he doesn't have mana to play rag and ping.
Wait.
Oh wait, no, he doesn't need. Oh, math. We said he needed 5. Yeah.
All good. But seems like Eloise once again is going to stop the aggressiveness and take the match. 2 Feral Rages, you're not gonna beat that.
I mean, you're not gonna beat this board. what are you looking at the Feral Rages for? Don't look at the board.
Just in case something weird happens, right? You still have the Feral Rages
Brawl?
That's my point.
Like Deathwing, I guess.
Definitely this mulch. Oh my god, so many answers to
Oh
everything.
yeah. There's nothing.
Yeah. It is lethal, right?
The rage of the fireland.
Okay. Sure. Why not gain 16?
Yeah, let him know. Who's even close to killing her? Not even close.
Alright.
Nice.
And
she took
yeah,
a,
Eloise
she
is
took a pretty unfavorable matchup. So that's a huge win. Like, Druid isn't one that you're looking to get wins on. You're definitely looking to win on Warrior, right? Like the stronger classes.
Okay. I think a lot of Xixo's decks are very hybridized into, doing 2 archetypes. It's not just pure aggro or pure mid-range or stuff like that. It's just like, hedging on both things. And they don't run too well against these Druid decks, right? I mean, I think the full Smork version of the Pirate Warrior does much better against that Druid list, right? Because they just don't have time and they don't have, weapon removal to beat your axe. But when you're running that many minions in your in these lists, it gets pretty
especially
hard.
when they require combos, right? Like, he didn't hit a lot of his combos. Like, his Alex Charles' champions just in charge. I mean, at the end, she was technically at 7 health, right? So if he just like had a dragon and that damage,
he did a combo piece, and
right,
the
just a
cultist
little-
actually hit nothing
didn't hit,
too,
right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he whiffed on so many things. Oh, and
All right. The priest is gonna come down here for 6-0. We haven't seen the priest this whole day, so it's a little refreshing, even though it's Dragon Priest. Pretty standard, but it's still good. It's still cool.
unfortunately for Xixo, Eloise does have the Buccaneer start into the weapon, which is one of the scariest starts in Hearthstone.
Mm-hmm.
And to top that off, she's got Korkan Elite that Priest can't really deal with, and Drakes that they definitely can't deal with. So, Azir Drake has been the Priest nightmare since like beta.
Yeah,
Since alpha, probably.
since forever. We need a Shadow Word Azure Drake.
Or
someday.
Shadow 4.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Dragonfire Potion can actually kill a lot of 4 attack creatures now, but
not
Azure
Azir Drake.
and Twilight Drake in that. No, there's a Silence minion for Twilight Drake now too, but
Right.
yeah, Azure Drake's still just terrible, very hard to beat.
This
But
can't feel good, right? Like,
uh,
board, you're pretty upset.
if you're 6-0, you're feeling pretty bad now. I mean, if I'm Eloise right now, I would snap the Fralding, just force your
Yep.
opponent to have the death.
mean, even if he
Even if he has it, he plays nothing for
you-
turn 3. Yeah.
work on face, or would you even work on?
Ooh.
Oh!
Oh!
Wow!
Eloise plays so on point. Oh my goodness.
Dude, I told you, actually, she's the reason why I got back into Constructed, because she came over and lived with me for a month.
Yeah, no, I said
All
this
that
on,
woman does is play Hearthstone and watch Hearthstone streams. Like, I found so many new streamers, like Constructed streams because of her. And she just, she lives and breathes. Like, we're literally on the way to dinner, and she's like in the car playing Hearthstone.
Wow.
I don't know. So I'm really happy to see her practice pay off because she really deserves more
I did
credit.
mention the cast too. That's yeah.
Let me brag for her. Let me.
No, that was good. That was good. All right. Well, so that we maintain a fair cast. How does xixo come back from this? I mean, that's 10 damage, 11 damage to the face, and an Azure coming down next turn. It's not looking good for xixo at all.
Personally, can't think of a way. I mean,
Wow.
I mean, if she just whiffs, that's not really a whiff. I'm not even.
I guess this
I
is
like the axe here, and then putting them.
okay. Yeah, this is kind of the reason why Priest wasn't found that much in this tournament, is because it just doesn't have good matchups. And even if it kind of does, sometimes you just get, steamrolled, I guess, the turn.
Yeah.
This is pretty cool. So, Azure Drake into Iker.
Into your weapon, hits it, and you're safe from Dragonfire Potion because you have Azure Drake XD.
Wait. Is that an actual inner fire in xixo's case?
Hindsight, the Doomsayer, Divine Sphere, inner fire, bam!
Oh god. Okay. Well, it seems like Eloise is going to take this series. xixo is going to be eliminated. Up in 3rd place. Still a super good showing. For the really a world-class player. Just really good at Hearthstone, honestly.
She definitely ran pretty badly here. But that was
Yeah.
her turn. And Eloise didn't let up a single turn, right? She had everything planned out so well.
There you
I mean,
go.
we didn't even see that play in the problem. That was just so good.
Oh, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, you can really see the practice of paying off.
Maybe pros do that all the time, and we just don't notice it, and we just stop all the time. It was impressive to me, at least. Okay.
It's good. I thought it was cool.
Yeah, that counts for something. All right, so there you go. This was the semifinals. xixo is going to be finishing in 3rd place. Very good finish. But it is going to be StrifeCro that awaits Eloise there in the grand finals. And because StrifeCro is in the winner's bracket, Eloise needs to win 2 complete series against him to take home the 1st place. So StrifeCro has 2 chances, really.
And they already played each other, right?
Did they play each other?
Yeah, they did.
They did. Eloise did lose though in the winners bracket. So another chance for Eloise to hopefully secure the 1st with over 2 series. But we'll be right back, guys. Thank you so much for watching Gang Wars. Don't miss the finals because it is the final game of 2016 competitive Hearthstone. Okay, we'll see you there. Hey guys, welcome back to the finals of Gang Wars. Okay, I'm not muted. Okay, just double checking. Hafu had to go, but it was really nice for her to drop by and help me out. I'm pretty sure you guys would have preferred me and Hafu dual casting instead of me just solo casting and doing my stuff. But hey, you gotta do what you have, right? And we are going to just finish off 2016 competitive Hearthstone with there we go. StrifeCro versus Eloise. A little bit of a error there. It's been a long day for all of us. I mean, oh my god, there was a lot of matches today. But this is it. Once again, just a reminder, Eloise does need to win 2 full series to actually get the Gang Wars title, since she is coming from the losers bracket. I hope, actually, if production you can hear me, Can you please make sure the players know that, yeah, Eloise does need to win 2 full series to win the whole thing. Anyways, we are going to see roughly the same classes. These guys brought no priest, and that for a good reason. That's why they are in the finals. And we're going to start off with Eloise's, it seems like Eloise is going to be playing Renologue versus StrifeCro's Shaman. One of these screens is actually lagging just a tad bit, but we should be able to catch up quite soon. Yeah, Eloise seems like she has a very good starting hand. Doomsayer is a very good answer, and StrifeCro also has patches, unfortunately, so it's gonna be a little bit awkward. But StrifeCro is running the more mid-rangey version of the Shaman with no Bloodless though, so it's gonna be a tad bit weaker against Eloise's Renologue. We'll see if Eloise can stabilize the first few turns and then end up just steamrolling the game and winning with giants and taunts and whatnot. This is like a decision point here, whether to coin a Doomsayer or not. I do like the coin Doomsayer, plays around more stuff. Imagine if Eloise didn't coin the Doomsayer, right? StrifeCro can just play Totem Golem, and then if Eloise plays the Doomcaller afterwards, Doomsayer, not the Doomcaller, the good Doomsayer. There's just so many ways for StrifeCro to clear it. With Lightning Bolt, you know, we have J-Claws right in the hand, Flame Tongue Totem would have been clear, so there's just a lot of options. And here, Eloise does manage to stabilize somewhat. Oh, does decide to go with the Peddler here. Wants to find the 1-drop. I'm assuming it's going to be the... wow, these are pretty bad choices, honestly. I think I like the Attendee here more, just because it's 2 attack. Does clear off totems if it's left by itself. Straight upwards quite a bit. It is very vulnerable to Maelstrom Portal though, so that's one consideration you need to make. Wow, takes the Weasel. Alright, that is... I did not expect that. I mean, I guess that's one way to win. If you dilute the Shaman's deck and they draw a deck card, you just randomly win. Because, I mean, stat-wise, the Tournament Attendee would have been way better, right? 2-1 is better than the 1-1. Eloise looking to do some sneaky stuff. Alright, not much to do here, but Power of Whelming does mean that... Oh well, we're playing the Weasel immediately. Interesting. Alright, because if Eloise held on to the 1-drop, she could have went 1-drop Power of Whelming and Shadow Flame for a turn 6 board clear. And since she does know that StrifeCro is running more of a mid-range list, that is a feasible option. But does decide to do the Weasel immediately, clear off either a weapon charge or a 1-1, and then have a Twilight Drake backing it. Over in StrifeCro's side, that Mana Tide is one of the best cards in this matchup. It's just a card that demands an answer and just snowballs as long as it doesn't get answered. So I think the Mana Tide is definitely going to be dropped down here. Obviously valuing the 1-1 instead. This is very good for Flame Tongue. And now Weasel is in StrifeCro's deck. Here. Nice. And now so let's see. Totem into the taunt does preserve your Mana Tide. It actually runs terribly against Shadow Flame. So I mean, you just have to think of every situation against a Renologue, right? And then after you think of all the situations, like, okay, I can't play around Hellfire, I have to play around Shadow Flame, everything. Then you go the distance and go like, okay, I can't play around everything. So just play your stuff, right? It's just sometimes too difficult to play around everything, and I don't blame StrifeCro for this move. I mean, Shadow Flame is just so clean here. Can't imagine it being anything else. And Eloise, once again, clears the board. Stabilizes. Has Sylvanas next turn as well. Looking good. 5 mana for StrifeCro. Probably just an Azuric there. It's pretty simple. Good in dealing with the board. Just good things. I don't think you want to play Feral Spirits here, right? Wow. All right. Well, I guess you just saw an AOE. This might be good. I mean, you do establish 3 minions this way. Makes flame tongue a lot better, but next turn is a little bit more awkward. You're kind of keyed into one play. Wow. Actually, Feral Spirits into the 1/1 totem specifically is really good in dealing with Sylvanas, huh? Pretty fortunate.
I have no time for games.
Okay. There you go. So yeah, StrifeCro does actually have the option to... Wow! Double Flame Tongue. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, just trade off everything here, and Astradrake, I guess. It's just Sylvanas just stops so much. I don't... Can you actually ignore it? I don't think you can ignore it. No. Tough. One of the problems that Midway Shaman runs to when they don't draw Hex is that they need to play very creatively, and these are the best situations to see how you know, professional players pilot their moves.
There is little time.
Does need to think of something. None of these turns look exactly awesome, but seems like we're gonna go with the ignore Sylvanas strategy and hopefully kill Eloise before you know, any more developments come through. Which is not a bad... I like that, I like that. Does this actually set up lethal for Strife? He has 7 on the board, and then with the 2 Flame Tongues and the Lightning Bolt, these are each 4 damage, so there is lethal. There's actually a lot of damage, so Eloise is actually in trouble if she doesn't actually clear the board here. Siphon Soul on the Drake looks... Oh no! Oh, this is disaster. Oh, Eloise thought that she was safe, but no, she isn't, and StrifeCro is actually gonna run away with this game. Wow, very impressive. I'm impressed by constructed players, definitely. Because this was definitely the right play. Yeah, Eloise thought she couldn't die with 9 on the board, with 7 on the board, really, right? But StrifeCro has all the answers.
Almost out of time.
Okay. StrifeCro is going to trade with the face here, and it doesn't matter what Kazaka's potions there are because there's just not enough time. Eloise did get the armor potion, so if she would have survived this turn, that would have been good, but nope, not quite. It's just a little bit too much damage. There's also a lightning bolt. Oh my goodness, that's way too much. And StrifeCro takes the first game very convincingly. I do like that no trade on Sylvanas. Man, that was good. I don't play Midway Shaman a lot, to be fair. So, good on StrifeCro to identify the right play there. Wow. So now we are down to... Well, the first winner for StrifeCro already. Once again, if StrifeCro wins this best of 5, it's done, right? He would be not only the winner's bracket champion, but also undefeated in every single series he played. That is pretty awesome. You know, you really have that in a double elimination bracket. So yeah, StrifeCro definitely showing us how the game is done. Also, he's bringing his favorite mage list, right? If you guys are not familiar with StrifeCro, his favorite deck is the Grinder Mage deck list that he always talks about. He likes to basically outvalue his opponents, bring them to fatigue, and this was way before Reno Mage decks was invented, right? He would be playing that list way back in Blackrock Mountain, and it was doing good. But now that there is more support and that the Reno Mage list is actually close to being a tier 1 deck, he's definitely in the zone in terms of meta. And of course, Eloise, on the other hand, even though it's just the first loss, she came all the way from the losers bracket round 2, defeating players like Tice and xixo to get to this place. So it's still gonna be a good match, really. This is gonna be, let's see. Okay, we're gonna start the next game there. There you go. All right. So moving right along, we have the Druid versus the Mage here. You know, StrifeCro's signature Mage, and Eloise is playing the Kun combo. So yeah, Ice Block literally just shuts down the whole combo, right? So it's gonna be pretty difficult for Eloise to maneuver and win this. One of the ways that Eloise could actually win is to make a big board with a lot of creatures, and then you know the mage has a very hard time dealing with them because they usually have a lot of high health minions, such as Druid Claw with 6, Ancient War with 10, Kun has 7 health. They're all very hard to remove. Pretty simple few turns here. Just nothing to do for the druid. Nothing really to do for the mage. You could just establish the ooze. Why not? You just have to play your stuff. I like how Hafu kind of described the Reno Mage deck list as just the best arena deck ever, because that's really what it is. You take your value trades, and you go face when you can, and just trade more, right? Interesting mentality. Over Eloise's side, it's a little awkward. Don't really want to use Living Roots to clear off 3/2s. You want to use them in conjunction with Malagos for more damage. But if you innovate a 5-drop here, you're looking at a dead turn 4. So force to use the Living Roots here and hopefully innovate out this Emperor and snowball that way instead. Okay. Just a very easy arcane select here. I don't think you play Amnesiac. Amnesiac is actually one of the cards you can actually play after the Malagos Kun combo gets established. Unless, well, StrifeCro could use some pressure here. I still don't think that's how you... Like, I watch StrifeCro streams a lot. And he likes to kill every single one of his opponent's minions if they're playing something that's faster than him. And you can see that, you know, the AVR neck list is out of this line. Well, Eloise does drop the Innovate Emperor as we said, and there is a way now. StrifeCro did get the coin Forbidden Flame. Pretty lucky top deck there. Good answer. So now Eloise's game plan is to effectively just tempo out the mage, right? Just keep on applying pressure with minions that are sturdy.
Where shall I strike?
Perfect. Sturdy minions do mean that, you know, stats are important. So 4/6 is better than the 4/4 here. Not much going on in StrifeCro's hand. He can't even cast the Kabbalah's Tome right now.
Interesting.
Since it does draw 3 cards. And that's overdrawing. You can't do that. Alright, I just have to update the stream title here. Forgot to do that. It's 2-man team. 2-man team. Anyways, StrifeCro does end up killing the Druid Claw there with both the skills. I think I like that. Once again, the grinder mentality of clearing all your opponent's minions, right? Sweet. Alright, so now we have space to play the Kabbalah's Tome. I think it's a safe turn to do so. If you don't have anything else to play, since there's a Drake though. Yeah. Since you're facing 4 damage of pressure, that's not a lot. Just it does go with the Tome. Interesting. Find some answers to kill the Drake. I like that. If you get oh my god, are you serious? That is one of the most value Kabbalah's Tome I've ever seen. Can you guys think of a better Kabbalah's Tome? Like, in terms of value? I don't think so. It's a Pyroblast and 2 refunds. That's pretty stupid. So, one thing is for sure, StrifeCro, if this game goes forever, right? Like infinite time, StrifeCro will win. Right? For sure. But this does not go infinite time. And yeah, StrifeCro does have Ice Block available, so the combo is not especially detrimental. It does have Reno at the far left side there. The problem is that he still needs board after the Reno gets through. So one way to do that is to do something like, you apply the Ice Block and then they proc you at whatever amount. You play Reno and then Frost Nova, and then you look to clear the board afterwards. But like I said, Druid minions have very, very high health. Malygos has 12, and that's really the only challenge StrifeCro has right now. Dirty Rat is going to be playing a huge deal as well. Dirty Rat plus MC Tech could do some silly stuff. And of course, Dirty Rat pulling out the Malygos or even the Aviana is going to make Eloise's plays a little bit awkward. And not much to do here other than just hero power pass. Next turn you're looking to pop the StrifeCro's block, right? With the Aviana, Malygos, Kun, and all the shenanigans. I mean, I'm just glancing through the hand and just looks like enough damage, honestly. You've got 4 plus 2, 6, 16, 20, 20 damage, 22 damage with the Azure hero power, so 29? 29 is more than 25. Oh, this is gonna be so sick! Dirty Rat, let's go! Oh, this is so sick. Okay, let's go. What are we gonna pop here? Avian is gone, and Kun is gone, and now we're gonna see an MC Tech. Are we gonna see an MC Tech? Now this is actually really awkward. Because oh, this is pretty bad news. Wow, now Eloise actually got Aviana Kun casted for her for free, and now she's gonna drop the Malygos. Gonna swipe the face here and most likely proc the block. So did not work out for StrifeCro as well as he planned, but he had to do it, right? Because Eloise was gonna do it. Interesting. I don't know, maybe StrifeCro could have waited and played Reno into MC Tech instead. Nah, it's the same, huh? Yeah, it sucks. Anyways, yeah, Eloise is just looking to proc the block at 1. Or as close to 1 as possible, obviously. Which is very simple to do. Okay, and cycle through your deck, seems fine. Play a 5 mana, well, a 1 mana 5/10. Both taunt. Taunt here, and seems like we're popping the block at 2. And yeah, StrifeCro sturdy rat play did not reward him at all. This is looking bad. No, Flame Strike does not deal 12 damage. So what whoa. Wow, you can only cast exactly 1 card in this hand. Not good enough.
Perhaps.
You Reno, you're actually dead on board, huh? Well, you're not dead on board, right? 12. Oh, you're actually dead on board. It's 30 damage. That's pretty silly. So okay. So you Kabbalah's Tome into Ice Block. That's it out. Yep. And then you Kabbalah's Tome into Ice Block, and then also get more Kabbalah's Tomes, and then you can infinitely get Ice Blocks, and then you will win. That's the play.
Don't get complacent.
Okay, not this time. That'd be crazy.
Checkmate. Well done.
Yeah. Everybody's talking about Leroy powerbombing OTK and your Malygos, Aviana Kun and your Cthulhu Kun. You know, the true OTK is Kabbalah's Tome. Get it back, get Ice Block, infinitely loop, win that way instead. Yeah. Sick. Anyways, we're in 1-1. Eloise did manage to secure a win with her Druid. And now we are down to game 3. I just think that these matchups are so much closer since both players are not bringing Priest. Priest is actually exactly 0% win rate today. Yeah. It was played once and it lost. So, poor Priest. We all thought that Priest was going to be good with Draconid Operative and Dragonfire Potion and everything. Nope. Every time you think Priest is going to be good, doesn't happen. More of the reason because the main set for Priest, there's just so many dead cards, right? Like Silence and Lightwell and, your Mass Dispel. When Druids have Innervate and Swipe and Wrath, and Rogues have Preparation, Eviscerates and stuff like that, it just does not line up, right? So, yeah. I remember I released a video not too long ago, like 4 months ago, 5 months ago or something, titled Why Priests Will Always Suck. And it's kind of like the story of Priest life, right? Overall in this tournament though, it's interesting to see that if we analyze all the deck lists, nobody brought Hunter or Paladin. And everybody bought the other 7 classes and then just chose their favorite one out of the Druid, Priest, and Mage. Yeah, so you play the 3 patches class, you play Reno Lock, and then you choose 2 of the ones that I just said. That's kind of the meta right now. So if you guys who are watching the tournament right now can come up with a very sick Hunter or Paladin list, definitely do it. Introduce it to the meta. Get top 1 legend with it. And then, shake things up for the tournament scene. It's going to be... I look forward to seeing some Hunters, and I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but I kind of miss Hunters in the meta. And Paladins, as long as they're not Secret Paladin Curvestone, then I'd be pretty happy with it. So that's what I'm looking forward to. So you guys have a job, okay? Go forth and discover the power, I guess. Would be cool if if I have a co-caster here to talk. It's kind of like it's also kind of like I'm streaming right now, but in a more formal thing. Just cool. Hope you guys are enjoying the tournament. Anyways, once again, I did get Firebat to cast this. I know Firebat's a better caster than I am, but he called in sick, so things have to run. That's why I'm here. Hey, just gotta make do. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Apparently, StrifeCro is having a few more computer issues. I think it's the time of the year where Strife needs to buy a new computer setup. Maybe if he wins this tournament, yeah. $3,000 for a sweet PC. Sound like it's a bad thing. Seems like he needs that upgrade. Wow, I'm just literally chilling with you guys. I can't even chill because like there's a delay. I can't interact with the chat at all. Such an awkward position to be in. But thankfully the game has started. It's going to be the Pirate Rogue versus the Kun Druid here. Alright. I think Rogue is definitely a favorite here. Just very fast. And then, you can end the game with your sacks and stuff like that.
I'm in charge now.
StrifeCro needs some help here. Wild Growth would be nice, something. Just something to play, and Kun is not really a card you want to see. You don't even want to see any of these combo pieces ever, right? Not much to do here besides Hero Power the 1/1. I guess what StrifeCro is thinking is whether he Hero Powers the 1/2 instead. Alright, well, it's really the only play here, so be it. gonna pop out the dagger, put a 3-2, start chugging in some damage. I might have liked to see the coin SI7 more. Just put more repetitive damage on the board before it gets too late. Yeah, this way Eloise is left with no board. And you do not want to give more time to the Druid player, so yeah. I would have preferred the coin SI a little bit more. Just double Swashbuckler. Seems fine. I think we're gonna have to play one of these things. I think Eloise is valuing the coin quite a bit. Does not want to give up that thing. It's obviously really good with Gads and Auctioneer, that's for sure. I think she is on a different game plan, I guess. Right? Just get the Auctioneer down, get those Cold Bloods, and then conceal, and then, you know, just win that way. Very much valuing the coin.
Behold the rage of the Firelands.
Okay, Fandro is literally the only play there. See if we get a good answer for the Fandral. That's Jade Blossom, not exactly what we want to see. So SI, clear the Fandral most likely. You just can't let it live. If your opponent nourishes with a Fandral on the board, you just lose. So for the sake of not just losing, we are going to kill this. Well, Eloise's line of saving the coin for the Gadsden is going to pay off here. Over at StrifeCro side, 2 Garrison Auctioneers in the Kun Druid list. That's a lot. I personally only run Run 1. It's a very deck card, and well, even though StrifeCro has a ton of deck cards in his hand, still looking like he's maintaining board pressure quite good. Jade Idol. Wow, this is a Jade Rogue. Interesting. Is there a way that Eloise could actually shuffle some Jade Golems into the deck and then go off with the Auctioneer? I mean, there's Jade Blossom as well. That's pretty sick. I don't know, this might happen. An alternate win condition we see. Wow, this is not something we see every day. Alright, thinks about it. Maybe maybe you wanna use the Jade Idol with the Auctioneer as well. Oh man, StrifeCro is so unlucky, huh? Look at this. Just
I got the best
all the combo pieces, including Alexstrasza. That can't feel good. So here we definitely just get in here. Let's try and cycle to something that kills the Auctioneer. Tomb Pillager is not the one though. Are we actually shuffling? Are we shuffling this? That could be very funny. No, okay. The Dream. The Dream! Alright, this is also pretty good. Oh, you also get the small time Buccaneer here. Get a 3-2 on the board. It's pretty decent. And since you have another Garrison in your hand, you don't need to use the preparation right now. And StrifeCro, all minions! Draw Aviana? Can't be that unlucky, right? Nourish is not really an answer though either, so does feel bad when you're playing this list and you just have all these dead draws in your hand. Well, this is just very unfortunate draws from StrifeCro, that's for sure.
I wonder.
Gotta do what you can. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if the other guys then came down to here as well and just started with a prep. And then we can also prep a Visit the Face. It's just that, like, right now, the main goal is to just get as much stuff on the board as possible. Well, just start with a prep. And that's pretty good! Double Tomb Pillager. I like that. There's a lot of pressure on the board.
Thank you. Thank you.
Meanwhile, Strife is sitting on 7 minions. Looking to get number 8. Okay. Somewhat lucky? No, this game is just done. This game is actually just done. There's just really not much to do here. That's one of the punishments you can run into when you run double guard Garrison Auctioneer, and also the Alexstrasza as well. The normal Aviana Kun list that is not tech, that was like the first versions. They don't run any of those. They just run Malygos Aviana Kun, and that's it. Lots of cycles and stuff like that, but it's not gonna work out for StrifeCro this time. Concede. And Eloise, 1 game away from resetting the bracket. All right. It's funny because these players actually not playing Warrior at all. Warrior just gets bullied, huh? I feel like that every time you try to out-meta the Warrior matchup, you get punished, especially in tournaments, right? Because like I remember in C Story, I was bringing Dragon Warrior, right? As recommended by Amnesiac, of course, and I felt like that the full smart Warrior did better, right? Because like the thing is like if there's 3 types of meta games, right? Or mind games or metas. First level is to play the best decks, right? So you know, just face Warrior. We have Shaman, right? You can arguably say Reno Lock is one of them, right? The second layer is to counter the first layer. So you're bringing in Dragon Warrior to counter the Aggro Warrior. You know, you're bringing the Malygos Aviana Kun stuff and stuff like that. And the third layer is to counter the second layer. You get what I mean? So you're bringing in like stuff like Rogue. You're bringing like mid-range Shaman with Bloodlust. So it's interesting. And of course, there is no fourth layer because the first layer counters the third layer. When you're making this specifically to beat that, then it doesn't work. So it's kind of like a little weird pyramid kind of thing, right? Oh man, this is like how card games do it, right? When you have like the 3 main archetypes of aggro, midrange, and control, this is kind of usually the cycle it goes. But in the meta, it also works like that. I feel like that my analogy works out well from the meta. Anyways, we're in the game. Reno Mage versus the Dragon Warrior. And once again, if Eloise wins this, we are going into a bracket reset. That's what Eloise is looking for. And StrifeCro just wants the 2 wins immediately and just end the and just win the tournament right here and now. But it's gonna get through this Reno Mage that Eloise has been doing so well in. It's gonna be hard. Wow. I mean, frothing is one way to win the game, but Eloise does have the answers.
I'm excited now.
Okay, easy ping here. We are definitely coining a 3-drop here. This just depends which one you want to coin out. The frothing definitely gets stronger the earlier you play it. The reasoning is that the later it gets, the more answers the Reno Mage gets. But also the frothing gets stronger if you have more minions to do onboard trades and stuff like that. So it's a delicate timing on where exactly you want to establish it. It is a win condition for sure, but it's a win condition that gets dealt with very easily.
Observe and reflect.
Alright, glancing over these options, these all look pretty bad. I mean, you do want to still play on curve, right? You want to play a 3-drop here so they can frostbolt and use the hero power next turn. That just makes sense. Back over in Strife side. The frothing seems pretty good here. You get two trades, one of your face, one of the monkey, and the frothing is now suddenly a 5/4. It's pretty powerful. Forbidden Flame, very nice answer to deal with this. One of the harder cards to cast properly, just because while it's very flexible, the power is not there, right? 4 mana deal 4 is not exactly what you want to do. But it does offer the extra removal that Reno Mages are so desperately needing. So yeah, we saw that Forbidden Flame has been Eloise's star card, even though it's not up to the rate of 2 mana deal 3 Frostbolt or 4 mana deal 6 Fireball. Gotta save the dragon in the hand so that Blackman Corruptor actually activates. So we're gonna go with a monkey here instead. And here, just find more answers. We're looking for. There we go. That's a good card. So now we're looking to ping the 3/4, right? It might be a little bit too obvious though, but at the same time, is a Dragon Warrior just gonna magically stop playing minions? I don't think so. So I think the ping and the 3/4 is fine. I think the other choice is the Frostbolt, the monkey, but Frostbolt is a pretty powerful card. I don't think I just want to throw it away.
There must be a way. Observe and reflect.
You could also go with ping the 1/1, huh? Just don't key yourself into AoE Incomplete next turn. Not sure. Okay, does use the Frostbolt. It does save 3 health in a sense. And right now StrifeCro's warding signs should be all up. It's like, whoa, I just got my 3/1 Frostbolted. What does that mean? But unfortunately, I don't think his hand actually has a lot of options. You just have to play the Corruptor. So even though you saw the weird play there, you can't really play around it, right? So just play ahead of good Corruptor. And here's a very good board clear for Eloise. We have a Torch plus the Volcanic Potion. We're looking to Firelance Portal, whatever StrifeCro plays next. And then we're happy. The question is, if StrifeCro happy with this turn, a dragon would go a pretty long way. Frothing is not exactly the thing, so I think you just play on curve and just play the Blacken Corruptor, put something on the board, and you know, establish hopefully both the Guardian and the Frothing next turn with 7 mana.
I wonder. I wield the power.
Okay. Wow! Very heads up, I think. Plays around Firelance Portal. Wow, we've seen Pixel play around Firelance Portal really well. And now we see StrifeCro playing Firelance Portal around really well. That's really nice. Stampede Coda does not work. So, not played from the hand. And, is there a way to play the Frothing? Yes, there is. Just Frothing, and then Korkron kills the Kodo with your hero power, with your weapon, and that develops a lot of things. Of course, StrifeCro is always looking at Eloise's 12 health. She's getting pretty low, so there could be some smorking happening here. Okay, there you go. Eloise needs help. I mean, Ice Spirit is a way to do. Oh, the Kabbalist Tome is coming back. That last Kabbalist Tome was really bad, right? It produced 2 unplayable cards and a Pyroblast. Even though it was insane value, this is not Arena. You don't need that insane value sometimes. So here I would just play as much stuff on the board while not dying, which is Ice Barrier into Drake, right? So you Drake first, and then you basically play Ice Barrier. Oh, that's unfortunate. If you make the attack, you remove 2 damage off the board. So I guess that's the way to do it. And now, StrifeCro can actually win with Ragnaros. But sometimes it's Ice Block. And sometimes your opponent has that Polymorph. And okay, so there you go, it gets propped. It's not technically a mislethal because you don't know what the secret is. But does Strife go for the Rag 33% here?
What now?
The answer is with that attack, yes. So Strifer has a 1 in 3 chance to win the game on the spot. Oh, looks like that was gonna hit, but the that's exactly what Eloise needed to see right now. Perfect card, man. Okay, so we're killing the Rag, keeping ourselves at 7. Interesting. We die to a Korkron top deck from StrifeCro. Oh, is that gonna? No, it's not. It's not. No. So, what do we need to find here? Life tap into Korkron? That'd be pretty gross. No life tap available, anyways. Oh, there is Lesser Heal though. Whoa! The frothing actually lives. That is a huge punish. Yeah, you take the Lesser Heal here, right? You heal the frothing up, and now Eloise has to deal with it. Jesus. The heal does actually have diminishing returns in the sense that, you know, it's not really good outside of this turn, but are you looking for anything else here? Yeah, get that heal. 11-3. That's a hero power. Alright, full... StrifeCro is basically saying he's all in here, and oh, well... All in is still, well, I mean, it is a little awkward, right? Oh. Well, I have to Reno here then. Interesting. Wow, there's still a game here. Is StrifeCro gonna find something? That is something. Oh, imagine if he drew that last turn. That would have been game over for Eloise. Oh my god. A little too close for comfort here. Now, it seems like that StrifeCro cannot actually clear the board. Actually, no. We can do Korkron and the Dragon into Reno. But Flame Strike is looking to demolish. Boom. That's probably good. Nope. That's not it, my friend. Concede? No? Okay, play it out. Okay.
Who goes there?
Yeah, this is just formality's sake right now. I mean, if Eloise wants to be super safe, we can actually cast a Kabbalah's Tome. Look for a secret. Try and protect ourselves that way. But yeah, this is fine too. This isn't lethal. It's important. So what? There's 12, 15 on the board. Yeah, that's it. 15 plus 2 fireballs. And it looks like Eloise is gonna hang in there with just 11 health. That was an interesting choice not to Reno the turn that I thought that was an obvious Reno. But yeah, we're gonna go to a final series. This is the bracket reset from Eloise. Gonna take it 3-1, but yeah, so we're gonna have to redo it. And now both of the players are in losers bracket, which means that this next match will actually determine the winner of the series. Alright, so let's go ahead and do the resets here. This is just like a fighting game. There's a lot of fighting games which do basically a bracket reset. And we're going to do that. So we're going to clear all of these check marks, clear all of these X's, clear 0, and we're going to go ahead and do one more series. We're going to... Well, it's interesting because like right now, Strife and Eloise throughout the whole tournament, they're 1-1 against each other. So StrifeCro beat Eloise in the winners bracket, and now Eloise beat StrifeCro in the grand final. So, you know, it just makes sense for them to be a grand final for this last competitive Hearthstone tournament of the year. You are watching Gang Wars. I am Amaz. Hope you guys are having fun. And now we are just going to wait for players to load up, and we can get started. Yeah, throughout the tournament, we had I don't know. I had a lot of fun at least, even though I had to I had to do some pretty long days. I had to stream. Well, for the first 2 days, I streamed for 5 hours leading into the tournament, and then I was admitting the tournament for another 7, just working behind the scenes every day. And today, yeah, I felt a little bit too fatigued, so I had to skip my stream. And just went right into casting this, but right after this match, you know, I'm going to basically relax a little bit, and hopefully you guys do too, because it is the holidays. Just you know, forget about your worries and look forward to having a very nice 2017. Do you guys still do New Year's resolutions? Well, my New Year's resolution would be that everybody treats each other nice. I think that's my New Year's resolution for everybody. I think there could be a bit more niceness that goes around. Alright, so let's go ahead and see if the players are ready. Oh, okay, Eloise is taking a short break after the series, just recollecting themselves. It's funny because there's not big enough a time for us to go to break, and yet there's still this awkward pause. So I'm just here, and I'm just saying hi. But yeah, this is this is basically what happens when it's near the holidays, right? It's really hard to contact people right now too, because people are enjoying their Christmases and their, you know, their family gatherings, their friends, and, you know, just those things that make people busy. Yeah. Man, it's funny because I always default looking into chat to interact with you guys because it's kind of like streaming right now, but it's on the 10-minute delay. So this is actually the future Amaz telling you guys what's up. So, yeah. That's crazy. Future Amaz. Usually how online tournaments work is that there is a delay so that, you know, players can snipe. That was found out very early in the early stages of Hearthstone, is that people can actually do that. Yeah. It's the thing. Might as well just be safe, right? I mean, 10 minutes is really nothing in terms of like broadcast. Like even in terms of like online, not online, but like live games, there is also a slight delay, anyways, right? So I think it's completely fine. Okay. Okay. Getting there. Getting there. Okay. The final stretch, guys. Final stretch. Let us know who you want to win. All right. Let's hear for the StrifeCros and the Eloises in chat, because this is the finals. This is it. We have no more bracket resets. This is the final 5 games we're gonna see. We might even see only 3 cards left. 3 games, and just a complete sweep. Man. Yeah, future Amaz is just seeing the real broadcast there, with the StrifeCro, quote unquote miss lethal with the Ragnaros, right? He could have actually traded both minions in and played Ragnaros, and that could have been a punish, but didn't happen. It's not exactly a punish, right? The secret could have always been Ice Block. So how's it going? Oh God! Come on, Eloise. Are we ready yet? Okay, we're ready. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's a longer than average washroom break. That's for sure. But I guess these guys deserve it. These guys played a lot of matches to get to this point. Well, not StrifeCro, because he won the winners bracket. No need to play a lot of matches when you're a winner, that's for sure. Okay, I'm gonna type start the game in capitals. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's go! Thank you. Oh, I was already running out of things to say. I think I ran out of things to say like 5 times over there. But we have StrifeCro on Rogue against Eloise on the Reno Lock. And through a lot of experience with this matchup, we see that Reno Lock is actually not a favorite here, because typically speaking, rogues have a first rogues have a first wave of minions, and when you remove that, they have a second wave of minions, and then when you remove that, you have a third wave of minions. And warlocks don't really have that much AoE. They only have the first AoE for the first wave, and then they usually just fail to answer the next group. So I actually think that rogues have a pretty distinct advantage here. There are a lot of cards that help Reno Lock win this match, such as, of course, Imking Boss, Contest of Early Pressure, and you have those board wipes in form of Shadow Flame and Hellfire. Alright, well, Strife is going to obviously just dagger. Usually rogues just dagger up on turn 2 anyways, that's the most efficient. His hand is looking pretty interesting. There's some weird questing prep stuff that he can do and go all in. Like a baby Van Cleef, if you may. Yeah, Imking Boss is down here. See if StrifeCro actually goes with the questing place, because he can, right? He can actually play the questing, hit the Imking Boss a little bit, and then prep the Phantom Knives. We see that is actually going to be a very good move, because there is no answer for Eloise. Yeah, I mean, okay. The way I play Rogue is always go all in. You're already playing an all in deck, right? So I would do it.
Give me a
Well,
quest.
seems like that would be it. Backstab into attack. Oh, okay. There's a minor ordering issue there. Strife could have took one less damage. He attacked the 1/1 at the end. So it took a little bit more damage, but it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. So Cabal Courier here. Eloise needs to find something to help her out here. But these are all blanks. Sense demons, not good. Tentacles. No, that's not happening because it's really bad against Sap. So are we doing the Cabalist Tome shenanigans again? I don't think any of these spells are ever going to be played this match. So this is just a whiff. And now, let's see if Strife can ride the tide. Holy, that is a conceal. Now, the timing for this conceal is actually pretty important, right? So you can Tomb Pillager Coin conceal here, and just go all in that way. Oh, actually, I just like that. Never mind. I mean, it's just like, okay, you can dagger, and make the small time Buccaneer a bit buffed, and then play Valdez. But nah. I like the Tomb Pillager Coin conceal. Just go all in after the attacks, of course. There you go. All in strategies are good. There's a reason for that to be good. And now Eloise, even if she picks up a Power Overwhelming, that is an answer. Okay, so we need a Kazakus Potion here for a 1-drop, and we're looking for the freeze a random minion. That is the out.
At last, a worthy disciple.
Freeze! There you go. That's one of them. And now we're looking for maybe armor, perhaps. There's the armor. Okay, so Eloise could freeze the questing here and survive 1 extra turn. Good.
So many possibilities.
2/2 might be an option here too. Okay. So yep, we have gain 4 armor and freeze. And the freeze is gonna go to.
You win this time.
Yeah. All-in strategy from StrifeCro worked out very well that time, and he's gonna pick up the first win. And yeah, that's how you usually win a Rogue, right? Just cheat out the mana curve, do what you're not supposed to do, slam jam everything, and then your opponent doesn't have an answer, you win. If they have an answer, you lose. But it's more likely that they don't have an answer, right? So, for example, you have Blast Crystal Potion in the Warlock's hand, right? So you have 1 card out of 30. Turn 4, you draw to about 9 cards. I will always make that, right? You draw 9 random cards. If you draw Blast Crystal, you win. If you don't, you lose. I will always take that trade. It's like I said before in today's cast, a messed up roulette wheel that I will always spin. All right. Well, StrifeCro leads 1-0. The Rogue is done. The Warlock from Eloise is also done, which unfortunately for Eloise, that was one of her strong decks for sure. Both the Reno decks for Eloise are just really performing super well. Really carried Eloise to this point, but the questing was proven to be a little bit too much. All right. Gonna start the next match as soon as the guys pick the class. Yeah, I mean it is the grand final, so players can take a little bit more time because that's just what they do. You got to be a bit more careful. Oh man, it's pretty awesome. There's so many of you guys watching though. Thank you so much for supporting the tournament and hanging out with us. Really appreciate it. So now we have Eloise now on the Rogue, But unfortunately for Eloise, queued into StrifeCro's Shaman. Now, StrifeCro is running more of a mid-range, so that's a little bit of a positive. Rogues do not have time to heal, or they just really don't get on the board as quickly as Shaman. So that's a pretty good queue or like class selection from StrifeCro. And remember when StrifeCro classed the first match today, he was telling us that he was just the god at predicting his opponent's classes. And yeah, as you can see, both these games, StrifeCro has had the better end of the stick, the better matchup, the better class. So definitely paying off here. Gonna mulligan everything except the pirate for a more consistent hand. Makes a lot of sense. And gets fairly rewarded. Double 1-drops in turn 1. Yeah, that's I would definitely go with double 1-drops here and go muster the pirates effectively. You're looking to curve into J Claws and then Hero Power into something else. Yeah, this is just sweet. Very hard, actually, very hard opening for a rogue to deal with. So difficult.
I'm in charge now.
Okay. Well, dagger up. The 1/1 attack tells StrifeCro that there is no Phantom Knives, so StrifeCro can just establish more minions if he wants. But yeah, the J Claws here is pretty nice. Not only it busts out the Trog, it also busts out the Small Time Buccaneer, and yeah, damage incoming to Eloise's face here. Swashbuckler. Oof, tough hand for Eloise. She might even need to sap here. Oh, that does not feel good, right? I mean, okay, so what's the best play here? Just cycle the Thalmos. So looking for the Swashbuckler plus the SI7, bringing out the patches to hopefully clear the board. That's basically what we're looking at. Oh my god, it's a totem column. Yep, that's the pressure is not stopping Eloise. You just gotta fight on. The board is just keeps on growing. Coin is not a bad card. Really a better card. Eviscerate. Okay, so we could do some Coin Eviscerate SI to clear the most of the board, which is exactly what Eloise is gonna do. So the coin, definitely a good pickup. And now we're looking at what? If StrifeCro rolls a Spell Power Totem, that could be pretty sick. Can actually kill the SI. So the other option is to just attack face of everything and then recruit the J Class. And oh, dirty! That's the one StrifeCro needs. This is how you become a good Shaman player. The skill of rolling a spell. It's actually very important, right? I mean, that's effectively a shadow form, right? Shadow form on the SI, and summon a 0/2. Yeah, that's a good card. Oh no! Disaster happens. Drawing the patches is basically a dead draw. And wow, Strife is actually running Thunderblood Valiant. We haven't seen Thunderblood Valiant ever appear in his Shaman list. So maybe it's most likely a one-of. Win those board stall games quite well. And now I can't imagine this going anywhere but the face. Just face. So many important targets for Eloise to kill. The Spell Power Totem is annoying. The 5/5 is a big body. Trog is looking to grow. But the Phantom Knives is not a bad start. It does get buffed by Spell Power. So I have to do that. And Backstab is withering. So now the Alright, might as well steal a card first. You're looking to do patches anyways, right? Whoa! Okay, that is not something I expected. But I think Eloise values the Aztec being alive more than being dead. So that's why we're sapping anything from the row. Usually you don't want to do that, right? It keeps its discount. Oh god. Okay. Well, that's an Aya, and that's also a J clause in the hand of StrifeCro. So we're looking to what? Aya makes a 3/3. Oh wait, actually no. There's only one J. No, it makes 2/2. Dies makes a 3/3. J clause makes a 4/4. Oh Jesus. The other option is to... Not really another option. You can't really kill off the Drake right now. So, yeah, I think I like the Aya the most. Next turn you can even go with Thunderblood Valiant. Make more threats.
There is little time.
No. That's not the right one, but we do have the J clause coming down here. It does overload into Aya, so this line is not bad as well. And if your opponent sapped the thing from below, how does... Oh, okay, that's how you deal with it. The backstab Phantom Knives! Oh man, that's exactly how you deal with this board. Eloise getting pretty lucky on the draws, and you know, she needs it. She needs it. Oh, Cold Bloods, let's go! This is... Totemic Might is pretty damn bad though. No. So we played both the Cold Bloods. We go all in here, and StrifeCro might have got punished here for you know, just taking the game a little bit too slow. Not that it was up to him, but oh wow, Eloise actually found a way to come back. StrifeCro needs Jade Lightning off the top. Oh no, it's a Maelstrom. So okay, so what can we do here? We can... Okay, so we need a taunt totem. We need a taunt totem for sure. No! No! You're overloaded! Oh my god! What? Oh. That's an out! That is an out! Oh! Eloise is so salty right now. I would be too. That's pretty disgusting. Oh my god. Wow, that was pretty dirty. Right? That was pretty dirty. Jesus. Wow. You have to commend StrifeCro there for thinking of the out. My out was play Maelstrom Portal, hope for a taunt or charge. That was my play. But getting lethal, definitely better. StrifeCro is not gonna miss lethal twice, right? That lethal from the lightning bolt is definitely better than the Ragnaros miss lethal from the last game. Although that one is a little bit more tricky, I guess. But wow, what an end of the series! And now StrifeCro has 3 chances to become the Gang Wars champion. Just needs to win one of these games. Meanwhile, Eloise needs to come, basically climb a mountain here, right? Just leaps over bounds, win, and win. Pretty tall order to ask, especially when you're facing against the other finalist. Wow, that was a little crazy. Wow, I thought that Eloise was gonna lose for sure, and then I thought Strife was gonna lose for sure. Yeah, that was a good game of Hearthstone. I like it. Well, just gonna give our players a little bit more time to pick their new, next classes, cause hey, this could be the final match. StrifeCro might come out being the you know, the champion of 2016 in this case, right? I mean, if you win the last one, you get the last laugh, and yeah, you can say that you won the last tournament of 2016. That's a pretty good title, honestly. Yeah. Here we go. It's gonna be Eloise's mid-range shaman with the Bloodless tech against Reno Locke from the StrifeCro. Good matchup for Eloise, just because of that one Bloodless tech, and of course there's also Hex to deal with, you know, the giants and your pesky Twilight Drakes and everything like that. And Barnes could also put out a Ragnaros. So there's a lot of different win conditions Eloise has. Meanwhile, StrifeCro has a pretty poor hand, I guess. I'm just gonna try and look for more answers later on. Yeah, as a mid-range shaman, you do not coin out the Totem Golem. You have a lot of time to do your stuff. And Shadow Bolt picked up for StrifeCro, very big. Gonna stop this Totem Golem from applying chip damage. just one of the ways that Sjow wins this matchup. Just a lot of chip damage to the face. All right. Okay, so StrifeCro wants to be like just analyzing his plays here, but I don't think you try to be cute here. You can play the Imp Gang boss, you know, bluff an AoE, but Shadow Ball is just so clean, and you know your opponent's playing a mid-range Shaolin. It's not like Imp Gang boss is gonna be that insane. So yeah, I do like the Shadow Ball here. Just don't be cute. Back over Eloise's side. Once again, these totems are really valuable because she is playing the Bloodlust. So every time you press the hero power button, it's actually better than most other shamans would, you know, give it credit for. Well, nothing much to do here. I think we tap first, and then because we could peddler first, just in case we find something good we want to play. I just don't. Oh, okay, fine. You can also Imp Gang boss, I guess. Yeah, okay, so if you're playing against mid-range Shaman, you do need something to contest the totems with, right? But at the same time, you kind of still want to tap. So yeah, I think I like this. I think I like the peddler here. And we're gonna get some pretty good choices here. All three of these are pretty relevant, for sure. But so far, it's just miles ahead of the rest, right? Once you use the Reno, you don't really care what you discard of Soulfire. So I think Soulfire is the pick here. Voidwalker's good in you know, just making your opponent's trade really weird, protects you from some Bloodlust weird stuff, and Sonta Spore is a charge for the power overwhelming. Wow! Okay. Alright. Not a match here. Not an interesting match. What does Barnes pull? Okay, that's reasonable. I think that's pretty fair, right? Shrug. A second rate bruiser is online right now for a 3 mana. Can't really combo that with anything right now. So I'm assuming the refreshment event is going to come down along with. Well, you can hold the pig, right? Because you have the MC Tech and you also have the second rate bruiser. Whoa! Okay, we're gonna go for the MC Tech right away. And oh my god, that is huge! Wow, Aya loses the battle cry, and Aya might actually lose control as well.
Engaging TC-130 into dislocator.
Oh, gets the chop. Okay, I guess that's pretty fair as well. Okay. Well, I guess Eloise is not too unhappy about that. There's a free Aya on the board. Usually it costs 6 mana to cast. Oh, here it got casted for 0. Lightning Storm is looking pretty good. Usually you don't really have a big board from your Reno long defense side. So I do like this. The Spirit Claws cleans this up pretty well. And you know, you could also just establish more totems. You could also crank up the pressure of the Flame Tongue if you can set up lethal. If you play Flame Tongue right now, that's 12 damage to the face. So in the sense that, yeah, you do set up lethal. But might be overcommitting the board a little bit. But yeah, definitely some different lines of plays. This depends on how fast Eloise wants to take this matchup. How fast does she think she can win? Or how much burst damage can she put out? And I think the totem actually makes a lot of sense because she is running a version with Bloodlust, so she doesn't really need to brace. She just needs to maintain, you know, board. Like, it doesn't matter what it comes up with. If it's just 4 totems, that's 12 damage with Bloodlust, right? Alright, well now the boar could actually get Power Overwhelming and Shadow Flamed, which is interesting. This is one of the more tricky turns for Reno Lock because there's not enough pressure to go a full-on AoE, but at the same time you're 18 and you're facing 8 damage with the spell damage weapon 11. Yeah. Alright, is this lethal here now? Oh my goodness, that is a lot of damage. So, you know, you sling both the lightning bolts to the face, and this is lethal, yeah. So what you do is Flame Tongue, right? And then lightning bolt face, and then kill off your... hit the second rate bruiser with the weapon, and then the spell part dies, and then you have lethal. So this is lethal. Eloise just needs to figure this out. Yeah, do not want to miss lethal in this, right? Okay. Okay, she figures it out. Yeah, it's a little bit of precise ordering here, but let's find out how to do it. And yeah, this mid-range shaman list is really, really good because you feel like the board doesn't need to be AoE, well, you die. And Eloise is on the board. Gonna be up one game, not up, but at least on the board. Right? So Eloise needs 2 more games. Wow, they ended up with the same classes. Although, so it was kind of like a rock paper situation there, where rogue fought warlock, warlock fought shaman, and then shaman fought rogue. It's pretty interesting. So now we're gonna go with the 3 remaining classes. I know both of these guys really like their Reno Mage lists, and they both bring Kun lists, and they both bring Dragon Warriors. So in this sense, Dragon Warrior is good against the nothing. Okay, so I would predict that none of these guys are going to bring Warrior for the next match. So it's either Druid or Mage. Yeah, both of them do pretty well against each other, honestly. I don't think it's like a huge blowout. But the Dragon Warrior does not line up correctly against both Reno Mage and against the Kun Druid. So I would expect Warrior not being played here. But yeah, the difference is that StrifeCro gets 2 chances, while Eloise only gets, 1 chance to lose. So not really a chance, right? It's just do or die for her right now. Okay, here we go.
Be preserved.
It's going to be, once again, Druid versus Druid. I think those are the correct choices for both players. And 1 Druid has Wild Growth and 1 Druid doesn't. So I would have to say that, Eloise is a little bit ahead here. Okay. Yeah, when you're going first and you have the Wild Growth, you actually have 2 mana up from your opponent. That's pretty. Oh, never mind. Okay, we have a game. So now, even though Eloise is gonna ramp first and going first, StrifeCro has a Mire Keeper to further ramp. So here we see like a ramp wars, if you may. StrifeCro is going to be a little bit ahead of the ramp wars, because the Mire Keeper actually produces a 3/3 as well. Oh, and there's an Astric as well, and a hand size as well. So yeah, now StrifeCro is a tad bit ahead. But of course, you never know. The mid game is kind of weird here. Unfortunate for Eloise there, just nothing to play at turn 4. Just hero power pass is most likely the situation here. Or, I mean, if you're feeling lucky, innovate into nourish, into draw cards. There's not really much Eloise can actually get though, because there are no Raven Idols as we know in this list. So I'm assuming that it's just hero power pass here and just nourish for 3 cards next turn. Meanwhile, StrifeCro is just gonna soar out ahead with Mire Keeper and Astric. Oh, feeling lucky, I guess. Like, I don't think I'm a big fan of this, because you're innovating into a dead card most of the time. The innovate value is not there, but Eloise feels like that she really needs to find an Astric. Oh, okay. Well, now it's worth it. Well, now it's really good because you actually get a turn 5 play. All right, fair enough. There are so many cases where that would have gone wrong. All right, easy Drake here. 5 mana. That's what you want to do. Gonna be met with a reverse Drake, and StrifeCro's Drake is a little bit better because he can actually coin out the Wrath here, remove the Drake from Eloise's side, and now there's actually a bit of pressure facing down Eloise. She needs to clear these pesky minions that are doing 7 damage a turn. StrifeCro can also just go off on Aviana next turn as well. Oof. Okay. Well, could clear the board here, but now the problem is like, look, if Eloise had Innervate in this hand, that would have been so much better, right? You're looking to Innervate into Malygos, and then Innervate into Kun for 0 mana 7/7, obviously, right? And then Malygos, Living Roost, and Moonfire, kill off a lot of things, and then you're also left with 2 Wrath. But now without the Innervate, it's a little awkward. So, well, we just have to clear the board here, right? We're looking at Feral Rage and Wrath. You can't really take that much chip damage in this matchup.
Time waits for no one.
Whoa, drawing a card here. Alright, going with the Living Roots here. Yeah, I like that, Because Eloise is still digging for more cards. But the lack of Innervate kind of worries me. Okay, StrifeCro is playing the Raven Idol version, and I really, really like that. Because as this weird Aviana list, when you run Raven Idol, you can actually discover a minion, right? And when Aviana is down, you can play whatever minion you discover. You don't always discover a spell. And against Druid, it's one of the best matchups to discover a minion because they have to answer your minions. They just can't let live. So we might see that happen. We'll see if StrifeCro actually picks minion. I'd be pretty impressed if that's the case. StrifeCro can't really do it next turn though. So next turn, StrifeCro is more looking like a nourish for cards, something like that. Oh god. Okay. Well, Eloise just gotta hang on there. Just gotta wait for that Malygos double Moonfire turn. That's the board swing she's looking for. But once again, just waiting, praying.
What to do? Time waits for no one.
Okay. Wow, double Raven Idol. So definitely nourish for crystals first. I mean, not crystals, but cards. Don't need crystals when you're at freaking 8 mana. And we're gonna find some irrelevant cards here and there. So here, I would actually Raven Idol for a minion, right? The possibility of Avianaing immediately next turn is insane. It's actually insane. Let's see if StrifeCro deserves to actually does this. Whoa! Actually Innervate, like nourishing for another 3 cards, does not go with the alternate win condition. Just wants to win with the Aviana Kun combo. Okay, that's fine. Oh, Founds Defiance to Innervate again. This could be doing too much. I do like alternate win conditions, especially in the Druid mirror, because look, StrifeCro does not need the combo to win. If imagine StrifeCro discovered something like 5 mana 5/5, that's pretty average, right? 2 5 mana 5/5s. He can actually just play Aviana and just jam double 5/5s on the board and win that way. Of course, you're scared of your opponent getting Aviana Kun combo, but at the same time, do you really come back from that? Like, you don't, right? The first person to play the combo wins. So you might as well just win with an alternate win condition here. Yeah. Well, here now we're gonna discover a spell because we need to kind of deal with this auctioneer. It's not really gonna be a minion. What do we get? Moonfire is pretty much the only choice. Alright, try again. Or you can Aztric. Wait, no, you try again for sure. Because you can Aztric and Innervate Strike regardless, right? Yeah. Now the spell. Mulch is fine. And now we Aztric Innervate Strike. I mean, okay, so what does Auctioneer do? Auctioneer does cycle a lot. Okay, fine. I like Auctioneer more. Okay. Well, now Strife was thinking what I'm thinking. Oh, man. Okay, that's funny. There we go. That's the killer. And now we wild growth just to get that card out of our hand. And yeah. Looks like StrifeCro has lethal next turn with the combo. Meanwhile, Eloise. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We can't really do anything here. I mean, okay, sure. Malagos, Double Moonfire clears the board. You can also Coon before and get a free 7/7, but StrifeCro has 3 spells. 3 spells is 15 on top of what they already do. And that is more than 19, that's for sure. Yep. Does what she can, but the early chip damage is proven to be a little bit too much for Eloise to deal with. Can launch the Living Wrist at the face so that we set up lethal for double swipe, but StrifeCro! Oh wait! No, it's not it! Oh my god, I'm stupid. There is no Coon! There's no Coon! Okay, game goes on. What am I saying? It's been a long day, guys.
I am the essence of magic.
Oh, well, the Living Root Straw is lethal. Okay, so the Living Root Straw is lethal. Wait. Oh, it is. There we go! Okay, I am happy with StrifeCro. He's gonna take this Gang Wars tournament 3-1 over Eloise. He got an extra reset because he did come from the winner's bracket. So congratulations to StrifeCro, going home first place with $3,000. Yeah, very nice showing by him. And yeah, bringing those decks, especially the Reno Mage, paid off really, really well. And of course, Eloise fought really hard to try and come back to the grand finals, but she's gonna fall a little bit short. Still a very respectable showing from her, getting 2nd place, as we can see here. Xixo gonna come up with 3rd place, and here you can see the list of everybody participating in the tournament. I want to thank everybody who played, the 16 players we had. That was some pretty cool matches. I want to thank all the casters that we had, all the guest casters from the players, Firebat, Amnesiac, and Zalae, who casted the first day. You guys were awesome. Who else did I thank? Thank Kegwin for the production. That's awesome. And of course, thank you guys for watching the tournament. It was a long day. We finally did it. StrifeCro is your Gang Wars champion. And we will see you guys in 2017, where there's going to be more Hearthstone goodness. I'm excited for it. Hopefully you guys stay safe, dress warmly, and I will see you guys personally in my next stream. But for tournaments, we'll see you guys in 2017. Thanks for watching, guys. Goodbye.